Look at this. Welcome everybody. John Brinkus here on Brinks.tv. This weekend is so ridiculously exciting. This is the 2022 big game weekend. We're giving away $10,000. Now here's how you win. You're gonna go to Brinks.tv or download the Brinks app, and you're gonna participate in trivia questions all weekend long. Every time you get on the leaderboard, you enter for a chance to win on Sunday. Sunday is the big game. We're gonna have incredible second screen experience, just a one-of-a-kind second screen experience. You know what ESPN's been doing? Eli and Peyton, they're watching the Monday Night Football game. We were way ahead of that curve. Last year, we had Ray Lewis, Adrian Peterson, Trent Dilfer, Sage Steele, tons of celebrities, tons of athletes, tons of Hall of Famers doing a second screen experience for the Super Bowl. We had over 30 million impressions last year, and we had an average watch time of over 50 minutes for our Super Bowl second screen experience. It's unbelievable, and we're gonna top it this year. We're gonna be doing this all weekend long, where we're giving away money, giving away opportunities to win money. So we're gonna have tons of celebrities, tons of athletes, tons of trivia, and all weekend long, you will have the ability to get your name into the electronic hat, and we're gonna be pulling winners on Sunday. We're gonna have great prizes, from our sponsors, in addition to cold, hard cash. We've got prizes from Killcliff, the clean energy drink, Joe Rogan's drink, the Flaming Joe. We have Israel Adesanya's drink, the Tequila Kiwi. We have all kinds of prizes from Killcliff. We have Brutus Bone Broth, the most amazing dog treats and biscuits. These are human grade for dogs. My dog Zeppelin cannot get enough of Brutus Bone Broth. We also have Punched Energy Gummies. If you haven't caffeined up with Punched Energy Gummies, you gotta make sure you go to punchedenergy.com. Also, the most amazing protein bars ever in the history of the planet, and that's true, scientifically proven, we have Battle Bars. My personal favorite, peanut butters. And the reason why is that in the inventions that man has come up with, humanity has come up with, you have in order the wheel, it's pretty good, fire, pretty good, 1 and 2 might flip-flop, and then you have peanut butter, and then right underneath that, you have Battle Bars peanut butter protein bar. It's unbelievable. Make sure you go to battlebars.com. You are here for Brinks.tv's 2022 Big Game Weekend. All weekend long, we have incredible programming. So you are going to play along, make sure that you're answering trivia, and every time you get on that leaderboard, you get entered to win cash, to win prizes. It's unbelievable. So we're going to top what we did last year, and we're going to have it all weekend long, and make sure, tell your family, tell your friends, that Brinks.tv is the ultimate second screen experience for the big game. We've got the Rams, we've got the Bengals. A lot of people are saying, look, the Rams are just gonna roll. I'm telling you, don't sleep on the Cincinnati Bengals. They're not even supposed to be here. They are the honey badger. They just don't care. They're like, it doesn't matter. What do we have to lose? That's the most dangerous team to play. Personally, I'm pulling for the Bengals because they are the underdog, and everyone is saying the Rams have the ultimate defensive front. The Bengals have the 31st ranked offensive front. Joe Burrow got sacked 9 times in the Titans game. They never should have won that. They never should have beat KC, but somehow they're here. You know why they're here? Because I think God loves the Cincinnati Bengals. It was a secret. I was praying. God said it. I'm not saying that it's true whether or not, but I do think that God loves the Cincinnati Bengals. All right, so listen, what we're going to do, we've spoken to a lot of people about this game, but a lot of people think that the Rams are going to win as opposed to the Bengals. Now, scientifically, I'm not sure which way to go. Vegas is saying Rams all day long. Even with the spread, they think the Rams win and they cover the spread. I like the Bengals in an upset. That's me. Here's what we're going to do. Courtney, are we ready to tee up our first clip? What we have is I got a chance to catch up with the one and only 2-time Super Bowl champion, the NFL Hall of Famer, the greatest defensive player of all time, and that is not opinion, that is fact. Here he is, the one and the only Ray Lewis. All right, Ray, thank you so much for joining us. Right off the top, give me your take. Who do you have in this game?
Listen, man, it's going to be hard to go against the Rams. Look, they made some moves this offseason before the season started. They made some moves during the season, right, to bring some pieces over there, and they did not make it a secret. Like, they wanted to play in their home stadium in this Super Bowl, and they went all out. And their defense, and probably the best defensive lineman in the game of football, maybe the best defensive player in the game of football right now, in Aaron Donald. Wow. The Cincinnati Bengals, I'll tell you this much, because they're young, they don't know how to deal with it. They don't care about pressure. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, pressure, really? Nah. This is what we did, right? From LSU. So it's like, is the game too big for them? I don't think so. But I just think the Rams have a lot of firepower. And Yeah, so I think it's going to be, I really like Cincinnati's offense. Defensively, they will have to figure out a lot. Like OBJ is playing out of his mind right now. Cooper Kupp is doing what he's doing. Akers and is running the ball the way they running the ball. They got some real good pieces over there.
Here's what's interesting is the way that you're talking is the way that I'm talking and that everybody else has been talking about the Bengals throughout the playoffs.
Facts.
Like they just don't care.
They don't care. which is the scariest team in football. The team that does not care, wow, and have that type of ability. I think personally, offensively, they're gonna have to. Joe Burrow and the offensive coordinator is gonna have to swallow their pride, and they're gonna have to keep this game close, striking distance for them to win. Nixon is going to have to touch the ball. He's going to have to touch the ball.
Yeah.
I'm telling you 25, 30 times, right? Because the way he's physical, the way he runs the football, the way he plays the game, that's what's going to open up the pass. But if they're just talking about dropping and throwing the ball, if Kansas City had 9 sacks on them,
this is all, listen, I don't disagree with you about the LA Rams, but if the Bengals go into Arrowhead coming from behind, like making Mahomes look mortal, I don't know. I mean, nothing is going to surprise you in this game, I think.
Like I said, the one person name you call, which is Kansas City's superpower, is Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes does not play defense. And this defense this week is totally different than the defense you saw 2 weeks ago.
I hear you. I hear you.
And their game plans, right? Chase and, he's dynamic, right? But you saw kind of the first half of that game against Kansas City, like they was able to take him away, right? Where he had just 1 or 2 catches, right? What happens if Cincinnati get into that system? That's why I say the run game is more impressive than anything. Because those boys are coming to hunt Joe Burrow. Like they're not playing with him. Like what them boys on both sides, Florida on one side. Oh man, it's gonna be special to watch. And if Joe Burrow can respond to this one, wow.
I mean, I'm not gonna, I'm not being a contrarian, but the only reason why I'm gonna say I'm gonna stick with Cincy is because the reason that you said, I just don't think they're scared. I think this is like one of the very few Super Bowls where you have a team with such high expectations and another team that's like, well, what do we have to lose? I mean, no one's picking us, so who cares? That's what they've done the whole playoffs.
It's the scariest team. That's my first Super Bowl. We had
way back when.
Yeah, guess what? It's the same now, right? There was no pressure on us.
Yep.
None.
Right.
Dude,
your first Super Bowl was the greatest defense of all time.
But just think about it going week per week. A lot of people like to jump to the end of that. Guys jump to the end. Oh, nobody can be a great defense like that. Whatever. I'm not going to the end. I'm talking about from week 1 to week 16 to 4 playoff games in the Super Bowl. We were not picked one time. So we had pressure.
It's true. And you had a quarterback who was a game manager, probably the best game manager of all time.
He did what he was supposed to do. Let's say that.
He did what he was supposed to do. It was amazing. So, all right, Ray, before I let you go, you're always good at this. Give me a final score. What do you got?
Man. I really see. I don't know.
Come on. Of course, you got to throw something out.
I know, but it's so tough because I'm telling you, I just see this game going a few ways, and it's not the way everybody else is talking about it going. So I don't know. I really don't know. I really don't. I want to say a score, but I don't want to put myself in a pickle when I know what I see. This can be a difficult game for a lot of people.
All right, well, I'm calling it. Cincy 33, LA Rams 23. You heard me.
Wow. Really?
You heard me. 33-23. Mark it down. I bet that Georgia was going to beat Alabama. I bet $333 that Georgia would win by scoring 33 points, and that happened with 3 minutes and 33 seconds to go in the game. That's all I have to say.
Bring timeout. Hold on. So the Bengals will score 33 points.
You guys, am I stuttering?
Oh, you did not.
I'm telling you, they're going to score 33 points. There's going to be a major surprise.
I don't doubt. Listen, nothing. This season has proved one thing: anything is possible.
Anything is possible. And guess what? If I'm wrong, no one will remember I even said it. That's how we win. All right, Ray, God bless you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Good to see you, man.
Wow, it's great to be back with you, CJ. It's hard to believe. Feels like just yesterday, you and I were riding on a golf cart behind the convention center in Atlanta during Super Bowl week when you yourself were a Ram getting ready for the Super Bowl. We're back again. It's just awesome anytime we get to spend time together. And so what we're going to do is we're going to spend a little bit of time talking about your journey, and in particular, the fact that you played in 3 Super Bowls, which is just unheard of. You and I could probably talk for days, but we don't have that much time, so that's probably where we're going to focus. So let's jump right in. It's CJ Anderson, played in the Super Bowl 3 times, 2 as a member of the Broncos, 1 as a member of the Los Angeles Rams, and obviously the Rams are back. CJ, tell us a little bit about what it was like coming into the league in 2013 as an undrafted rookie, a free agent. You play in the Super Bowl that year. What was that like?
Long year, I can tell you that. I would have never thought that I had an opportunity to even play in the National Football League coming where I come from, even though with all the hard work and stuff that I did. Being undrafted, making the team with an injury too. A lot of blessings came my way for that. And I just think that first year was a long year. It was fun. I learned a lot. It was a very long year, but it kind of set up. This is something I knew I wanted to do. Made me push a little harder, and then that turned into a 7-8 year career after that.
So you're playing for the Broncos. Everybody knows that, or maybe they don't. At that time, you were lining up in the backfield behind a legend, right? One of the greatest quarterbacks ever to play the game, Peyton Manning. Take us through what that was like, having your first experience in the NFL. You come from Cal, and you line up behind a Hall of Famer.
It wasn't what people thought. Let's say that. You would think I was the drafted rookie. You would think I was Monte Ball. I was the guy getting paid in coffee. I was the guy meeting him at 5 in the mornings. I was the guy dry cleaners and doing all the stuff. For him, you would think that would have been Monte Ball. I don't know what Peyton saw in me. I still ain't asked that question today. You know, me and him are great friends. But I was still that. Like, I was the undrafted rookie, but treated like a drafted rookie when it came to what Peyton asked me to do. And, you know, during that time, especially myself at that time, I'm 21 years old, 9 years ago, I thought Peyton was an asshole because he asking me doing all this stuff, but he not asking ball. You know, he wasn't asking Ronnie Hillman, who was the second year in the league. You know, he's just asking this undrafted kid who's barely making any cash in the league to make all this, run all these errands and do all these things for him. So I was frustrated at one point because I wasn't playing either. I wasn't even suiting up. I didn't suit up for the first 8-9 weeks, and then I was on and off. And then obviously I suited up throughout the whole playoffs. And I got 2 carries in the Super Bowl when we were getting blown out. But you know, I learned a lot. You know, I took some of the things that he gave me. I took what I used today, and you know how we watched film and how we was breaking down film, how he would talk to me about things. When I look at it, that you know later in my career and even now, that was the purpose. it wasn't, hey, go get my dry cleaner's rook, or go get me a cup of coffee, or go get me a milkshake, or, I looked at those things like, why has he got me doing those things? But when I sat back at it, it was all the other things that we did football-wise that I took granted for, that I didn't take credit for. But I looked at it as a positive light, and, I thank Peyton for that. I still thought he was an asshole, though.
So you came around for sure, because I know you were invited to his Hall of Fame induction, which is a big deal because he played with a lot of cats, and you can't invite, a billion people. But it's Super Bowl week, and it's an interesting time in football on an overall basis. You're a high school football head coach. You've been a coach at Cal, coaching running backs and helping out with the offense. You've played at the highest level. Tell us what those lessons that Peyton had you running around, but also teaching you things. Tell us what that lesson set can mean for high school kids today, because my observation is, even since you came in the league, social media and this immediate sense of gratification and immediate sense of reward and all these camps and all these stars and all these all-star games, it's created a bit of a culture of I want it now. So you came in and sat. You're playing, in the backfield when you got carries behind a future Hall of Famer. What did those lessons help you learn, and what would you say to some of the youth and high school football players and college guys today?
Teamwork. When I look at, I did a lot of reflecting at the end of my career. Kind of made me say I don't want to come back. Like the Rams called me again when Cam Akers went down earlier in the year. I could have been playing Super Bowl. But really accountability and teamwork. Like all those errands I was running for Peyton and Champ Bailey, even though they were like kiddie errands or like what they say, hazing rookies, as they say, as they don't do too much this time in the league anymore. But I'm being counted on by two great people, not just great players, but great people, and being patient. Even though I don't want to do things, I got to be patient and work through things. When I look at that, like I did that later in my career, probably after the Rams Super Bowl. That's when I started to reflect, because I knew I was winding down. I started to reflect on all the things that I did earlier in my career with Denver, off the field wise, and some things I didn't want to do, I didn't want to be a part of, but I had to be a part of for the greater of the team, or for the greater, if it was my brand or my marketing moment, I had to do those things. So, it's a little different these days with social media. These kids in the college world jumping into the transfer portal. I benched my first year at Cal. I was like 8th or 9th on the depth chart. I had to work my way up. I didn't have a transfer portal where I can just jump in and leave because things are not working out. It's a little different these days with some of these kids. Some of these kids have competitive spirits. Some of these kids, what they see they want it right now, or they believe they worked hard enough up to that moment to grab it now, and don't understand they got to work harder. And then on the high school level, it's just letting these kids know that this is the world of football, and that the football does have a business to it. That's kind of what I tell our parents and our kids in the recruitment game when they want to be recruited. The business side of this is true, and the business side don't mean financially. It just means that there's always going to be someone who believes that person's better than you, and there's nothing. The only thing you can do about it is change their mind by the way you play. You can't talk about it. You can't say I'm better than this kid. You can't. You have to completely go show and grind and put it in every day why you're better than what that kid is showing you. So I thought those lessons that I had with Peyton off the field, the on the field lessons with football, that's, hard work, dedication. That's what it takes for, 1,600 people to be in the National Football League every year, year in and year out anyway. So I think the off the field lessons taught me a lot more than what on the field did, because on the field, that's what I had to do. That was the job that's what I wanted to do. I think the patience and the humility that I got off the field, becoming a man being knocked down again. Those are some things that I took off the field that I use for our kids and even in the college game today.
CJ Anderson's top nuggets. I'm gonna get 3 out of that. The lemons that you squeezed the lemonade into there were powerful, man. And you always do that. That's one of the reasons why I love talking to you, and we've had many conversations for anybody that's listening. You are one of the most insightful guys that have played the game in the last 20 years that I've met. And you really have taken knowledge that you've acquired along the way, you've put it to practice, and you've created wisdom for yourself. And I just love listening to you talk about these kinds of topics for kids, because you said humility, accountability, and patience. And that really flies in the face of what the social media world and the recruiting world and the portal and the recruiting services and this whole ideology that's come into play that's really all about individualism and results now and watch me work out and I'm training here and watch my video this. And so it's really interesting. And I don't know if you saw it this week, Joe Burrow actually had a pretty interesting social media post where he said, look, the one thing that I would tell young players is work in silence. Don't go telling everybody how hard you're working. Don't go show everybody what you're doing. Work in silence. And another guy that you know and I know and we both respect, Ray Lewis, told me the same thing. He's like, I don't get it. I just would never post all my workouts because I don't want anybody else knowing what I'm doing. I want the edge if I can get it. So let's shift gears a little bit. Let's get some juice in this talk and talk about 2 years later from your rookie season. It is Super Bowl 50 in San Francisco in the Bay Area, and it is the Broncos, your Broncos, against the Carolina Panthers and Cam Newton and Thomas Davis and all those cats. And so, again, you line up behind Peyton Manning. The result's a little different this time. Tell us about how that experience was different than the first one in a cold, snowy New York against the abominable Seahawks where you guys got blown out. Tell me what the difference was like.
I think as a team, it was different. Where I come from, I grew up in a single-parent home, very rough neighborhood. The most I've ever traveled was in college. Like, I'm talking, oh, wow, I'm in Seattle, and oh, wow, I'm in Washington. You know, like even like I didn't see Palo Alto until I got to college. You know, this is 45-minute hour drive away from my hometown. You know, I didn't see Berkeley until I got to college, you know? So even when I was at Laney at JUCO, like, I never really stepped foot in Oakland until I got to college. I explored New York. You know, those first 2 days when you land, you know, you get to have fun. I hate saying it this way, but this is the best way that I can relate it to people. Me personally, and I think that was us as a team too, a lot of us has never seen or been in New York and explored New York. So when we got those first 2 nights with no curfew, right, and I'm on Statue of Liberty chores, you know, I'm seeing where 9/11 happened, and, you know, I'm definitely not out there to win no football game. That's just 100%, right? And I think that's what it was for a lot of us who's probably up in the same situation I grew up in, or because we were a young football team then, right? Real young. Obviously, I was a rookie year. Like, just in our room alone, Marshawn was in his 5th year. Me and Monte was rookies, and Ronnie was in his 2nd year. You know, DT was in, like, his 4th year. Decker was in his 3rd year. I mean, we were young. So, you know, exploring New York as a team. I mean, we were out as a team. Like, that Wednesday meeting, a lot of us got fined. You know, we're talking 60% of the team was late to that first Wednesday meeting week of Super Bowl week. So I just think that's where, I don't know where our mind was focused, but maybe that's where our mind was focused. Compared to the second part of the Super Bowl, I remember when younger teammates, and I'm still young, I'm in my 3rd year at that point, but teammates younger than me was asking me, like, where the spots at in the city, where to go, because obviously that's home. And I was telling them, I don't really need to see San Francisco. I know everything about, like, I've seen Alcatraz, you know, and at my time at the Boys and Girls Club growing up. You know, I've been to a bunch of Giants games from the Boys and Girls Club growing up. So I don't really need to see San Francisco and what the Super Bowl experience in San Francisco need to offer. I think that as a team, we're a lot more focused and a lot more together of what the job and the task had to be done. And I'm just speaking from my perspective and my experience and what I saw through my eyes. Obviously, I don't want to speak for my other teammates, but coming from me, I know going back to San Francisco was a lot more easier to handle, right, than going in New York. No difference than if I was going to LA. Obviously, I'm older in my career, so things is different, but I've seen a lot of LA, so there's nothing in LA that can show me if I was playing in this Super Bowl today. There's nothing LA can show me that I need to go out and make sure I get out before I play in the big game on Sunday. I think that was the big thing. And I think the other big thing, playing for other people. Everybody talks about playing for Peyton, right? And we did. But like, that was DeMarcus Ware's first time playing in the Super Bowl, his first and only. That was huge. Guys like Coach Eric Studesville, guys like Wade Phillips, people who've coached well over 20, 25 plus years in the game at that point, Bill Kolar, those guys never had an opportunity. You know, Wade was coaching 30-some years at that time, never played in a Super Bowl, never been to one, and giving him that opportunity to win a ring before he knew his coaching days were done. I think that was another big motivation that we as a team embodied and took. Not only are we playing for a guy like Peyton, but we're playing for a bunch of other vets who's never been put in this opportunity. Tyler Columbus is one. You know, Ryan Harris is another one. Evan Mathis is another one. Just playing for those guys who just might never, they're at the end of their career, and they might never have that opportunity again.
There's just so many storylines inside the storylines. It's unbelievable. So I literally envision, like, the first Super Bowl, you and your Broncos teammates, you have like the tourist shirts on. There's like the tourists and the gladiators, and the Seahawks were like, yeah, we're going to be the gladiators this week. And the Broncos are like, you know, we're going to be the tourists. We're going to get to the Statue of Liberty, and let's go to, can we go to Ellis Island, and let's go to the 9/11 area, and let's go to Times Square. Wow, isn't that cool? I think most people probably lose sight of the fact that, you know, you're talking about 23, 24-year-old young men who haven't been away from home, like to New York, perhaps, and never seen like those iconic places. And you can get caught up in that. And next thing you know, it's Sunday and you're like, oh my God, I gotta play a game, right? So it's really interesting. I hear you're in school, obviously. DJ's a head coach of a high school team. That's what happens in school. Life goes on.
It's their spirit week, and they're doing a rally. So if we want to listen to the rally for a little bit,
I love it.
She just got off. So now she just got off.
So here's what's really cool, right? You play in 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos. You're a little bit more mature. I don't know how much more mature you are at 23 than 21, but you're mature enough that you guys flip from the tourists to the gladiators. You win that game. You get your ring. I've seen that thing. I've tried it on. It's a beauty. You'll never, ever, no one can ever take those memories away from you. Now, fast forward, you and I were spending a lot of time talking in 2018. You had the craziest, as it relates to football, you had the craziest season I've ever heard of. You start out the 2018 season in Detroit. No, you start out the 2018 season in Carolina, right? I go visit you at training camp in Carolina. Next thing you know, that only lasted what, 6 weeks, 5 weeks?
Yep, 6, 7
Carolina.
weeks.
And then that starts basically the tour of the U.S. You become a tourist and you go tour a bunch of cities. Tell us about that journey and what circuitous route you took to go from starting the season in Carolina and ending up in December signing with the Rams on the way to the Super Bowl.
Happy. I was not happy in Carolina, and it just wasn't football. Like, there was a lot of things going on at that time that personally I wasn't happy about my life. And the one thing that always brings me happiness is football. And when that's not bringing you happiness, then it's like, okay, we need to take a step back and take a step away. So some people don't know, and this is the first time I'm telling this, right? That's why you're my guy. Like, no one knows this but Marty and Ron Rivera. I asked to be released from Carolina. I asked to be traded first. And I could have got traded to the Green Bay Packers, Baltimore Ravens. And when they acquired for me, I remember walking in Marty's office, right? Marty was the GM at the time. And Marty said, man, we're going to give you more carries. We're going to give you more touches. We're going to have you involved in the game plan, etc. We played the Cincinnati Bengals that week, and I go off. I have a touchdown. I go off, get some carries, right? I'm involved in the protections in the pass game of keeping Cam Newton on his feet, etc. So, I'm thinking things going to make a change. I remember telling my agent, you know what, maybe we don't need to trade. Maybe we can find a way to thug this out like we've done everything else in life. And then a couple of weeks later, it just went back to what it was. And obviously I was still going through what I was going through personally. So I asked to be released, and they released me. And then from there, it was all about foundation. Obviously, D&D. It was all about helping these kids and putting these kids and giving these kids resources back in my hometown, in my community, different resources that I never had. And, then I got picked up by the Raiders, which that lasted a week. And I remember John Gruden pulling me in his office and saying, I really don't want to let you go, but because of circumstances, this is happening and this is happening and this is happening, so I got to let you go. So I was like, all right, I understand that. And then I'm literally on my way to Tampa to meet my good friend, CC Sabathia. Right, we're from the same neighborhood, same town. And we're going to collab with his Pitch In Foundation and my D&D. We're going to collab on something huge because he had a big project going on that's finalized in New York now. But we had a big project that we were going to offspring to put back in our hometown. He was going to let me kind of operate it and run it. And then I got the phone call from Les Snead, like, hey, man, we want to put you on the plane. No workout, man. We want to sign you right away and come in and come work. So I landed. I was in Tampa Sunday, right? Fly from Tampa to LA, so Florida to LA, red eye, Sunday night, get there Monday morning, and got the physical and all that stuff done. Playbook right away, and then, the Cardinals game, the Niners game, right? The Cowboy game, the Saints game, and then obviously going into the Super Bowl, those 5 games, 5-game run. It was fun. I learned a lot. Got a lot of respect for Sean McVay. I'm glad that, it doesn't surprise me that he's in the position that he's in. It doesn't surprise me that, he got his team playing well. But that 18 journey was just such a turn of events in a lot of ways. I think I became a more outspoken player, a more outspoken person. I think that's why I had some of the issues that I had with other teams later in my career. Just because I know what winning championship feel like, and that's what I want to do. I want to win championships. I didn't want to be a part of a team that did not want to win championships or did not want to take the right approach to win the championship, if that makes sense. I think every team wants to win, but I think the approach is different. And, I think when you're not in the position of power, you can't overstep the people who are in position of power. But for me, I was like, F that. This is the way, you should think about doing it this way, or we should try to get everybody on this page this way. Just because I've done it before multiple times at a high level with some very high profile top players in the game. So, you get some coaches who listen and some don't. And that's kind of how that 2018 rolled. And when I got to the Rams, it meshed well with me and McVay.
I don't call you outspoken. I call you experienced and insightful. Much better terms. So in that, as we wrap up, in that 18, it really was a month and a half. In that month and a half that you're with the Rams, you come in, your first game, you rush for 167 yards. You guys get in the playoffs, you rush for 120-something yards against the Cowboys. You go down to New Orleans. I was at that game. You win a big NFC championship game in New Orleans on the road against all odds, against those Saints fans. You end up in the Super Bowl in Atlanta. And so the Rams, they face down Tom Brady, and Tom gets another one. We all know how that goes. But take us forward. This is a very different Rams team than the 2018 team. You got different quarterback. You got your old teammate Von Miller on the defense. You got Jalen Ramsey on the defense. You got a totally different team. You got a Cooper Kupp at receiver. You got Odell Beckham is now there. So completely different Rams team. Same coach. Tell us what you see happening this coming Sunday when the Bengals and the Rams go at it.
Good game. I think the thing with the Rams is kind of like our first Super Bowl. I think the guys like Aaron Donald, like Coach Yarb and Coach Comer, obviously Sean McVay, your second time around, You know what to expect. You know what the week is going to look like. You know what's coming. And granted, things are a little different. Because of, the COVID. The virtual part with the COVID. There's like the media day is not crazy like it was when there was no COVID and things like that. But it's going to be a good game. I can't tell you right now like who's going to win. I like both sides though. I like Zach Taylor a lot. I think with Zach, and Zach was also a part of that. Zach was also a part of that Super Bowl team that we was on. He was the quarterback coach. So I think it's going to be a good game. It's going to be very interesting. Obviously, my guy Joe Mixon is on one side. My guy Von Miller's on the other side. So this is probably one Super Bowl that I don't care who wins.
Well, you know what? It was a ton of fun spending time with you, CJ, as always. Ladies and gentlemen, CJ Anderson, he's a 3-time Super Bowl participant at running back. He is one of the greatest guys I know, and he just told you right there, he's non-committal on this Super Bowl. But that's okay, and we appreciate your time. CJ, be good, man.
Joining us now is Eric Wood, the one, the only guy on the planet who I think is probably significantly better looking than I am. It's Eric. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I don't get many intros like that, and definitely you wouldn't have been saying that when I was still playing offensive line. Dropping 65 pounds hopefully has made me more attractive to my wife. It definitely has made me more attractive to John.
Now let's talk about that. How did you lose 65 pounds? Over what period of time? What was your diet? Like, what happened? That's amazing.
Well, my career ended out of nowhere, so it wasn't like I was planning on it. So I weighed 310 pounds at our final weigh-in the Friday before the playoff game in 2017. And so when my career ended and I got that news, I understood that I needed to peel off some pounds. I didn't need to be walking around at 310 pounds. And I had been inspired from some of the Nick Hardwicks, the Jeff Saturdays, and those guys who had lost a bunch of weight and had told me how good they feel. So for me, I was eating so much to keep the weight on that the first maybe 25 pounds came off pretty quick. The next 25 or so were a little bit more work, and it's diet and exercise, John. It's eating real foods. It's a little bit of intermittent fasting. It's not as complicated as everyone makes it seem, but I understand I had so many pounds to lose that makes it a little easier as well.
It does. It's interesting because a lot of people have said, what diet program is the best and whatever. I'm like, it's not that complicated of an equation. It's like, don't eat like a pig, period. Like, pick whatever it is you're eating. Don't live on cotton candy. And move your body to some extent. You don't have to do an Ironman, but move it around. And over time, it works. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's consistency, and it's consistency over time. And where a lot of people slip up, and I have a podcast, What's Next with Eric Wood, and I get into this with so many people. I've had a lot of nutrition experts on there and health and wellness people. And the problem is when you don't see progress, when you don't see significant progress early on, then you quit. Well, likely if you're overweight, you didn't go overweight in a month, and you're not going to get back to your ideal weight in a month. It takes time. And so it's patience and it's consistency over time.
Absolutely. Now, you had an amazing career. You got to play in Buffalo. Before we brag on you, I want to let you know that going into the draft where Josh Allen was quarterback, there was also Sam Darnold, Baker Mayfield, Lamar Jackson, Kyle Allen, Josh
Another
Rosen.
top 10 pick, Josh Rosen,
right? And I am in no way saying that I am, the brilliant football mind that the world must think I am. But I was doing the show with Trent Dilfer, who is a gazillion times smarter than I am. And he and I disagreed on who the pick of the draft was. I said, Josh, if I had to pick one, I'm picking Josh Allen because you can spin the wheel, pick a team, throw him on it, and he's going to make that team better. He doesn't have to be in the right system. He can throw from the pocket. He can run. He can throw short. He can throw deep. He's a great kid. That's what I saw. What do you see?
Yeah, it was interesting because a lot of people saw that. Obviously, the Bills saw that. They took him in the top 10. And then his first years in the league, he is worst in the NFL in completion percentage. And that was everyone's biggest fear with Josh Allen, was that he was not accurate enough, and that he had played at Wyoming. He played at a JUCO before that. He hadn't played against the level of competition that maybe some of the other guys had, maybe the Baker Mayfields, the Sam Darnolds, who played at a much higher level of college football. And so that being said, while the low lights were certainly there with Josh at times when he was last in the NFL in completion percentage, the highlights were so good. The athletic ability, the arm strength, and those splash plays were there. So you always thought, if Josh can eliminate some of these, these really bad decisions that he's making at times, not necessarily a lack of talent, not a lack of accuracy when he's throwing the ball, it's more bad decisions. If you can eliminate those, take some of the bunny throws on the outside, just those easy completions, then this Bills offense can really get rolling. And for the last few years, it has been.
His athleticism for a guy his size I think it's remarkable. That's the thing that I was like, God. I mean, if like you said, assuming the bunnies were sort of the thing that people were worried about, is he going to be able to do that? Like, he can throw the ball a mile. But it's his athleticism. Like, God, in today's NFL, where you're not allowed to hit the quarterback, he's dangerous.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And because he's so dangerous, at times he does not get protected like those big-time quarterbacks do. Now, I think after being runner-up for MVP of the league last year, likely in the conversation, but likely not to win it again this year, he's getting some of that street cred. Now, he's not protected like your Tom Brady's and Aaron Rodgers yet, but they are starting to protect him a little bit more. And when you look at his athleticism, it's actually incredible. And it's something that even coming out of the draft, I didn't see. I would have loved to seen him and the rest of that quarterback class from 2018 in a sports science episode, really breaking down, because, I mean, when you look at Lamar Jackson, I mean, maybe the best athlete on the entire field every time he steps on the field, but comparing him to a Josh Allen, Josh Rosen has kind of fallen by the wayside. Sam Darnold, maybe he gets another shot in Carolina. Baker Mayfield, the jury's still out on him. It seems like those two picks of the class are the athletes that would have come out of that 2018 class.
Yeah, it's crazy, and people forget about Kyle Allen. He actually had a little bit of a run there. I don't know if it's going to come back the way that it did, but I mean, even he was really good. It's a remarkable class. But I want to transition. So let's transition over to the Joe Burrows of it all, right? Like, let's go Joe Burrow. I've not met him, have never worked with him. So I only know what I see. You tell me, what is his magic?
Man, I mean, his confidence jumps off the screen when you watch him play on TV. His interviews are incredible. I mean, what he says we should dislike. When he says, of course this chain is real, I make too much money. Like, that's something that we should hate, but he's got that likable personality. It's that gravitating personality that's got everybody in my hometown of Cincinnati just dying to see him succeed. And you also see it with the way the guys play around him. And that's something you want in a quarterback. And one thing looking at him coming out of college was a lot of what he was doing was just attacking matchups. It was a lot of go routes. It was this Joe Brady offense that was new to the SEC, and they lit the SEC on fire. I mean, they averaged 48 points a game or something, which is unheard of in the SEC. But you were thinking, can he do it at the next level? Well, now when you watch him in 2021, he's doing the same things he was doing at LSU. He's attacking matchups. He's throwing a lot of go routes, a lot of them to a receiver in Jamar Chase that he threw him to in college, but he's accurate. And this is a guy in Joe Burrow. He's got the snot knocked out of him this year. He got sacked 9 times in the Titans game. I
was there, dude. Were you at the Titans game?
I was in Kansas City already to call the Bills game the following day.
So I went to the Titans game, and I'm telling you, the scoreboard, like the LED strip where it says sack, was already burned out by the end of the game. It was like, let me guess, another sack? It was unbelievable. And because of the demoralizing sacks that weren't just like, oh, he lost 2 yards. It's like he just lost 24 yards. Nobody in that stadium was like, well, I bet the Bengals come back and win. And somehow at the end of the game, the stadium's like, what? Like, how did this happen? I think, and you have a better perspective than I do, I think that if we were to sum up how are the Cincinnati Bengals here, I think they are the honey badger. They just don't care. It's not, there is no depression, no getting down, no, oh, that sucks. They're just like, we're going out and we're balling, and we just don't care. Like, we're just going to mash you, period.
Yeah, I think you're right. And when you look at Zach Taylor, he comes from that Sean McVay tree, and they're kind of the same way. I mean, Odell Beckham Jr. goes out there and he described practice like a competitive Pro Bowl. And I understand that part of the reason he said that was because they have so much star power within their offense and defense. I mean, they literally have 9 first-rounders on the offensive side of the ball. And Andrew Whitworth, their starting left tackle, he's a second rounder. He's one of the best players in the entire NFL. And so when you look at what Zach Taylor does when he comes to Cincinnati, no, they do not have that star power, but it's that same that's like young, positive energy that's kind of taking over the NFL. I cover the Bills for a living, and Sean McDermott kind of the same way, a little bit older than those two, but it's positive energy, it's competitiveness, it's a culture deal. And you're seeing this really translate well on the field. When I came to the league in 2009, it was a lot of Bill Belichick's, Parcells, Speranos, those guys that would really dig into you and almost operate by fear, the Tom Coughlin type. You know, a lot of people came from the Parcells, that Coughlin tree. Well, now you're seeing a lot of people come from the Shanahan tree, and this is more positivity. It's built on culture. I mean, I used to hear stories about Mike Shanahan in training. At the end of training camp, you'd go to a party at his house, and it was a theme party. And one year it was like a hillbilly bash or something. You got out of the car and they handed you a 40. You know, it's like they're having fun and they're making football fun. And now you got 2 teams in the Super Bowl that really enjoy playing the game.
Yeah, totally. It's interesting. I was talking to Ray Lewis about what his thoughts were on the game. And, you know, when I'm like saying, you know, obviously when I say the Bengals they don't care, I mean, you know what I mean by that. And he said, honestly, the 2000 Ravens considered the greatest defense of all time. He's like, week 1, we were picked by no one to win our division, much less, roll in the Super Bowl. And he said that idea of we're just going to go out and mash, that's what they did. And you think about it, and you had you had Ray, who was the center of, chin up, let's go, we're still going, forget that last play. On this Bengals team, it seems like they may not have the one Ray Lewis, but they have a lot of guys who have grew up watching Ray Lewis and that idea. It's a fascinating matchup that I'm taking the Bengals just because they seem to be the team that won't quit because I'm not even sure if they know they're down.
I know, and that's a dangerous team to play against because this is the team coming into the season that was projected to win 5 games. And so they've obviously overachieved. So they get to go out there, they get to play loose. The Rams are in their home stadium. There's a lot of pressure on the Rams. There's a lot of pressure on Matt Stafford, all that star power. And how long can they keep this thing going in LA by trading away their first-round pick every single year? They don't have a first-round draft pick till 2024? And that's if they hold on to that one. So how long can you manipulate this salary cap to really keep this all-star team, this Pro Bowl team together? So it seems like all the pressure's on the Rams. I still like the Rams. To me, there's just a lot of guys in that locker room that have played at a high level. You got your Von Millers, who's won a Super Bowl. You have Andrew Whitworth, who's 40 years old, leading the guy. He's kind of the culture guy out there. Cooper Kupp has set the league on fire. To me, they're the team to beat in this matchup. It's amazing how little attention an Aaron Donald gets to. Maybe the best defensive player in all of football is playing on that Rams team, which he could truly wreck this game when you look at this Cincinnati offensive line. So I'm going to roll with the Rams because it's a safer play. I'm originally from Cincinnati, so I grew up a diehard Bengals fan. I mean, I had some buddies over for the AFC Championship game, and I pulled out a Carson Palmer jersey, a Takeo Spikes jersey, and somewhere in my house or my mom's, I have a Peter Warwick and a Justin Smith jersey. So it's like I grew up with that. I'm rooting for them. It's great for the city, but I got to bet the Rams if I was going to.
Well, I'm going to just tell you that the advantage to picking the Bengals is that should the Bengals win, everyone looks like a genius. If they lose, then everyone's like, well, they weren't going to really win. I mean, come on.
Yeah, we were just having fun.
Yeah, we were just having fun. We were just being, sort of contrarian, whatever. So I'm going with the Bengals. You're going with the Rams. Give me a final score.
Final score, give me 28-17 Rams, which would be a cover.
That you think they cut? What's the over/under? I asked this earlier. Do we know?
I'm not sure.
I thought it was low. I thought it was like 43.
Super Bowls come with so much emotion around them. Generally, those favor the defense. I think people are looking at this Cincinnati offensive line and saying, hey, they may be able to attack some matchups on the outside. Jalen Ramsey could only cover one of those weapons on the outside, so maybe they could take advantage of some of those. But this defensive front for the Rams, I mean, with Floyd, Von Miller, and Aaron Donald, that is a tough matchup for that Cincinnati offensive line.
I had both Aaron Donald and Von Miller in for Sports Science, and I will tell you, when it is all said and done, Aaron Donald could be considered the best at his position ever when it's all said and done, because the guy is I don't know what he lists himself on the roster, but he's not that much taller than I am, but he's literally he's like a mobile tree. It's like you can't get under him. Low man always wins. He's incredibly athletic, incredibly strong, unbelievably intelligent, persistent. Like go on down the line where you're just like, yeah, I mean, he's amazing.
Yeah, and his work ethic on the field also separates him. He comes at you every single play. We played against them multiple times. I played against Aaron Donald a couple times. And I will tell you, if we didn't think they were blitzing, no matter what, we slid the line to him. And he still would make plays. He would understand that the center was sliding to the guard, so he would make sure to attack the guard's outside shoulder. So me as the center, I couldn't even be there to help the guard. So he knew which way to even attack just based upon the way you were setting. He's smart. Richie Incognito, they did a joint practice with the Raiders and the Rams last year, and it wasn't televised. And I texted Richie and I said, how'd you do against Aaron Donald? He said the first one-on-one, he knew that I was going to kind of attack him with a jump set. So Aaron Donald literally leapfrogged out of his stance, grabbed the back of Richie's shoulder pads, pulled him forward, and just ran right past him. He goes, Richie's 38 years old. He goes, I have never seen that. I didn't even, and that's something you could do in a one-on-one pass rush drill, because if you do it in a game and someone plants you, you look like a fool. But he's like, dude, I've never even seen him do that type of stuff. And then the other guy we were mentioning, Von Miller, Peyton Manning was asked recently who was the best athlete he ever played with, and he said Von Miller from that Broncos Super Bowl team.
Yeah, it's crazy. When we had Aaron Donald on, we would have sort of like the best D lineman throwing me, because, what better way to tell if you're going to make it in the NFL than to see how far you could throw John Brinkus? It's it's standard set around the world. Right. But we had the first person to throw me was Ndamukong Suh. And then we went down the line. We had some unbelievable players. And Aaron Donald has the record for throwing me the farthest, because he really didn't have to get down very low. Suh's this gigantic guy, and Aaron Donald went, and when you say low man wins, it's low man, the low point that's agile wins. He's unbelievable to me, and he will go down as one of the best of all time. Eric, listen, I cannot thank you enough for joining us. We have got to wrap more, because I feel like we can just talk forever. I don't know if people are finding it interesting, but I am.
No doubt about it. Anytime, John. I'll always love catching up with you, so anytime, reach out, brother.
Awesome, man. God bless you.
Yep, likewise.
Brinks TV, the intergalactic home of winning.
Man, we are having fun. We are having the 2022 Big Game Weekend. This is huge. All weekend long, you're going to have a chance to win cash, to win prizes, and to be entered into drawings that are going to happen during the big game. We got the Rams against the Bengals. All you have to do is go to Brinks.tv or download the Brinks TV app and get on the leaderboard. If you're on the leaderboard, you're automatically entered to win cash and prizes. Prizes from incredible sponsors like Kill Cliff, the clean energy drink. We have Joe Rogan's drink, the Flaming Joe. We've got Israel Adesanya's drink, To Kill a Kiwi. We also have prizes from Brutus Bone Broth, the greatest dog food in the world. Human grade, organic dog food. I treat my dog Zeppelin to Brutus Bone Broth. You can too. Watch Brinks.tv, the ultimate second screen experience. We also have Punched Energy Caffeine Gummies and the ultimate protein bar, Battle Bars. The peanut butter Battle Bar is unbelievable. It's truly my favorite. It's also my guilt-free late night snack. You know, when you're going to bed and you're feeling kind of hungry, I want to eat something, but I don't want to have all that sugar and junk keeping me up. Battle Bars is a total clean snack. I've lost 32 pounds in 3 months. I'm not attributing it all to Battle Bars, but 90% of it, because it's my ultimate guilt-free late night snack. All right, here we go. We're going to bring on our next guest. We have Tracy Sandler, who is founder and CEO of Fangirls Sports Network and also host of the Tracy Sandler Show on the Believe Podcast Network. Look at her. Look at Tracy Sandler. Tracy, thank you so much for joining us on Brinks.tv. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you doing?
Well, I mean, look at me. How do you think I'm doing? I mean,
fantastic, clearly.
Exactly. That's my point. I'm doing fantastic. All right, so you're out in LA. I want to know, what's the buzz like out there? Is the city really just shaking, not by earthquake, but by energy? Does it feel like something's happening?
Yeah, you got to be careful with that because it is LA, but it does feel like something is happening, especially as the week has gone on. It's like Super Bowl weeks are so funny because for those of us in the media that have to get here early, it kind of starts a little slower, and then it just builds and builds and builds and builds. And we are definitely in the buzzy part of the week. It's very exciting. It's beautiful out. I mean, it is February and it's like 80 degrees. So the weather very much cooperated with Super Bowl week, but yeah, it's going to be fun.
Look, I'm down in Georgia in Atlanta, and it's like almost 70. I don't want you guys to be too snobby out there. I lived in LA for 15 years. I know the weather's great. The weather's good here too, but God wants the Super Bowl to be played in 80-degree weather. That's very clear. Yes. I want to hear from you, Tracy. First of all, the Fangirl Sports Network, how did that come about? What was the niche you were filling in the market?
So I've been a sports fan my entire life, always loved sports. And I just did not feel like there was content that was speaking directly to women, that really allowed women to be whatever kind of fan they wanted to be. So obviously analysis is analysis, game breakdowns are game breakdowns, but we do a lot of things going off the field. We highlight what athletes are doing in the community. We do 5 fun facts. We do the Friday 5. We have 2 podcasts. You mentioned the Tracy Sandler Show. I also have a podcast called Get My Job, which highlights women in the industry and the wonderful things they're doing, gives advice, encouragement to other women. So that's been really great. So we really just wanted to empower women as fans, empower women in the industry, and it's been a lot of fun.
Now, what's the difference? I'm going to answer this question for you, but what's the difference between a fanboy and a fangirl? My answer is that the fangirls are more educated. The fanboys are just a little more like
I would say that's
surface.
Probably true. I think that's very true. Yeah, I think so. Someone said to me a couple years ago, and this I considered like such a compliment. They said that we took the word fangirl that potentially could have had a negative connotation and turned it into something really positive. A very knowledgeable, passionate fan who knows her stuff, and you're right, is educated.
It's a little bit, listen, fangirls have a little bit more of a chip on their shoulder because they've got to be tired of people going, wait, how do you know so much? So not only do you know a lot, you know a whole lot. And that's what ends up happening. And I think that it's incredible what you ended up starting. Now, I want to hear from your fangirl perspective. What do you got going on in this game? What is your sort of vision of what you think is going to happen?
So I have a new thing these days where I used to have a very strict rule that I never bet against Tom Brady. Tom Brady is retired. So now I never bet against Joe Burrow. And that is my thing. I mean, the reality is conventional wisdom, analysis, breakdowns, all of these things say that the Rams should win the game. But if you are in a close game, and I actually think it will be, I don't count Joe Burrow out because I think he just has that ability to come in and give the Bengals a win, even if they shouldn't really get it. Now, if they get down by a lot, I don't see another epic comeback like they had against the Chiefs. I mean, they're going to have to stay in this game. The offensive line is going to have to give Burrow just at least a modicum of time to throw the football against a very difficult Rams defensive front. But again, the Rams really should win this game. I'm picking the Bengals because of Burrow.
Now listen, the smart money is on the Rams. That's what everybody says. But who said I was smart? I mean, I'm like, look, I'm putting my money on the Bengals. And here's the number one reason: they just don't care. They should be called the Cincinnati Honey Badgers. They're just like, Joe Burrow got sacked 9 times. I was at the Titans game, and they never, and it wasn't little sacks. I mean, these were like sacks with an exclamation point. And at the end of the game, I mean, we're in the stadium with, all these Titan fans. And at the end of the game, I'm telling you, everyone was in denial. They were just like, wait a minute, did we lose that game? How did this happen? So I feel like the Bengals don't care. They don't even look at the scoreboard, and they just end up winning somehow.
Well, there's something to be said for the no pressure. I mean, you have a Rams team. This team was put together to win the Super Bowl this year in LA at SoFi. For the Bengals, no one expected them to be here. And for them, it's like, we're just having a great time playing football, and our quarterback is cool as a cucumber. And we have this tremendously incredible wide receiver, and we have like a kicker from the gods, and we're just going to try to win the football game. And that's what I'm thinking. That's why I'm going with the Bengals, because also why not? If they lose, well, they lost. If they win, I'm a genius. So I'm going with it.
I like that attitude, and that's what I've been saying. There's no downside to picking the Bengals. There's literally no downside.
I'm like the Bengals of pundits.
Yeah.
That's what I'm the Bengals of pundits. Like, why not? Let's just go with it. That is going to be my new thing.
Everybody will forget if you picked them. They weren't supposed to win anyway.
Totally.
What's interesting is I've heard this analysis that the Rams have the number 1 defensive line, and the Bengals have the 31st ranked offensive line, to which I respond, don't you think the Bengals know that?
Yes, I think they're well aware of that. I think they're very well aware. So Joe Burrow's going to have to get that ball out quickly. Like I said, they got to give him a modicum of time to throw, and that's probably what he's going to get, like a modicum of time to throw. But he's pretty fast. He can get that ball out quickly, and I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I'm still running with it.
Well, Tracy, I want to know what's coming up on the Tracy Sandler Show and your other podcasts as well. What are some highlights that our viewers can look forward to?
Well, today we just had a great episode drop where I talk with Jordan Rodriguez from The Athletic all about the Rams. And then we get a special appearance by everybody's favorite wide back, 49ers Deebo Samuel. He comes on for some quick hits with Deebo Samuel. And now we've been doing obviously so much football, and we will be moving very much into baseball season, hopefully. We're hoping that we can move into baseball season. If not, we'll just talk about how much I wish we were moving into baseball season. But it's been a lot of fun. We do sports, we do lifestyle. So we try to combine all these different aspects of the game that people love. So we'll continue with more of that. And then Get My Job comes back in March, and we have a great lineup of guests. So I'm really excited about that. But yeah, the Tracy Sandler Show, it's been a lot of fun. And as people are listening, if there's things you love, if there's things you don't love, I want all the feedback because I'm having fun with it, and I want to make sure everybody else is too.
That's right. Now, Tracy, before I let you go, I need you to pick a score for this game. You got to stick to it and tell me why.
First of all, I'm so bad at score predictions, so I'm going to start with that. But I'm going to tell you my score is going to be 27-24 Bengals. Because Joe Burrow is going to escape pressure, throw a pass to Jamar Chase to set up a field goal. Evan McPherson is going to come out there, kick the game winner, and there will be orange confetti everywhere you look.
Oh, my God, I love it.
Welcome,
we are recording that.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you know what we're going to do is, now what I want you to do is tell me all the other alternate endings just now, and then we'll play it back. We'll say, God, she was a prophet. So we only need you for another 12 hours to go over every permutation.
I do kind of think, though, this game's either going to be really close or it's going to be a blowout. And I don't think it'll be like anything in between. Those are my feelings.
Yeah, I mean, we went through a stretch there in the NFL where there were just nothing but blowouts. And then there were some great games. And then last year was, it wasn't down to the wire. It was an all right game. Hopefully this year, God is like, look, we're going to keep a little bit of suspense, and then the Bengals are going to win, and we're going to call them the Honey Badgers. Game over. Brinkus and Tracy Sandler are geniuses.
100%. I mean, it is Hollywood. So I think you want an exciting ending. So lights, camera, action. Let's do this, NFL.
Awesome. All right, well, listen, Tracy Sandler, thank you so much. Everybody, please support Tracy. Find her podcast. She's got more shows than anybody else in show business. Please support her. Follow her on social media. Tracy, thank you so much. And everyone, we have a ton coming up. We were able to catch up with Brandon Lang, and I think we're queuing up that segment. Let's go to Brandon.
The 2022 Big Game Weekend on Brinks.tv is brought to you by Brutus Bone Broth, made with love for dogs. Killcliff Clean Energy Drinks. Battle Bars, fuel your fight. And Punched Energy, packs a punched. Brinks.tv is partnered with Brutus Bone Broth to create our own MVP. That's Most Valuable Pup. Use the hashtag 2022MVPup to post pictures of your game day ready pup. Now, it can also be your full-grown dog, but we had to pick a word, so we chose pup. We'll show the pics during the live broadcast and have our audience vote. Winners will receive great Brutus Broth products, and our voters have a chance to win the same great prizes live on the air. Not to mention, we're giving away over $10,000 cash. Go to Brinks.tv to participate and join us on Sunday starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
Battle Bars come in 7 delicious flavors. Mother of all bars, chocolate. K-Bar, peanut butter. Red, strawberry. PRT, birthday cake. Blue Falcon, blueberry. Fubar. Who ate all the cookies and cream? And last but certainly not least, FBR, s'mores.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Ever since I've been doing these commercials for Killcliff, my Tinder account has been blowing up, dog. Ooh, who's this horny young fella sliding into Brandy's DMs? Mr. Castle Master, how about that? Killcliff Octane CBD, the killer Cliffsicle. All the benefits of caffeine smooth over with CBD. Own it.
All right, people, listen up. Got to share my latest discovery. 100% all natural caffeine gummies. Punched Energy is a new and fast way to power up. Now, these gummies are made with real fruit and are infused with green coffee bean caffeine. That means it's all natural. Plus, they come in perfect pocket-sized travel packs. Now, you'll never have to worry about spilling your coffee or having coffee breath ever again. Just grab a pack of gummies and get punched. Find out more at punchedenergy.com. Brandon,
Thank you so much for joining us. You're live on Radio Row right now?
Yeah, a little mellow. It's a little early. It's 9:20 Pacific time, so people are kind of rolling in, a little groggy, kind of just getting set up. And then about noon, it kind of kicks hard, and then you just got the hustle and bustle, and NFL players will be in with their handlers, and then they're popping around, boom, 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 boom. So it's about noon is when it kicks off.
About noon, you feel it all kicks in. What is your what's the vibe in LA overall? I mean, is the city on electric, or is it still a little early?
It's electric. It's there are some people that are rolling around here with masks on, other people rolling around with not masks on. It's like it's not really being enforced. It's pretty liberal, if you will. And I was at Mastro's Steakhouse in Beverly Hills on Tuesday night, and it was just packed to the gills. So it's got a buzz to it. I mean, everyone's wearing masks. Some people aren't wearing masks, but this town's hopping. I mean, it really is. Radio Row is. Everyone thought was going to be kind of a ghost town. Couldn't be further from the truth. It's happening. I mean, there's a lot of people here.
Wow, that is awesome. Now, Brandon, in terms of this game, you have a really unique perspective when people say, who do you think's going to win? I mean, you do this for a living. I want to hear sort of the inside science of this specific game.
Well, I've been doing this 31 years. My Super Bowl record is 25-4. There have been 2 Super Bowls that fell right on the point spread. It was New England and Green Bay. The point spread was 14. The game was 35-21. And everybody remembers the Tennessee Titans and the St. Louis Rams. That point spread was 7. The last play of the game, Dyson comes up short 23-16. So those were the 2 pushes. Other than that, 25-4. And people ask me, why are you successful with this game? First of all, if you take the hype away from the Super Bowl, it's just another game on Sunday. That's it. It's another game on Sunday. So
right.
Take the hype away and then start to dissect. And the way I handicap the game is I start at the line of scrimmage. Sometimes you look at a Super Bowl and go, oh, line of scrimmage is pretty easy. Defensive line versus O-line, both sides pretty even. So then you go to the quarterbacks. Then you go to coaching. Then you go to how the teams are playing. You look at injuries. For me, this game reminds me a lot of last year's game. In last year's game, Tampa Bay's defensive line completely overwhelmed the Chiefs' offensive line. And Mahomes had no time to throw. He ran for his life. He didn't matter if he had 5 Tyreek Hills at receiver. If you don't have time to throw, Joe Montana in his best day, Steve Young in his best day, Troy Aikman in his best day, Tom Brady in his best day. You don't have time to throw. You cannot win football games in the NFL. And this matchup here between those two. So let's say if Denver's defense, when they beat Carolina, Von Miller was the MVP on defense. They destroyed Cam Newton all game long. You look at last year, Tampa Bay destroyed Patrick Mahomes all game long. If those 2 defensive lines on a scale of 1 to 10 were a 7, the Rams are a 12. They're the number 1 team in the NFL at getting pressure on the quarterback at 2.8 seconds. That means as soon as the ball is snapped, someone's going to make contact with Joe Burrow within 3 seconds. You have the 31st ranked offensive line in the NFL, the 2nd worst offensive line in the NFL against the best D-line in football. It's last year's game on steroids. And the key to the Super Bowl, there's been 55 Super Bowls. The straight-up winner is 44-11 against the spread. So that tells you only 11 times in Super Bowl history has the point spread matter. So there's a very good chance that the team that wins this game is the team that's going to cover the spread.
Wow, I wish you had an opinion that you could back up. like you're not just like throwing it out there. You're just like backing it up 6 Sunday. So you're saying the Rams, period. The Bengals have no shot, essentially.
The only way the Bengals have a shot in this game is if Matthew Stafford does what Ryan Tannehill did. You see, the Cincinnati Bengals didn't beat the Tennessee Titans.
Right.
Ryan Tannehill lost to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh God, that sounds so harsh.
He was so bad that he single-handedly cost them the victory. Then they play the Chiefs. The Chiefs are up 21-10, first and goal at the 1 yard line, 9 seconds to go. The complete debacle in the last 9 seconds between Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, Patrick Mahomes, not even getting a field goal. The momentum from that lingered into the third quarter, and the Chiefs lost the game. I give Cincinnati credit. They made the plays, but they got a gifted interception by Mahomes on a screen pass. They just imploded in the second half. I always say this. You get blowouts in the Super Bowl because a team that gets there shouldn't be there. The team that should be in the Super Bowl right now from the AFC is the Buffalo Bills. No doubt about it. The Buffalo Bills. Cincinnati would have went to Buffalo. They would have got blown out. I never thought the Chiefs were a great football team all year long. That winning streak that they went on in the middle of the year was against all losing teams. So I didn't, everyone's saying, well, Cincinnati beat Kansas City. Listen, the Tennessee Titans lost to the New York Jets. They lost to the Houston Texans at home. So this Rams team, they're a beast. And if Matthew Stafford plays a clean game, no turnovers, the Cincinnati Bengals cannot win this game.
Wow. That is like a mic drop definitive. So I'm just going to put this out here, and this is completely, as you know, I'm a man of science. I love numbers. I love stacking it up. There is this bizarre principle that has never been proven. Not prove momentum. There actually in physics is a literal principle of momentum, but we will not prove momentum in terms of streaks. Rolling 7 sevens in a row at a craps table should be statistically impossible, but it's not because there's an equal chance of a number every single time. So here's my feeling. And you tell me where I'm right or wrong. I don't know how the Cincinnati Bengals made it this far. They literally is God loves the Bengals. And that's probably the only reason. If you look at the NCAA tournament, when I went to UVA. Remember, UVA was the number 1 seed. They get ousted by the University of Maryland at Baltimore, UMBC. They end up doing something that no other team has ever done. Then they come back as the number 1 seed the next year, go on this run, and they should have lost 4 of their games. They should have lost, including the championship, but somehow it goes in. I'm saying, listen, the Bengals shouldn't be here, and God is winking at us all, making us do the math, and there's some mysterious momentum force that's going to shock us all. That's what's going to happen Sunday.
That force is going to lead you right to the poorhouse. You look at the Rams in the playoffs.
Right.
They absolutely destroyed the Arizona Cardinals. They go down to Tampa against Tom Brady, and they're about to go up by 3 touchdowns and Akers fumbles at the 2 yard line. Or there's no Brady comeback. And then in the Niner game, they faced a Niners team that had beat them 6 in a row. A divisional opponent that just has your number. You don't accidentally in the NFL beat somebody 6 in a row. You beat them because you match up well against them. Your scheme fits what you want to do. And yet they figured out a way to finally get over the hump of the Niners. And now they roll into the Super Bowl here. I personally feel that this game is going to be much like that Arizona game, where they just overwhelmed Kyler Murray, a mobile quarterback who can run like a deer, and they didn't even let him out of the pocket. Wow. And it's going to be a situation where I get it. Everybody loves Joe. Say it ain't so, Joe. Joe for president. Joe for governor. Joe, we love you, Joe. Joe. That's all we hear. I get it. It's a great story. But on paper, when you handicap the Super Bowl, take the hype away. It's Team A versus Team B. Who's got the talent? Who does it better? What's the strength of Team A going against the weakness of Team B? You throw everything else out the window. Does not matter. The strength of the Rams is their pass rush. The weakness of the Bengals is their offensive line. And from that's where every play starts, the trenches. And in the trenches, good luck doubling Aaron Donald. You got Von Miller and Lloyd on the outside coming like they just got out of jail, and there's a bag full of money in the backfield. They're coming. They're flat out coming.
Brandon, when you have friendly discussions or arguments with people about football and who's going to win, et cetera, and when people go, you always think you're right, do you say to them, no, I don't always think I'm right. I think I'm like 99% right.
With this game, I just look at him and say I'm 25-4. I've lost 4. This could be number 5. Who knows? But I feel when I handicap the game and break down the game, and I always say this, every game you handicap, there's a right side to a game and a wrong side to a game. And my job is to get you on the right side of the game. And there's 3 things you can't handicap. You can't handicap penalties. You can't handicap turnovers. You can't handicap coaching stupidity. Well, Brandon, what do you mean by coaching stupidity? Well, with 13 seconds to go against the Kansas City Chiefs, you don't squib kick to take 4 seconds off the clock. The next thing you do wrong is you give a 20-yard cushion to all the entire receiving corps of the Chiefs and let them run up 20 yards to get to the 44-yard line. Why didn't you just line up across the board, every receiver that the Chiefs had, grab them and hold them and drag them to the ground? Mahomes throws the ball away. There's 7 seconds to go. 5 holding penalties results in 1 5-yard penalty. Now it's first and 10 at the 30-yard line, 7 seconds to go. Snap of the ball, hold them, drag them to the ground again. That's it. I mean, just keep doing it. Same thing as fouling a 3-point shooter at the end of a game, not allowing to get off a 3. It's the same thing. That, what the Buffalo Bills did at the end of the Kansas City Chiefs game, was coaching stupidity at the highest level that I've ever seen in over 30 years of doing this for a living. Can't handicap coaches being stupid. Can't handicap penalties and can't handicap turnovers. But if the game is played clean, I'm telling you right now, the game is played clean, you got a better chance of seeing God show up at your studio right now with Jenna Jameson in her prime with Michael Jordan and a kilo of Coke, because the Eagles have no chance of winning the game.
That's got to be the quote of all quotes. I gotta go back and just put that on the wall.
Put it on the wall. You
Courtney, make sure we make a graphic that says exactly that, because it might happen. That just might happen. I'm keeping hope alive that God is showing up at the studio.
Okay, keep the hope alive that all the Bengals fans are hoping that that's what happens. But at the end of the day, if the Bengals have no turnovers and the Rams have no turnovers, the Bengals cannot win this game. Sorry.
All right. Well, I'm going to say this. I believe that you believe you're correct. And I bet, if I had to bet between my divine intervention and your incredibly experienced statistical analysis, I'm sure you're right. But I'm going to keep hope alive, because no one's going to care if the Rams win, because I'm going to say, I told you we had Brandon on. He said it was going to happen.
Well, listen, Andy Dufresne crawled through a mile of poop to get his freedom. Hope's a good thing, the best of things. Keep hope alive.
I love it. All right, Brandon, you are amazing. Thank you so much for joining us, and have fun in LA.
Thanks, man. My pleasure.
All right, we have Lofa Tatupu with us. Lofa, great to see you live from Seattle, the great Seattle Seahawk. Tell us a little bit about what Super Bowl week means in your mind. You're a guy who's won a national championship at USC. You played in the league for a bunch of years. You coached in the league. What does Super Bowl week mean to these players?
Oh, man, it's everything. This is what you've been working for your entire life, in my case. I mean, since I was a kid, second generation NFL, I wanted to do what Dad did. And my dad was fortunate enough to play in a Super Bowl with the Patriots. We unfortunately both had the same outcome. We both lost. He lost Super Bowl 20. I lost Super Bowl 40. But the preparation, man, it's you're with the guys. You fly into the city. Ours is in Detroit. And I think there's such a massive buildup, and it's tough to really try to quiet the noise and just go play a game, because at the end of the day, that's all it is. But that's what you have to do. So I know these guys are going through a lot with the media day and the frenzy down there, but I know they can't wait to just get to Sunday and let it loose.
It's fascinating. You talk about the distractions and it's just another game, but earlier we talked with C.J. Anderson, the running back, who actually faced the Seahawks in New York City in that really cold, snowy Super Bowl. And it was really interesting insight that he had, probably along the lines of what you're saying. and that is that the Broncos went into that game, and he said they felt like tourists. They got enamored by the Statue of Liberty and the 9/11 and Times Square and all the big iconic places in New York City. And then by game time, he said he felt a little lost. What kind of what did you use mentally to block those things out for really big games, having played again in 2 national championships and in a Super Bowl?
Yeah, I give a lot of credit to my college coach, all of them actually, but Pete Carroll in particular. That the biggest thing he said was everything is a championship, experience. Whether it's practice, it's a championship opportunity. Whether it's a game, I don't care if it's preseason, it's another chance to display your talents, and it's a championship opportunity. So with that being the message, every game was the same. It was just the next game. And so I didn't really feel overwhelmed playing in the Super Bowl. I felt right at home, actually. Even in that, as a rookie playing in the Super Bowl, I know a lot of people would think that, their nerves and everything. It just felt like work to me. This is what I've become accustomed to. And I had full belief that we were going to come out of there with the win. But yeah, so I think that mindset, it quiets the noise, and you can actually just enjoy the interviews and enjoy the moment, because man, you hope you go back to more than one Super Bowl, but it's not the case for many guys at all. And so I did enjoy the journey, but I didn't think we were overwhelmed. It was we didn't come away with the win.
Even though you didn't come away with the win, being in championship games galvanizes a city, right? Here in Atlanta, just in this last year, we had the Braves win the World Series. We had the University of Georgia win the national championship on the gridiron. What did that do to Seattle at that time? How did it galvanize the city, and what was the juice going around the city during, Super Bowl week?
It was electric, man. It was really the 2005 year when we went to that championship run. The 12s, as they're known as, the fan base, they really came to life. They even, they went out and they won that Giants game for us. I'm not afraid to admit it. We had 10 false starts in our favor, and but it was just a new day. They'd been so used to just barely missing out on playoffs and some losing seasons, that when Mike Homer got there and we got the draft classes that we needed and the free agents that we needed, we put it together and we made a great run. And I think out of the 6 years, we had 4 division titles. And so the standard got lifted and to a whole new stratosphere. And then Pete came in, and then even he raised that standard up another notch.
So was that team that you were part of that went to Super Bowl 40, was that really the beginning of what we now know as an incredible Seahawks tradition, where it was multiple Super Bowls and what Pete was able to do, and then really the 12th man, everybody knows about that, and a stadium that is known, even though it's outside, for incredible noise and false starts. Was that really the start of it?
Yeah, I'd like to think so, being part of that. but I was here for, Pete's first year. It was my last year. And so we started to get the pieces of the Legion of Boom. Earl and Cam, they were rookies my last year in that 2010 season. And then the next year, Browner and Sherm would come. And then KJ Wright, Malcolm Smith, Chris Clemens, all these, just the greatest defense, in my opinion, that ever played, because, there was long standing, them being number one in the rankings. It was for several years. It wasn't just 1 year. And so it's incredible to see what happened. But I would like to think we were the OGs, or the veterans of that time.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to put a team like that together. I don't know who the GM was back at that point, but putting a team together that has that kind of player profile on defense is really hard to do. You look around the league today, and I can't think of a team top to bottom that has the quality of defensive players all around with the salary cap and all these things today, it's very hard to do. But shifting gears, tell us a little bit about your Believe in the Seahawks podcast that's on Brinks TV. Catch us up on what you've been doing with that and how can people find it?
Yeah, we're on Twitter, Instagram, all the social media handles. You can stream it anywhere you get your podcasts. Me, Brett Davern, and Katie LeClaire, we started about 2 years ago. Been just blessed by Briggs TV and producer Courtney and everybody to bring us on and show us some more love. And we've done everything from charity events. So during the season is primarily when we run 2 times a week. And we'll get out there and we'll have watch parties, which I hope that comes back again next year because we raise a lot of money for charities. Special Olympics, and there was 2 others that we donated to too, while giving away prizes and everything. But we talk everything Seahawks, and as Courtney knows, a bunch of other topics that I don't know if I can get into here, but it's we have fun with it, man. We just talk Hawks because Brett grew up in Seattle. He loves the Seahawks, and I will forever have love and respect for this city.
And tell us about your CBD business. Give us an idea of when you started that and what you're doing with it. Zone In.
Yeah, Zone In CBD. Appreciate it, man. Thank you for the shout out. You can find out more about us at zoneincbd.com. But, man, when I left the game, battered, man, they were carrying me off the field in my last game, really, my last home game at Quest. I got a Warriors exit. They dragged me off the field. And I can laugh now because after, 10 surgeries, 15 plus concussions, the hemp plant has really put me back together. And so much so, such a lifestyle change. And it wasn't one that I went out and sought, okay, I'm going to change my diet. It just naturally happened because it's such a good plant for your mind and body. And there's so many beneficial elements of it, whether it's a neuroprotectant for your mind or anti-inflammation. And then also gut health and immune. So, zoneincbd.com is where you can find us. We're going into our 3rd year of business, and we've changed a lot of lives for the better.
Man, you just covered about everything in terms of physical and the mind. I need it all. I need gut health. I need mind health. I'm an old place kicker. My back is killing me. So what's the best sort of for a starter, right? Somebody that's coming in and going to start using CBD. How do they get started, and what's in your mind the right approach?
Yeah, there's a lot of people that have had a lot of success. Of course, anecdotally, right? We can't really point to the science yet, but with just my own life turnaround and becoming the best version of myself, mind, body, and soul. I made sure we source responsibly. We have some farms from Colorado and Kentucky, and everything goes through COAs, with a certificate of analysis, to make sure that you only have what's supposed to be in there, in the bottle and on the label. And so a lot of people, I think they're starting to come to light and do that and do right by the client base. And really, we call them family members because that's what we believe in here at Zone In. And but dosage, it's generally recommended. It's all over the place if you talk to people, but generally, I've been doing this for 5 years now. And I would say anywhere from, 5 to 7 milligrams per 10 pounds body weight is how you can kind of figure out what you should be at. And the only thing that's going to happen if you take too much of it, there's no such thing as overdose. So don't, you're just going to get a better rest if you take too much CBD. But again, like I said, there's just so many things that it's tied to in terms of the cell receptors in our mind and body that it's just put me back to peace and, put it at homeostasis, which is even why we call the product Balance. That's our core product. But I'll send you a whole box of stuff, and Courtney, and you guys can check it out for yourself. It's really amazing what this supplement's done for me.
Well, this discussion's been worth its weight in gold then. I love it. So as we shift gears and kind of try to wrap up, tell us about what you've been thinking around the Bengals-Rams matchup. What do you see? How's this thing shake out? And are we going to see a game that will be as good as most of these NFL playoffs, which have been as good as it gets?
I'm guessing it'll start slow. It seems like almost every Super Bowl does, right? Just like everyone's scared to make that first mistake, really more so than going at it and attacking it like you've always done with your first 15 scripted plays. So I'm really anxious to see how that happens. But you got phenomenal firepower on both sides from the receiving core, right? Cooper Kupp, he run the Triple Crown, Beckham right next to him. Other side, you got 3 number ones in Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, and Tyler Boyd. So the matchup I'm going to be looking at is, can the Bengals O-line keep Joe Burrow upright and in the game? Because they gave up 9 sacks against Tennessee, and now you're going to face the likes of Von Miller and Aaron Donald, and so that's no easy task. So my X factor for this game, or my zone-in player, as we always said it, is going to be, I have Joe Mixon being the X factor. I think he gets somewhere from 20 to 25 touches, whether it's carries or catches, and I think he can really, help out, especially with this pass rush, and really slow it down. So Joe Burrow can start analyzing the field with a little more time.
Well, that's a big move from Lofa and his zone-in player of the game being Joe Mixon. I love it. I think everybody's looking to Burrow and Chase and some of these flashy guys. Mixon may be the guy. It's really cool. So, Lofa, thanks a ton for your time. Thank you for talking about zone-in. I'm pretty pumped. I need better gut health. I need to sleep better, and I appreciate you. Have a great Super Bowl week.
Thanks, my man. Shout out to Brinks TV, Courtney and Herbert and everybody over there. I appreciate you guys so much.
Peace.
Brinks TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my. Play, win, repeat. Oh, my.
All right, joining us now, the Davis twins. We have Khalil and Carlos Davis. Guys, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome. Thanks for having us.
All right, so first of all, I've got a question for Carlos. Talk to me about your season and your journey this year.
This year it was a long year, man. I told you I got hurt, but there was still some positive. I had a great camp, probably one of my best camps I've had out of these past 2 years, and I built myself up, and I was a starting guy. Well, yeah, coming off the bench, like first guy, but in the rotation, and so that was my goal. And I got there, I got hurt, battled that, and then I worked my way back. I came back from it and finished the season playing. We made it to the first round of the playoffs, and
right.
So that was a plus. So and then it was over.
And Khalil, tell me, your season was very different.
It was a roller coaster.
Talk in the microphone.
It was a roller coaster. I made the team, and I kind of knew I was going to make the team, but I was trying to do everything I could to separate myself a little bit more on a stacked roster. But I got the call on the way to the plane that I was cut, and it was kind of like, dang, like what do I do next? So I had to go through the waiver process and everything that comes with that. And Monday, found out I was going to the Colts. And it was a hard time for me because it was a quick transition, but I still had to be at an elite level and learn the playbook quick, which I did, and I was able to play in a game and give myself a shot. Unfortunately, it didn't work out there, but I was I kind of just after that I just drove to Pittsburgh,
right?
And I didn't know that they were going to pick me up, but I just drove there to go see him, and the next day I got the call that the Steelers were going to give me a chance. So it kind of worked out how it was supposed to.
Now, the Steelers gave you a chance. Was that because you went to visit Carlos?
It maybe have helped a little bit, but
I mean, was it premeditated? Were you like, hey?
I think his bye week was coming up, and he said he was going to come see me because I went to go see him on my bye week in Indy. So he was already coming up regardless, and then it just happened.
So when you pulled in, were you like, they're going to pick me up? Did you have any conversations or anything?
No, it wasn't. It was more of like, dang, well, they better get me because I'll drive up here for nothing. it worked out. I went up there and spoke to Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert the next day, and they basically just told us they'll treat us like individuals and we'll go from there. But, it's hard to, make the team or get a shot during the season when you're that late into the year. But it was a fun process, just being on practice squad and, knowing what that's like. And, that's a part of my journey. So I embrace it.
Right. Just listening to the story of your seasons, what's interesting to me is I try to communicate to people, look, there are two things you need to realize. One is seize the day and make yourself valuable because everyone is replaceable. Like, don't think I'm so good, no matter who you are, right? I'm so good. Like, look, the show must go on. The team's still got to play. So you better make yourself as valuable as possible. And the only way you do that is by seizing the day. Do it now, not tomorrow. Yeah. What do you guys think of that?
I love that, man. Me and Khalil try to live by that. Like, you got to be, we were always taught to be extraordinary, kind of do a little more. And so we kind of try to carry that with us. But and this NFL is just so much different than college and high school. It's bigger than one person. I think me and Khalil kind of figured that out this year. Like, the game's still going to go on, even if we're not here. If we get cut tomorrow, the game's still going to go on. There's somebody that can. So, but it's always good to know that, to keep when you're training, like when you're doing all the stuff to, get to where you want to be. So,
yeah, it's amazing. The journey that you had this year, Khalil, is, really, it makes you stronger, not only as a person, but a player, because it's not only about being a great player, but you have to have a great fit with whatever situation you're in. In your case, it's finding the right team and the right coach and the right system. A lot of people say that as sort of in passing, but it's true. You could be the best athlete in the world, but then be in a team where it's not a good fit and it doesn't matter.
Yeah. And that's something that, the outside world doesn't really know about. But when I left Indy, there was a guy who told me, he was one of the kind of like team guys who walks around and just speaks to the players. He said that for the first couple of years, a 6th, 7th round pick, like, just expect these things to happen because it happens to everybody. And he said, the hard part is this is the hard part. But once you get through this, it's amazing if you could just stick through it and find your way through it and, make something of it. He said, it'll pay off. So
for sure. It's what's interesting. You guys obviously are, among the most elite athletes on the planet. And I say that in all seriousness, right? Like, how many people get paid to play a sport for a living in the world, right? Yeah. You guys are in a tiny class. Even that class of athletes, even those athletes are replaceable. It's crazy. Michael Jordan was replaceable. The Bulls still had to play whether or not he was on the court or not. Exactly. Like, that's the truth.
That's the truth. And they did it, though. They found a way.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so going into this Super Bowl, we have a matchup that's really interesting. Two totally different teams. One in the Rams, who are, really everybody expects to win, loaded with talent, loaded with not only talent, but big names, star players. And then you have the Bengals, who are on the exact opposite end of that spectrum, where, Joe Burrow is just killing it. But that team in general is not full of the superstars and big names. They're playing in such a way that, and I mean this in a good way, they kind of just don't care. They don't have anything to lose, and that's what makes them so dangerous.
I agree. And the Bengals, they showed that all year. They beat the people that nobody thought they could beat, and they did it their own way. And I think the whole fans and the other teams saw that, and they used it to their advantage. And I think other teams kind of looked past them and expected an easy win out of the Bengals, but they proved everybody wrong the whole years.
And I played them early in the season, and so when they came in and spanked us, I was like, "Whoa, these guys could be real deal." But you didn't know, but from what I saw, I knew they had it in them.
Right.
They've just proved that now.
What's interesting to me, I went to the Titans Bengals playoff game. Burrow got sacked 9 times in that game, and it wasn't for like a loss of 2. It was for a loss of like 22. Like, it was giant, and you're like, this game is over. I mean, this is over. And then at the end of the game, you look up, Bengals win, and the whole stadium's like, what? It's interesting going in against KC, they beat them in the regular season, and people were like, yeah, but it's not the playoffs, and here we are. It's pretty amazing to me. I mean, you guys have better insight than I do, but that locker room, that non-stressed out locker room that doesn't have any expectations, how does that affect in terms of how players translate that to the game?
When just for being like an underdog, when people count you out all the time, you really forget about other people's opinions, and I feel like that's what they've done. Like, they've separated the outside world from their world, and in all of their minds, they came together and were like, okay, if everybody counts us out, we'll just come together and become a stronger team, and that's what they've done. So
it seems like they've gelled together as a team, and they play real well together. No matter, like you said, not all the best players are on that team. They've got some stars and some a lot of guys that are not stars, but they play well together.
Here's what I think ends up happening. I mean, first of all, I love this Bengals team just because they're underdogs. But when we say, well, they're not full of superstars, the Golden State Warriors were not full of superstars either when people didn't know who Klay Thompson was and they weren't familiar with, Draymond Green. They weren't, like, they became superstars. I think that happens to this Bengals team, regardless of whether or not they win or lose. I think you're going to see the emergence of a lot of household names from this game.
Yeah, I agree.
I believe so. I think and that's what's cool about the NFL. Like, each year, it's a new team of emerging stars. So it's not always going to be the same, and it's kind of cool to see who's up next and who's going to make a name for themselves.
Totally. Now, Super Bowl pressure. Who played in the Super Bowl?
I was there last year.
You were there. Tell me about the Super Bowl pressure. Is it like the atmosphere? I've been to 8 or 9 Super Bowls, and honestly, as a fan, or even somebody who's working during the Super Bowl, it obviously has that air. But for the fans and the people working, there isn't extra pressure. I mean, can you feel a billion eyes locked in on you around the world, or are you able to just tune it out?
I would say it's a mix of both, because the whole week, all that pressure built up. Everybody's watching. You're the only football team playing, or left to play in the season, so everybody's watching you. But especially during the week, the coaches are making an emphasis on let the outside stuff stay out there and keep the football stuff. But last year, I think that's what they did a great job at. The players just shut out all the other stuff during that week, and they really focused on the game plan. And they let once the game was over, that's when they went and had all their fun. So.
Yeah, big games, big players make big plays in big games. However we want to phrase that really is true not only in football but in life. Everybody has their own version of the Super Bowl, right? And they have to be able to tune out the noise, the big game, the whatever it is. Talk to me on a personal level. How do you guys? I mean, you guys are such class acts. You guys are so. When I say it's very rare to find people as young as you are, as successful as you are, but as humble and grounded. Where does that come from? That ability to really be a champion in life?
I think when you know what type of person, what type of athlete you guys are, what you can do, and really all sports is performing well under pressure. I feel like that has a lot to do with it. Once you master that, I feel like me and Chloe mastered that doing so many different sports and track and being in the ring for 30 seconds, and you got to make a perfect throw. You only get 5, 6 chances, 3 chances, and then just the complexity of football. I think that those two things kind of steered me and Khalil on how to perform under pressure. And I think that's what separates a lot of athletes and those big-time athletes.
To add on to that, I would say track and all the other sports that we played, it was more mental than physical. And, all those in track, if you mess up, it's on you personally. Like, there's nobody help take the blame, or so that kind of helped us take the pressure off of football. Like we knew that we had 10 other teammates to help us on the field, so it created a ease for us to go out there and play football when we know we have 10 other guys that are helping us.
You guys sit in track. What were your events?
We did our main event was discus.
Okay.
And we did shot, but shot didn't last as long because the weight increased a lot from high school to college.
Right.
So.
And you did discus?
Yeah.
Who was better?
It was. He had the better mark. He had the furthest mark out of our college career, but I mean, we both ended up with a Big Ten medal, a third place Big Ten medal, and we went to nationals every single year. So Khalil was you were All-American one time.
Yeah.
And I was All-American twice. But we were always going to nationals.
Right. Now, discus is one of the more difficult field events in track and field because it's all about the timing, and people don't realize the margin of error is so small on spinning and releasing and drawing up all the energy from the ground. What was the key to making you guys so good at it consistently?
We our last year in high school, usually when in the spring when football's over, everybody goes out and parties and they do their own thing. But we had a coach who asked us if we wanted to take our game to the next level, and we kind of just bought in with him. And we would stay after practice. So school ended at 2:00. We had track practice until like 5:36 sometimes during the week. So we really just focused on our technique and spent more time on our technique, and it just separated us. We ended up leaving high school the number 1 and 2 discus throwers in the nation. So
unbelievable.
So it was just taking the time, doing stuff that most people won't do.
It's amazing to me how many casual fans believe genuinely, well, I mean, these guys wake up, roll out of bed, and they're just great athletes. And I tell everyone, I'm like, that could not be further from the truth. They're competing at the highest level. They're working their tails off. Like that's true across the board. And that's sort of like, oh, that person is a genetic freak. I'm like, that is dismissing the hard work that goes in, because especially even at the NFL level, everybody is that person who, they just roll out of bed. That is so far from the truth. I think your work ethic and how much of a class act you guys are as humans carries on, and really is something that could influence a lot of people to realize no matter what gifts God has given you, you have to use them. You can't. You're not going to just wake up, roll out of bed, and be amazing.
Yeah, there's that's what our high school and we had a college coach who used to talk about all the time. Like, there's a lot of people who have potential, but most of them never reach their potential because they didn't take the time to craft their technique. So that's kind of like what we were built on, and I believe it works. So
definitely. Carlos, tell me this. Give me what's going to happen in this Super Bowl. Give me a final score and why. Back it up.
I'm going with the Bengals just because I believe that they're here to do something. I feel like they got something bigger planned, and I'd love to see the Bengals. It's just not what everybody expected.
Give me the score.
I'm going to say 31-28 Bengals.
Wow. What do you got, Khalil?
I'm going to say I'm going to go with the Rams just because the defense, and they're going to have a hard time getting any plays, but I'm saying 20-16.
20-16 Rams. Jeez. I'm going to tell you that Carlos is right. The Bengals are going to win. They will score in the 30s, and the Rams are going to score in the 20s. Yeah. Everyone's going to be sitting around scratching their heads, and we're going to end up saying, no one picked the Bengals to be there, and that's what happens. They're dangerous.
Very nice.
All right.
I'll go with you.
Well, we're going to see you guys here on Sunday, right?
Yep.
You're going to be here for the Ultimate Watch Party, and cannot thank you enough for joining us now, and we'll see you on Super Sunday.
Thank you for having us. Yep. Thank you for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now, the one, the only, Walt Harris. Walt, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, John. I'm glad to be here, buddy.
Now, listen, you played in the league for 13 years. 13. It's a lot. Not a lot of guys make it that long. What do you attribute your longevity to?
I think it's a lot of things as I just reflect back on it. I have had that thought in my mind, like, just the league doesn't last long. And so to be in the league for over 13 years is quite an achievement. And so I think good timing for me, just staying balanced as an individual, not trying to do too much out on the streets and that whole piece there. Family life was something that really kept me grounded. As well as my faith and just being in a good system of teams and not trying to just do too much as far as with overpricing myself as well and just going from one place to the next.
It's incredible to me. I mean, it's so healthy to be able to look back and say, you know what? I did okay at that. I mean, you made it to the elite level and you stayed there for 13 years. And when I try to explain to people, look, everybody at that level is the elite athlete of their school, their town, their state, and you're competing against the best of the best. And to stay at that level is when the average career is, 3 years or below, and you're in there for 13. Was there a year where you're like, okay, now it's year 7, year 8, where you like, this ride has to stop eventually, and it just kept going and going?
You know what? For me, actually around my 7th, 8th season, I was just really looking at my career going through that time frame and just realizing actually I was not playing at my best. I really wasn't capitalizing on my best abilities, because I really felt that there was more in me. And as I look now and look back, it was more just making sure that I took care of my body, making sure that, my training level, I needed to do a whole lot more, because when I looked around and look at other players and, they were doing well, I realized that there was something that I wasn't doing. And so I knew that I had the ability and the talent was there, but I had to do something a little different. So I began to train a little different, add more to my repertoire when it comes to eating right, because that plays a huge role as far as longevity as well. And you see Tom Brady, and he's in a replica of what it requires just to last long, but he takes care of his bodies as well.
Yeah.
So
it's amazing. A lot of people love to pick, sort of like the sports science of it all. What do these guys do to play for so long? What workout, what diet, what whatever. I'm like, it actually is not as complicated as it seems. Eat healthy. What's healthy, and work out, and don't do it too much or too little. Like, pick the lane and don't go too crazy either way. And it's interesting where everyone's trying to find that magic solution. And I'm like, I think it's fairly obvious what the solution is. And it's hard to accept. It just takes time, repetition, building habits that are good for you.
Yeah, people want to know the new thing that's like it's going to change. But it's like you said, it's pretty simple. You stick with it. You work hard. Like you said, you take care of your body. And you pay attention in the classroom, I call it. You have to really recognize and pay attention to what's going on out on the football field, and staying close to the players, but even more to the coaches. They're the ones they're your mentors, really. I think a lot of times, we overrate that. When you have good coaches in your atmosphere, you need to pull as much as you can out of them, because they're the ones that's going to help you get better.
Now, so let's talk about playing under pressure. I mean, obviously, Super Bowl Sunday is massive. Just making it to the playoffs is a big deal. And when you're playing at that elite level and you're trying to get that edge at the highest level during the most important games, what is the key to staying focused, to being in the moment? Is it really forgetting that there's a lot at stake? Is it being present? What was your key?
I think for me, because I've always told myself, really by this time, you've been through the playoffs. It's game time. It's really crunch time. Now, this is the Super Bowl. But what I told myself is, if I ever made it to the Super Bowl, at that point, you're there. Go out and just play the game. there's no more distractions at that point, really, if you really understand it because you've been through the tough time. And for a player, you're pretty much habitized of isolating yourself and really focusing on what needs to happen. Now, there's some guys that's going to be young. The excitement may get over them too much, but some of the veterans, guys that's been there, I think you just have to learn how to relax and seize the moment, really, and not having any worries, anything such as that.
It's interesting because when people want to take the lessons from the Super Bowl and apply it to life, I love to say, look, you got a Super Bowl almost every day of your life. You roll out of bed, and were you really kind? I mean,
Yes.
Were you generous to other people? Did you treat people with respect? That every day is your Super Bowl. And, whether or not there are a billion people watching, or more importantly, when no one is watching, how do you perform? That to me is the measuring stick by which everyone is judged, is what you do when no one is watching.
Absolutely. And you just hit the nail on the head right there. You do it every day. You wake up out of the bed every day. So if you can apply that, what you do on the field to what you do every day, you can make it a whole lot more simple and just simplify life, simplify the things that you do each and every day.
Yeah. All right, let's get into the game. We have the tale of two very different teams, and I'm telling you what, I've spoken to a lot of players. We've spoken to pretty much everybody across the spectrum, and everyone is saying the smart money is on the Rams. This is basically, a Pro Bowl team and roster, and they're playing against this, 31st ranked offensive line in the league with the Bengals. They have zero chance. What do you see?
Here's the thing. The game has to always be played. And what I've seen in the past, there have been many teams that has paid a lot of money, have a lot of talent on that team. But when it comes to crunch time, something different happens. And, my gut wants to tell me, based on what you see on paper and what you've seen even throughout the playoffs, that they have a lot of talent. Speaking of the Rams. But I told some of my players, former players, guys I played with, hey, listen, do not sleep on Joe Burrow. It's something about what's in his eye. It's something about, certain players carry a winning environment. Now, I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but don't slip up on the Bengals, because I really feel that he is a winner deep down, and he's done it since he's been with LSU, and he's in the playoff and the Super Bowl now. It's either going to be a blowout, and that this is something that I don't think is going to happen, because, you're in the playoffs and this is the Super Bowl, the final game of the year. They do have the talent, the Rams, they do, but it's something about the Bengals that I really feel is going to surprise a lot of people. But the game has to still be played. We can do a lot of talking, but the game has to still be played, and we'll see what happens at that point.
I know it's interesting, because I loved what you said about, Joe Burrow carries winning with him, this winning environment. And it when everyone wants to talk about that Jordan-esque kind of thing, Joe Burrow has I don't really care what happened last play. I'm already moved on to the next one. That is a skill in life that is almost impossible to teach. And at such a young age, he struts dude, okay, I threw an interception. I got sacked for 20 yards. Whatever, I'm on to the next one. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, it's something about that team. I was watching them even all through the playoffs. It's something about they stick in it. They stay in the game, and before you know it, the teams are like, whoa, we just lost the game. So
the Titans game, that game was done. It was over.
Right. And they just stuck in it, and they stuck in it. And I guarantee you, here's the thing that I think is going to happen also, because I know it's in the mind of the Rams. If that game is still close in the fourth quarter, I guarantee you, in their mind, it's going to be like, oh, brother, we're here. Yeah. And we'll see at that point, when crunch time happens, who really folds. But I know it's not going to be Joe. I just feel it in my heart that it's not.
Yeah. I was talking to somebody earlier who was saying, look, this is the 31st ranked offensive line in football with the Bengals.
they're going to get destroyed by this incredible defensive front. I'm like, do you think the Bengals don't know that there's a mismatch and they're not thinking about it? I'm like, Is this a secret or something? They know, okay, we're outmatched, so we're going to have to do this. And whatever this is what guys get paid a lot of money to figure out.
Exactly. And you have coaches, you have those 2 weeks of preparation. And so what we see, you have to only assume that the coaches as well as the players, they're seeing the same thing and they're going to adjust. So we'll see.
Before I let you go, I want your perspective, because when you played in the league, the D-back position became so much more valuable just in your period of time. It was, when you look back, and of course, whether it was corner or safety or anywhere else, of course it was always important, but as you have quarterbacks throwing for 400 yards like it's nothing, and it's just constant barrage, it became a different game. What did you see in terms of the evolution of the game and of, just the D-back position in general?
Yeah, but you're right. But as the game did evolve, the reality is players are getting better. Players are getting better because of just training, just because of the technology. They're seeing a whole lot more. They're training a whole lot more. They're getting a lot more reps. There's an adjustment with the way the game is played as far as with the defensive backs. There are less. You can't put your hands on them. They're rules in place, so that makes it a whole lot more difficult. The game has evolved, and it is tough for a defensive back. But again, we all adjust. We find ways to evolve. We find ways to get better, and this is just the way it works. We'll see. I'm excited as far as where the game has evolved. Players are getting stronger. Players are getting faster, taller. Defensive backs are getting taller, man. And there's just evolution that's happening. And so it's fun to watch. It's fun to see. And it's fun to see who adjusts to what's happening right now. And this is the way the game is played. And it's fun.
All right. So I'm not going to let you go until you give me a score. You got to give a score. I know. Listen, it doesn't matter what I say, but I want you to give me a score and stick to it.
All right. I'm going to give you a score right now. I gave you the scenario of what could happen.
All right, go on.
But I'm going for the Bengals right now because they took my 49ers out. The Rams did. And so I got something that I'm not happy about with the Rams. So I'm pulling for the Bengals. I am now a big Joe Burrow fan from just watching him throughout the playoffs and just seeing it in his eye. So I'm going to go ahead and say 21-17 Bengals.
Wow. That's a low-scoring game.
Yeah, I know that score is low, but this, you have a lot of – it's just something about the Super Bowl to where coaches don't call plays the same. That you'll see a lot of people tighten up. And players will be a little nervous, and it takes a little bit of getting into the game and understanding.
I'm going to give you – listen, the reason why I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, first of all, you've kind of seen it at the league level, but the last time the Rams were in the Super Bowl, I had one of the best seats of all time, and they're playing the Patriots, and I think that game was 10-3 or something. It was like how is this possible? This is not possible. And it was the most boring game. And the Rams were like this explosive team. I'm like, What happened? You just never know. It's Super Bowl Sunday, may the best team win on that day. And that's what makes it so special.
I'm like, Courtney, I want a good game. I want a good game. Let's make it close because this is what we've seen all throughout the playoffs. Let's go ahead and close it with a bang, with the best game of all time.
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, Walt Harris, God bless you. You're a special human being. Thank you so much for taking time to join us. And, I'm with you. Go Bengals.
Go Bengals. Appreciate you guys. Love it. Take care.
The 2022 Big Game Weekend on Brinks.tv is brought to you by Brutus Bone Broth, made with love for dogs. Killcliff Clean Energy Drinks. Battle Bars, fuel your fight. And Punched Energy, packs a punched.
Joe DeLeon, it's so great to see you, man.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Always excited to talk draft any opportunity I can.
Now, here's what you don't know. We have a lot in common, you and I.
Okay.
Not just that we're both incredibly handsome men, but we're both from New Jersey. We both played high school football in New Jersey.
Okay.
We both have some time that we spent in Rhode Island. And we're both college specialists. You being a long snapper and me being a former college place kicker. So, and we have very stylish eyeglasses. And we're wearing black. We could keep going, probably.
It took us this long to connect?
It's unbelievable. It's incredible. So you're live in LA. You're at Radio Row, a place that John Brankus, my co-host, and I have been many times. We've stuck back in Atlanta this year, but I want to hear from your perspective. What's it like? What's the vibe like in LA? What is Super Bowl week sort of shaping up to be now that we're in midweek?
Yeah, yesterday was very quiet. We've been here pretty early, just kind of scoping things out. But Wednesday right now, middle of the day, it is popping, and I can't imagine what it's going to be like on Thursday and Friday. There's probably going to be a lot more people than there are now. From what I've heard, it's a lot more spaced out than it typically is, but there are tons and tons of people circulating. It's pretty hectic trying to grab people for interviews, but you do what you can. But a lot of energy, very, very exciting so far, and really excited for the rest of this week.
It does look spacious. John and I were in Miami 2 years ago at Radio Row, and it was so tight that I walked across and into Joe Theismann's set while he was live, and he let me hear about it in a massive, massive way. We got to a point of love, but it didn't start out with love because it was literally so tight you couldn't even move. So love it. Rams, Bengals. Tell us about what your thoughts are as we approach game day. Who do you like and why do you like them?
Yeah, the determining factor for me in this game and what I've boiled it down to is the impact of the Bengals offensive line in this game. What we saw last year, I think, is a really good precedent that's been set, and we've seen it in a lot of different Super Bowls with teams that have really weak offensive lines like the Cincinnati Bengals do. And that's been the big issue that we've talked about for them the whole season. It's been the big issue that we've seen for them the entirety of the playoffs. Joe Burrow's been hit constantly. He's been sacked a ton, but they've been able to still succeed despite that. They haven't seen an elite defensive line and front like the Rams. And I think that you'll probably get a couple of big plays from Joe Burrow and from Jamar Chase. But the amount of pressure, the amount of hits that he's going to take throughout this game is going to seriously impact things. That, to me, is the determining factor, which is why I'm picking the Rams this week.
Okay, so you're taking the Rams. Let's just unwind this, though. You're a long snapper by trade. You played at the University of Rhode Island. You're a Ram.
Yep.
Money Mack. Let's talk Money Mack, the kicker for the Bengals. This kid has been unbelievable. How do you think he figures into the game, or does he?
I think that having a good kicker like McPherson is really important in a high-stakes game like this. And I've already discussed the importance of protecting Joe Burrow. And when you're in situations where maybe you get down to the red zone and Joe Burrow takes a sack and it's 4th and long, you have to kick a field goal. Having someone who's dependable like McPherson is very important. Having to, in those late-game situations, you can rely on Money Mack, as they like to call him. I think McPherson is a real weapon, which is so rare in the NFL these days. There's a lot of inconsistency evaluating kickers and getting the right kickers because of just how recruiting is done at the high school level up until the NFL. So to have someone like McPherson, it can seriously help. But his impact can only be felt if this game is kept close.
Yeah, good point. And here's another interesting specialist gig, and I'm playing this out because of your experience and your background as a college player. I can't recall the last time that a snap on a field goal came in new consequence. Why is that? Why don't we see issues with the snap and the hold, maybe like we used to? Is it that there's more focus? Is it there's more specialization from a high school standpoint that feeds to college and feeds to the NFL? What do you think that is?
Well, the history of of long snapping, I could probably spend here talking for an hour, but it used to primarily be tight ends and linebackers that were asked to do it that had like a little bit of experience in college. And it's gotten to a point where every single team has a set spot on the roster for a long snapper, to the point where you're talking about the development, the recruiting for snappers has really improved. But the thing that I point to answer that question is that the mistakes that snappers make these days are so much smaller than they were in the past that we don't really notice them. Like me being a college snapper, I'll watch a play and I'll see a snap that was a little bit low and inside or high and inside for the holder, and he puts the ball down and a kicker misses. Fans are just going to be saying, oh my God, this kicker's terrible. He can't hit the kick. I can pinpoint and say like, hey, that was the snapper. He gave him laces. He gave him a bad snap. It's a lot more incremental because these kickers are so used to things being perfect that the slight issue with a snap being slightly off or not having laces out on the snap, that can seriously slow down an operation and impact the flow of the kicker.
This could be the most interesting discussion of Super Bowl week because I don't think there's anyone else other than you and I talking about the long snapper and what impact that's going to have on the game. Just playing this out a little longer, as a long snapper, who are you communicating with in terms of where the ball should be? Is it the holder or the kicker or both?
Well, first of all, we could play out talking special teams for the next hour if you have time for it. I have never been asked as much about special teams, which I absolutely love. But if we're talking about that communication, you're usually used to a set cadence and rhythm that you've hashed out over hundreds and thousands of practice reps, where you want the ball to come in to line up exactly with the holder's knee and to come down on a straight path. And snappers these days are so talented that they know at exact timing how they can get the laces to come out so the holder does not have to spin it. Having that chemistry with a good holder, knowing how to get the ball down in the right spot is very, very important. So like sometimes you'll see maybe if there's an injury with a punter and you bring in a different holder, it can really impact that rhythm. But it's all about the consistency and the timing that you've established after so many reps, just over the entirety of the season.
Well, we could talk about this for hours. No one other than you or I might be interested in that, so we'll wrap up. But all I can say is that having been a place kicker in the 80s, let's just say the snaps and the holds were nothing like they are today. Let's leave it there and let's move on. But tell us about your Believe podcast, the NFL Draft Prospects podcast, what that's all about and why we should listen.
Yeah, the Believe in NFL Draft Prospects podcast I do with my co-host Ryan Roberts, who is a very talented NFL draft analyst, part of Rise and Draft Scouting, which he runs and started on his own. We dive in deep on these prospects. We give very detailed evaluations on these players and try to communicate things that the average fan can understand. But the big thing that I think separates us from the average draft podcast, where it's just all talking jargon and the normal nonsense, is that we have a focus on interviewing guys that are coming up in each cycle. So far this cycle, we've interviewed Trevor Penning, who is Northern Iowa offensive tackle, who is projected to be a top 100 pick. We've also interviewed Braxton Jones from Southern Utah, who was at the Senior Bowl. We've interviewed Verone McKinley, another top 100 guy from Oregon. So we really try to not only connect our listeners with understanding scouting, but also getting to hear from these prospects.
Well, I'd encourage any of our listeners, anybody that's watching, to go check out this podcast, the Believe NFL Draft Prospects podcast. Being in the top 100 NFL prospects, people may not understand. There's only 1,600 active NFL players. You are in the minute number of human beings with that kind of talent on this planet. So that's really cool what you guys are doing. Totally appreciate it. As we wrap up, Joe, give us your prediction. I know you talked about keeping Burrow upright in the offensive line. We talked a little bit about Money Mac, but what do you see as the end result here come Sunday night?
Yeah, like I alluded to earlier, I think that this is going to be a victory for the Rams. It's going to be a really long day for that Bengals offensive line, and despite possibilities to make those splash plays like we've seen them do all season, I think that offensive line issue is going to come up in critical spots like 3rd and long, 3rd and medium, when they need to pick up first downs. there's going to lead to pressures. There's going to be a lot of issues going on for that Bengals offense throughout this game. So I'm picking the Rams in this one, not by some blowout margin, but possibly by 2 scores.
All right, there you have it, folks. Joey B of the Bengals is going to try to prove Joey D wrong, who picks the Rams. Joe, great to speak with you. Thanks for coming on today, and have fun in LA.
Thanks for having me.
Wow. We are only halfway through the Brinks TV 2022 Big Game Weekend Media Day. We're having a total blast. We've seen people like Ray Lewis and Hall of Famers and celebrities. And I'm telling you, you guys, all you need to do, go to Brinks.tv or download the Brinks TV app anywhere. Just get on the leaderboard. All you have to do is participate in trivia, get on the leaderboard, and you are automatically entered to win up to $10,000. We're giving away cash and prizes all weekend long, especially during the game, the big game, Rams against the Bengals. So we're going to keep things moving because I have a very good friend of mine, the one, the only, Nate Boyer is joining us. Nate, where are you? I think you're in LA.
Hey, I'm on Radio Row. That's what we're doing here, you know?
That's what we're doing. Now, we just got together this past weekend. I came down here to
Radio Row just to do this interview with you.
That's right. That's right. You went all the way to LA just to do this right this second.
Exactly.
Love it.
That's exactly
all right, so Nate, listen to me. You're charity MVP with Jay Glazer and Randy Couture and, just incredible people. Kill Cliff, the clean energy drink. You guys hold your meetings in the Atlanta market down at Kill Cliff headquarters. First of all, before we get to the game, talk to us about MVP because it is honestly one of the most amazing charities ever. Uh-oh. I think you might.
I'm an idiot. I was muted. I'm an idiot.
There you go.
MVP stands for Emerging Vets and Players. Obviously, it doesn't make us any smarter. But we bring together combat vets and former professional athletes and help them find purpose and identity when the uniform comes off. Jay and I, about 6 years ago, I got released by the Seahawks. I was in training camp with them after spending 10 years in the military and getting to play college ball at Texas. And I was in those 2 locker rooms, and I had that uniform that was such a part of me, and I identified with that. And then I lost that uniform. I lost that locker room and that team, and I felt alone and like purposeless and like I'll never be great again.
Oh no! He's frozen.
And
keep going though. Keep going. You just froze for a second. You keep going.
Sorry, it says my internet connection is unstable, but I think I'm unstable. I think that's what it really is.
It's okay.
But Jay's had so many of those conversations too with athletes, players, whether they're in the NFL or the UFC, that felt like, and I'll never be great again. Like I peaked at 26, and I got a lot of life left, and that's a tough thing. That's a very scary thing. So we said, let's bring these groups together. Let's bring vets and athletes together. They got a mutual respect for one another, and they both have to sacrifice so much to be elite. And we're not trying to compare combat to playing sports, but that locker room, that camaraderie, brotherhood, you lose it, and that feeling of being alone is very similar. And we can help each other through it, though. We look up to one another. And so that's where MVP came from. And, we're in 7 cities now. Atlanta was our 4th one. And it's one of our pride and joys as a chapter. And so thank you, John and the team at Kill Cliff, for opening your doors for us there. Like it's been a really cool partnership. I can't wait to talk more about what we can all do together. And it was really good to see you and see those guys last week out at Winter Strong down in South Carolina. It was nice to get a little more face to face, man. COVID, we haven't seen each other. And so that was a fun time.
I know. Winter Strong out at Shea Soren. Bert Soren was hosting it for Sorenix. It's just an incredible event. And he just started it just because. He just wanted to get his friends together. It's really incredible. But one of the things that you were just talking about with MVP that taps in not only to vets and players, but really everybody, is that every high achiever, everybody who is really passionate about something, it's very difficult to separate yourself from your ego and say, you know, people say, I am a soldier, I am a football player, and that becomes their identity, as opposed to this is what I'm doing at the time and now I need to move on to the next phase. It's a really hard transition for everybody, and that's why I love MVP so much, is that it's addressing a very real problem, but also the messaging of it applies to everybody.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think people look up to us, you know, in the veteran community and in the athlete community, and we have that platform, and they respect us, and they'll listen to us maybe in a different way because of what we did in our past. So we absolutely should be a part of leading that conversation, you know, about struggles that everybody deals with from a mental health standpoint, and coming together, you know, and just like uniting over things. Like you look at an athlete and a veteran on paper, they may not have a lot in common at all. But at the end of the day, like, we want the same things, and that speaks to everybody. Like, we're all very unique and diverse in our own ways, but for the most part, you know, we want what's best for our family. We want to feel safe. We want to be comfortable. We want freedoms. That's what we want, and that's, you know, something that we all should be able to strive for together. And I think that the veteran and athlete community can really help to continue to galvanize the country and maybe even the world. And there's no reason we can't at least dream big and try to make that happen and do it together. And so that's what it was. That's the kind of people that are out there at Winter Strong. You know, it was a bunch of vets and athletes and people that support those communities, and coming together to solve the world's problems, maybe over making a knife or running through an oak course or having a glass of bourbon. But like, that's where those things start, you know, those relationships and the connections and building that network and tribe.
Yeah, you know, Thomas Jefferson has a really famous quote of never underestimate the power of a few group of men, for they're the only ones who have changed the world. If you think about just having a small group of humans, right, obviously all different shapes, colors, sizes in a room together, you get 5-10 people and you can change the world. It's been proven over and over and over, and that's what I think we as human beings love about sport. I mean, here we are watching the Rams against the Bengals, and you got 11 versus 11. There are only 22 people on the field right there, and 1 billion people are captivated by watching human excellence, and it brings us together, even if just for a few hours, to appreciate what human beings are capable of doing. And that's really, to me, the essence of sport, is that we are marveling that we're even of the same species, watching these incredible athletes do what they do.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's no cooler feeling as a player than looking up in the stands and seeing, you know, people of all shapes and sizes and colors and religious beliefs, political affiliations, and they put that stuff aside for a few hours to enjoy the game. And it's one of the only places in the world where the guy sitting next to you could spill his beer on you in the first quarter, and in the fourth quarter you're hugging that same person because your team scored the winning touchdown. Like, it's just different, you know what I mean? And I love that. I love that about sports. And this is always like a very somber time because I'm excited about the Super Bowl, but it's like we got to wait till September for it to come around again, because I love, as much as I love other sports, I really do, but football is just different, you know, in America anyway. So I'm excited for the big game. I'm pulling for the Rams because Andrew Whitworth is a really good friend and supporter of MVP. And it's his final season. He played 11 years with the Bengals and then with the Rams. Just a great guy. But I'm just looking forward to seeing a hell of a game. You know, maybe getting some beer spill on me.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, there seems to be a theme to the things about just, you know, you get some beers flowing. It's just sport. Also, it's an amazing way to bring people together to drink. That's exactly what it's for.
That's true.
It's very true.
Eat some food that's really bad for you.
That's right. So I want you to I don't want to let you go without you pinning down a score and a rationale for why it will be that. You got to be Kreskin here.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
Well, the playoffs have been incredible. You know, it's come down to a field goal pretty much every game. It seems like, you know. So I feel like it's going to be a walk-off kick. And I'm going to go with I'm going to go with 25-23.
Wow,
Because
25 is a
I feel
different
like
score.
It's definitely a different score because there's going to be a couple of two-point conversion attempts maybe to try to get up a field goal or to try to, tie when you're down 8. And somehow I just feel like that's going to be I feel like that's it. I think 25-22 is what I'm going with, or 25-23, excuse me. I got to stick with what I said. I think, Bengals will score one late, have that 1-point lead, go for 2 to try to go up field goal, miss it. Rams will drive down in the remaining seconds, kick a field goal to win it. That's what's going to happen.
I don't know
if there's a lot of rationale there, but that's my prediction.
Well, we've got it locked and loaded, so when that actually happens, we're going to be able to play it back and say, look at what a prophet Nate Boyer is. The only thing that I need to do is to hold you for another 12 hours to articulate all the other possible endings, because we want to make you look like you knew exactly what was going to happen.
All right, well, we'll do that offline.
We'll do that offline.
We'll
do that. Well, listen, Nate, I know you're busy. I really appreciate you joining us. Everybody support MVP. Go ahead and Google it and look at it as a charity. I support it as much as we possibly can. Killcliff is honored to be able to help MVP any way that it can. We are very honored. As me being part of Killcliff, we are incredibly honored to be able to support MVP. And Nate Boyer, thank you for being so positive and amazing. And do this for me. Watch the game and have a beer.
I will do both those things. I'm actually going to be there. So I'm excited for that. But I will definitely do both of those things to the utmost. Thanks, John.
Awesome.
Love you, brother.
All right. Well, God bless you, Nate. All right, everybody. Well, listen, we're going to keep things moving. But first, we got to show some love to our sponsors. We got Brutus Bone Broth. That's the world's greatest dog food. Human grade. It is organic dog food. I give it to my dog Zeppelin, my greater Swiss mountain dog, to keep her happy and healthy, and you want to as well. We also have Killcliff, the clean energy drink. We got Joe Rogan's drink. We have Israel Adesanya's drink. Go to killcliff.com. Make sure you support Punched Energy, the caffeine gummies. Go to punchedenergy.com. And also Battle Bars, the ultimate protein bar. My favorite is the peanut butter. So we're going to break here for a few commercials and then come back and we're going to have McDojo with Beef of the Week.
Cliff lifestyle. It's freestyle. You know what I mean? It's freedom of expression. Look at this. Expressive as you get, without being overly busy and overly expressive. It speaks for itself. I feel like we're just getting started, and we're the new monsters in the game, the new beasts in the territory, the new dogs in the yard. And man, we're about to piss all over everyone. Ignite. Tequila Kiwi. Ching!
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue bomb. The story ends. You wake up in your bed with incredible gains, lifting whatever you want to. You take the red bar. You stay in Wonderland. You wake up with incredible gains, lifting whatever you want. So basically, it's the same, just strawberry, but also delicious. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth in all its delicious flavors. Nothing more.
Brings TV. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my. Play, win, repeat. Oh my.
Brinks.tv is partnered with Brutus Bone Broth to create our own MVP. That's Most Valuable Pup. Use the hashtag 2022MVPup to post pictures of your game day ready pup. Now, it can also be your full-grown dog, but we had to pick a word, so we chose pup. We'll show the pics during the live broadcast and have our audience vote. Winners will receive great Brutus Broth products, and our voters have a chance to win the same great prizes live on the air. Not to mention, we're giving away over $10,000 cash. Go to Brinks.tv to participate and join us on Sunday starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right, people, listen up. Got to share my latest discovery. 100% all natural caffeine gummies. Punched Energy is a new and fast way to power up. Now, these gummies are made with real fruit and are infused with green coffee bean caffeine. That means it's all natural. Plus, they come in perfect pocket-sized travel packs. Now, you'll never have to worry about spilling your coffee or having coffee breath ever again. Just grab a pack of gummies and get punched. Find out more at punchedenergy.com.
First of all, before we get started today, I have to say my animation is the coolest in the business. Thanks to the guys over at Killcliff and ladies, not discriminating. If you ever want to check out the rest of these episodes, you can check them out on our YouTube channel, but it's even better if you go to Brinks.tv and check it out over there. Feel free to give some love to my homies over at Killcliff because it's delicious and I drink it and they also pay me, which is kind of a perk, but it's still good. But come on, you know that there's money being changing hands, but it's really good. This is my favorite one right now. It's a little tango mango and it is delicious. You got to check it out. Anyway, my guest today has been a homie for a little while now. I got to say, I think it's been a couple years we've been chit chatting. And I didn't even know all the things that he did when we first started shooting the shit because he was helping run a meme page that calls out casuals in the MMA industry. And it's a really funny page, but he's a triple threat, man. He's a martial artist. He's an actor. He's a producer. Jonathan Sadowski. Come on in, brother. Let's get to talking.
What's up, my man? Thanks for having me on, Rob.
Well, thank you for coming on. I don't know if you're aware, but this is our Super Bowl episode. I noticed you came prepared.
I don't live under a rock.
So I got to say, man, I watched, just before we kind of get into it, I watched 8-Bit Christmas, which you were a producer on. And
thanks,
it was awesome. I love Christmas. I love nostalgia, and it gave both of those to me. So tell me a little bit about all that and what happened with that and how that went.
Oh man, that really began as a labor of love. You know, we started working on that film over 4 years ago. I on a random thing, I was playing Nintendo one night. I was drinking whiskey and playing Nintendo as adults do. And I made a post on Facebook back when I had a Facebook account about, just remembering playing Nintendo. I was playing Mike Tyson's Punch Out. I remember playing Nintendo, and my cousin downstairs started, he was the first person in the neighborhood to buy one. And this kid, Patty Houlihan, sent me a message. He was from high school. I haven't talked to him in over 10 years. And he was like, oh, read this book. It's called 8-Bit Christmas. And I ordered the book on Amazon, and 4 years later, it's a $30 million movie for New Line. And a lot of people liked it. So I'm pretty happy with it, man.
Well, it reminded me a lot of A Christmas Story, but with a lot more nostalgia of our time. If you're in your 30s, this movie is or 40s, this movie's about your childhood. And I'm a staple guy. Every Christmas, every day in the month of December, as corny as this sounds, I watch a different Christmas movie.
That's great.
I have my favorites. I have Die Hard. I always make sure I get that one in.
Not a Christmas movie.
Ho, 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 I have a machine gun. Come on. No one blows up the Nakatomi building without Santa's approval. All right.
Rob, I love you, but I will die on this hill.
Well, 8-Bit Christmas is a Christmas movie, and I suggest if anybody loves Christmas.
And dude, it's so funny. It's so funny you mentioned A Christmas Story, because one of the things when we were making this movie, we were talking to our director, and we said we wanted to pull from classics like The Sandlot and Goonies, and A Christmas Story was a big one. So we like to brand this as A Christmas Story for the Nintendo generation.
For sure, and it nailed it because I absolutely loved it, and I'm super critical of my movies too. I'm a cinephile. I watch movies all the time. So if it's not up to snuff, I'd be all up on you. I'd be like, what the fuck, man? Why you messed up my Christmas?
I wouldn't mention cinephile and snuff in the same sentence.
Those are much different movies. But anyway, that's a good transition to the next. We'll go right into our first segment because it is the Super Bowl episode. I decided to take elements of the teams, and we're going to see who would win in a fight. So let's go and pull up the first tale of the tape, which is our animal beef, which I didn't name that, but I appreciate who did. Tale of the tape, the Ram, all right? Typically live around 10 to 19 years, roughly about 5'6". By the way, that's from their feet all the way up to their horns, standing next to you, not body length. They're roughly about 262 pounds to 280 pounds. They can charge up to 20 miles per hour, and their horns themselves weigh at least 30 pounds apiece. Those are some heavy heads. Bengal tiger, on the other hand, lives about 8 to 10 years, about 5'3" to 6'5", and that is, by the way, from head to booty. When it comes to their weight, they're about 390 to 570 pounds. That is a terrifying animal. Notes, teeth are about 3 inches long. Claws get up to about 4 inches long. Let's talk about it. Who do you think will win in the fight?
Well, Rob, as heavy as the horns are, unless that ram is charging and headbutting a sleeping tiger, the tiger takes this one, my friend.
All right. Well, you know what? I know we're on a tighter schedule today, so let's go and go into that first clip.
I mean, look, if I'm being totally honest, the bear beats both of them. But
the Bears.
They didn't make the playoffs, let alone the Super Bowl. So I'm gonna go with the Bengal on this one.
All right. Well, this is if hypothetically your situation played out and the Bengal Tigers chilling, sleeping. All right, we'll call that the bag. And let's say the Ram gets to jump on him. This is probably how it would go down. Let's go and play it. He's got a little booty in it. All right. But
yeah, he puts his back into it.
Yeah, he got little short shots. He gets little short shots in. Right, he's not afraid to take a hit. Clearly.
You know what, Rob? I'm gonna make a little proviso on my statement. We totally didn't talk about home field advantage.
This is true. But did you see the end? Can we play the end of this clip? The thing knocks the bag off the chain. That's how hard he hit it.
Yeah, that bag probably weighs 100 pounds.
I mean, if it's a sleeping tiger and he's not paying any attention, to whack,
So yeah, sleeping tiger, we'll give it to the Ram. However, in any other instance on level ground, I want to say that Bengals are predatory felines, so I think the prowling aspect will come into play. However, home field advantage. Now, if we're talking the side of a rocky mountain, I think we got to start leaning towards the Ram here, Rob.
Have you ever seen the Rams on sides of cliffs, barely having any ledge? They're chilling.
They're ridiculous. Have you ever? And it's like those damn. I almost swore on your show. I'm sorry.
You can't. I don't care.
All right. Do you ever see those goats that are in the trees?
Yes, like chickens, man. They just
literally they're in the trees, on all the limbs. I thought it was photoshopped at first.
Yeah, but what if it was a kamikaze kind of job where it's the Rams chilling up on the tree and then it sees the Bengal tiger and just jumps on it? I mean, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah, I got to be honest with you, Rob. I'm not sure how much stalking Rams are doing these days. I don't think they're really sneaking up on their food.
Well, I mean, who knows? I don't make the rules here. All right.
Let's say, look, if a Bengal tiger happens to find itself on a rocky ledge, and he is faced with a very territorial Ram
while sleeping,
I put my money on the Ram.
Well, I agree with you 100%. I just, I got to give some type of objectivity so it's not a landslide. But I saw the most terrifying thing ever when I was looking up some clips for this, and I can only show you a piece because YouTube would take the rest off, I promise you. But you got to check out, just look at how terrifying this moment is. Let's go ahead and roll the second clip, and I want you to see just what this is seeing. Watch, look at the little sticks. What are those things? He throws it.
Now, I've seen that clip before. And that's bonkers that the tiger has the cojones to literally jump on top of an elephant.
And the funny thing is, he didn't even care about the elephant. He was just using him as a stepping stool. So, like,
Yeah,
the
dude.
rest of that clip, that guy got kind of mauled. But
I mean,
can't play
Rob,
that.
let's call a spade here. If we're gonna go with animal beefs in the NFL, is there any mascot that beats a Bengal?
A Bengal tiger?
Yeah. No, a Bengal puppy.
Let's see. I mean, there could be Bengal puppies. I don't know. I would say, like, what about the Chargers or Oilers? You know, like if your Chargers, you're thinking like electricity. Maybe it shocks the thing.
Or the Oilers, like a mean old dude from Texas.
Yes, he's hunting him and shoots him. Then he puts a cigar in his mouth.
This is
like, I
Jim
win.
Johnson from Tejas.
I imagine a big cowboy hat and a very southern accent with that gun.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious.
Well, let's go ahead and move on, because I think we all agree a Bengal tiger would absolutely maul a ram. But let's continue down that path. Let's go ahead and pull up the next tail of the tape, because we have two quarterbacks that have made a big splash this year, Joe Burrow and Matthew Stafford. Joe Burrow, 25 years old. He pretty much, I mean, last year he really jacked up his knee, comes back this year just straight murdering. 6'4", 221 pounds, which he doesn't look that big. He looks so gangly, but he's a big dude himself. Note, second year in the NFL, which we just talked about. Stafford, age 33, he's 6'3", 232 pounds. He looks so much bigger than Joe Burrow, but he's really not all that much bigger. I mean, he's even a little shorter. 13 years in the NFL. Thank you to whoever added that. I imagine Herbert probably put that, or Courtney. I appreciate whoever put those in, because I didn't add those notes, but they are true. So, who do you think wins in a fist fight? We're not talking actual like NFL fist fight. Who wins?
I'm going to address the elephant in the room, Rob. Literally, these are like the two sweetest human beings on the face of the earth. So even the thought of them fist fighting is pretty hilarious.
I don't know, man. I read something about Joe Burrow back in the day when he was at LSU, I do believe at the time. But when he was in college anyway, he actually like started to fight during a scrimmage, like with his own team. And then the entire team jumped in and made a brawl. And I was thinking about adding that article in here, but I was like, you know what? I have a better way of kind of showing their own toughness. And so I want to play this first one. And it's actually from him in college. And while he's running, see what happens. You just got to see it. It's an
little change in that plan, at least for the moment. Burrow runs over the umpire and then gets tackled after a 15-yard gain. Back up with a smile on his face. It's his own read. They tackled the back. The read tells Joe Burrow to keep it. You don't want to run it around.
That was intentional. That was intentional.
He had a little something against that ref. That's all I know. But
so here's what I think. I think that that Burrow is a young buck. He's a young blood. He's full of piss and vinegar. He's trying to prove something. And then we got Stafford, who's the seasoned veteran. In a situation like this, me being 42-year-old man now, I gotta go with the man strength on this one. I'm going with Matthew Stafford for the win.
All right. Well, let's see what would happen. Let's go and roll this next clip. How Stafford takes a hit. He takes a nasty cheap shot here late, and he takes it like a champ. Let's go and watch.
After the interception, he gets hit, Mike Pereira, in the back of the head by Fred Warner.
Back to the head or shoulder area is a foul, and he's even out of the play at this point. So,
oh my God,
the play is over, absolutely done. And
first off, that guy's an asshole. But secondly, took it like a champ, dude. Took it like a champ.
He looked dead at first. His lifeless body laying there, and he rose from the grave.
It was like when the dude gets punched by Mike Tyson in The Hangover, and Zach Galifianakis just goes limp.
You know, you talked about the age thing, and there is a book written out there for anybody who wants to basically learn how to play Moneyball with MMA, and it's called The Tao of MMA. And the Tao of MMA, I apologize, different thing. Tao of MMA was made because of this book called Fightnomics. I don't want to misquote. So if anybody looks it up, look up this book called Fightnomics. It's a fantastic book, and it kept statistics for UFC's 1 all the way to 100. And it kept statistics on likelihoods of winning, submission chances, what are the odds of getting a submission later on. And funny enough, sidebar, there's only one submission where your likelihood of getting it actually goes up as the rounds go on. Do you know which one that is?
Rear naked choke?
Triangle choke. But
interesting.
Because you're laying on your back, you're tired, the other person's in your guard, their posture's slumped over, you're more likely to be able to nail a triangle choke. Rear naked choke.
Interesting.
Yeah, right? Isn't that kind of a weird statistic?
Yeah, well, first off, submissions alone are super difficult the more the round goes on because of like the sweat and all that stuff like that. So I just figured, I was like, what's the one that would require the least amount of slippage? But that's interesting. Triangle. Wow.
Yeah, that's the only submission where your likelihood of getting it goes up as the rounds go on. But you said rear naked choke. Rear naked choke is the highest percentage chance of getting. So like you have a 50-50 chance statistically of getting a rear naked choke if you attempt it at any time during an MMA fight, based off of this book. But one of the reason I bring up the book in the first place is because they talk about age, and the likelihood of you winning at a fight, at least in the UFC, based off of the statistics on this book, drastically goes down the bigger the age gap between you and your opponent is. So if you're in your 30s and your opponent's in his 20s, favorably, the odds go into your opponent's favor. So what are your thoughts about that?
Interesting. Well, I think that we're not talking about skilled fighters here.
No.
I think it's a different volume. So I can see, like, with the young person and the gas tank and just, having a little more, gusto behind them. Sure, I think age comes into play. However, normal people on the street, I think age and experience favors the old.
Okay.
That's what I think. I think if an 18-year-old hotshot walks into a 50-year-old dude who's been around the block, the 50-year-old dude's going to plant him.
I mean, that's possible. Other factors included, like aggressiveness, height, size, weight, speed, temperament, aggression, the ability to control.
Also, can we disagree? Like, we need to get them on the show and like have them hit like the punch machine to like see who can actually like what they look like throwing a punch and like what their meters are.
I think that they would probably hit pretty. I mean, they throw a football, so they have to be able to throw that arm pretty damn hard.
Yeah, but can you imagine if they punch like that?
So when I was in when I was in middle school, I went to a baseball camp one time. It was like a week-long baseball camp, and one of the kids who was actually a senior got picked up to go to the pros directly from high school. It was ridiculous. Like, the kid's arm was a cannon, but he used to do this thing where his arm would like noodle. It would just like be a really rubbery thing. And we would do these drills where he would launch the ball straight up into the air. And we had to like try to catch it as if it was a fly ball, but he wasn't like tossing it. He was like whipping it. So it'd be in the sun and kids would just be like, I can't see, and get hit with the ball. Like, it was the greatest. It was a good time. It was hilarious.
Growing up in the 80s.
I think damn it.
When safety was secondary.
We just want you to enjoy and have a good time. We don't want you to have
Absolutely. So wait, who are you picking in this fight?
It's a tough one. I've seen interviews with Stafford and Joe, right? So I've watched their interviews, and I'm doing it mostly based off of their attitude towards situations. Joe Burrow comes off very nonchalant about a lot of things, right? Like, he did this interview where he had like this all diamond necklace, and then somebody in the interview was like, is that a real diamond? And he was like, I'm too rich for it not to be real.
I remember. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. It was like, I just think it's cool.
Yeah, exactly. And Stafford comes off as somebody who's, like you said, he's seasoned. He's been there, done that. He's over that celebrity part of his career where he's like, I'm in the spotlight now. I think he's to the point now where he's a little bit more secure in who he is as a human being, where I think that would affect Burrow. So I think, like, if you got two dudes fighting and there's a circle of people, right? And all of a sudden the chanting started going against Joe, then I think he would mentally crumble. I really do. I don't think he'd be able to handle it because of his age.
I'm going to ask you a question now. Ready?
Oh God.
Let's play QB Fight Club. QB Fight Club. If there was one QB in the NFL you could fight, who would it be?
I could fight?
Yeah. Who would you want to fight?
Oh man, that's a tough one, man. I'm not a huge football guy, and I know that's weird since we have a Super Bowl.
There's only one answer here, Rob. There's only one correct answer.
What's the answer?
Aaron Rodgers. Fuck that guy.
We know who you would fight.
I would dog walk that fucker.
All right.
First off, he's a prick, and secondly, he plays for the Green Bay Packers, and I'm a Bears fan, so Aaron Rodgers all day.
All right. Well, so you would fight him because he's a douche. That's pretty much
absolutely.
It, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
plus he always wins. He always wins, and I think he needs to be knocked down a few notches.
A little heel hook action that'll slow him down. Ashi Garami for you, good sir.
That's amazing.
I love that question though, because in all honesty, like I'm one of those people. Like I'm a violent pacifist, if that makes any sense. So like for the most part,
you're a warrior in a garden.
Yeah, it's like if you're cool, I'm cool. But if you're a dick, I gotta fuck you up. I'm sorry. Like it's standard. Yeah. I don't write the rules. I just create them, come up with them, write them down, and implement them.
So Sean Patrick Flannery.
Yes.
So he's an actor. He's I started training jiu-jitsu with him like 10 years ago at Hollywood Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu when he was like the owner there. And he's an amazing black belt. He's awesome. But he was doing this interview one time about jiu-jitsu and it's the gentle art and stuff like that. And he's like, you shouldn't fight. He's like, you should walk away. Sometimes you should walk away. Sometimes the best thing to do is walking away. He goes, but also sometimes some people just need to get choked the fuck out. I was like, damn, that's true, man.
Very prolific.
Yeah.
I like that. Great. I like that.
Yeah.
You should quote that, get a little like Sean Patrick Flannery in the gi. And he's been a pretty cool to me for a while now. He follows the page. Like,
he's a wonderful dude, man. He's a wonderful dude.
3rd degree black belts, I do believe. I think he has 2 schools off the top of my head. I think he has one that he runs, I think, out of his house. And I think he has an actual facility.
I don't think he's in LA anymore. I think he's in like Texas, maybe.
That's probably
good. Don't quote me on that. Yeah,
it's probably for the best.
Yeah.
I mean,
seriously.
I mean, we're talking about animals, but the elephant in the room is LA blows.
I'm so over it, dude. I am so over it.
How's the gas prices of like $15 a gallon or whatever?
Bro, it's like over $5 a gallon. Don't even get me started on that.
All right. Well, I think we both agree so far up to this point. I think we said that the Bengal would crush the Ram. I think we're both under the impression that Stafford would probably whoop Joe Burrow. Even though I gotta say, like, Joe Burrow is a lot bigger than I thought he would be. Like, he just looks.
Dude, that's so crazy. I didn't think he was like 6'4", 220. That's a big dude.
Yeah, like he looks so gangly. Maybe it's because he's standing next to monsters on the field. Like.
Yeah, he just has like that narrow build. He's kind of like. It's built like a pool cue.
Wacky waving inflatable tube arm man.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wait, that was Family Guy, right?
Yeah.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man. Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing balloon man.
Yeah, I kind of want, like, as a bit before we move on, I kind of want to have a bit where I just put boxing gloves on one of those things and actually spar it. See how
that's hilarious. That's hilarious.
I think it would jack me up. Them punches coming out of nowhere. Like, how can you defend this?
Yeah.
Next fight I get into, I'm going straight wacky waving inflatable tube arm man at somebody. They're not even going to see it coming. They're like,
I love it.
Let's get to the main event, the actual Super Bowl. It is going to be the Bengals versus the Rams. Going to pull up the tail of the tape, and let's get to talking here. And have too much to really say, man. LA Rams, they're 12-5 this last season. They're currently the fan favorite to win. When it comes down to the Bengals, 10-7. They've never won a Super Bowl ever. And they've only been to the Super Bowl, or the last time they were in the Super Bowl was 1988. So the reason I bring that up is because are they due? Like, is it finally time for this to happen? Like, because
man,
if you're going to put money on something, right? If you're going to put money on something and you want a payout, you'd bet on the underdog. Like, you got to bet on Notre Dame.
Yeah, but dude, Rob, I'll tell you, man, these playoffs, these NFL playoffs have been fucking bonkers, dude. Bonkers. It's like all the favorites were supposed to win one week, all the underdogs won, and like straight up won, like with the spread. And then like the next week, it's like the favorites win again. I bet on a few games, and I wasn't even in the same zip code, dude. Like I'm usually pretty accurate with my bets. I play a very hedged game. Like there was no world where Green Bay was supposed to lose the first round. None. And it's just like in my opinion, there was no world where Tom Brady was going to lose after they scored with like 30 seconds left. Like,
oh my God,
how do you lose that game? How do you lose that game?
It was
so I think
crazy. I agree.
Yeah, there's so many variables that have actually like played out in this playoff season. So, dude, did I think that the Bengals were going to get this far? Absolutely not. I never would have picked on beating the Chiefs. But alas, here we are in the Super Bowl with the Cincinnati Bengals. So that said, my head tells me Rams. They got the home field advantage. It's the second week in a row they're playing at SoFi Stadium. Stafford is a veteran quarterback. Like, he's been with the Lions for the last 12 years. The first season they put him with a good team, he takes them to the Super Bowl. I think this guy's super hungry. I think he's been in the big games. He knows how to handle pressure. All that said, I think if there's ever a year where flukes can happen to change the course of a game, it's this year. So I can't count the Bengals out, man. It's like they've proven that they can win. But like I said, if I'm going to go with my head, I'm putting my money on the Rams. Final answer.
All right. Well, I got to say, you brought up something like Stafford is a veteran quarterback. He was put with what everybody knew was a shitty team, and he was kind of like a diamond in the rough. Everybody pretty much knew that he had the potential, but he just didn't have the team around him to be able to help him with that. And I'm not necessarily shitting on that entire team. There were some guys that were okay, but at the end of the day, you have to have a team to win a team game. And if you don't have guys who are willing to work together and sacrifice as a team, you're not going to win. And here comes Joe Burrow out of nowhere and just decides, you know what? I was the number one draft pick. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to show you why. And then the last year, he was doing well. He jacked up his knee. And then he comes back this year. He's on a terror. He's doing fantastic. He's making amazing plays. But I think you bring up something that's important here is Stafford is a veteran, and maybe Burrow, especially since this is the first time him going to that big stage, which I think for Stafford as well. I don't think Stafford's ever been to a Super Bowl, has he?
With Detroit? Hell no.
Yeah. But I mean, in his entire career.
I don't think he's ever been to the playoffs.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, they're both stepping up to the plate on a much larger field for themselves. Like, this is the game. This is the one you have to win.
Absolutely. And I think it's going to be a total I think it's going to be the passing stats are going to be insane. You got Burrow and Jamar Chase. He has Higgins. You got, Odell Beckham Jr. You have the number one receiver in the league, Cooper Kupp, who's shattering records with a veteran quarterback. And I think it's going to be a complete air assault up and down. I think it's a high scoring game. I'm thinking both teams are going to be in the high 20s, low 30s. I think it's going to be a shootout.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, you were talking about the playoffs, right? And the championship games, both championship games wound up coming down to like this final play, one in overtime, I do believe, and the other one was like
not even both championship games. Look at the divisional round. I think there were almost every game in the divisional round came down to a last second field goal as well.
Yeah, it's bonkers, man. I want to show you the Bengals championship game, though. I want to show you the final seconds of the
McPherson.
Bengals.
This kicker is incredible.
Man, we can just relive this moment right here because this is beautiful. Let's go and
some of our chance at a pick in the next play. Montana beat him with a touchdown pass to Taylor. And now they go deep down the field, and it is intercepted on the rebound by Bell.
Heartbreaker.
On Bell.
That made
he is clobbered, clotheslined at the 45. McPherson.
100%.
And Cincinnati is heading to the Super Bowl. He called it again, I'm sure.
And did you hear that the whole thing about McPherson? The
No. What happened?
The kicker. So first off, he's trademarking the name Money Mac. This is a true story.
Okay.
He's trademarking the name because that's how they beat was it Tennessee to get to the was it Tennessee they beat? Yeah. So he trademarked that name Money Mac because like when they get brought in, they brought him in for the last second field goal to win the game. And he literally looked at Burrow and he goes, "Well, looks like we're going to the AFC Championship." And he walks out there and then guns the last second field goal. And then they bring him in the AFC Championship. And he looks at Burrow and he goes, "Well, looks like we're going to the Super Bowl," and guns it again and takes the team to the Super Bowl last minute. Like the guy's confidence is through the roof, man. Just a straight like gangster.
I mean, that's like Babe Ruth back in the day calling his shots.
Calling it, yeah.
Just pointing. It's like he already knows. Everybody knows.
Yeah.
Although Babe Ruth was drunk as shit that entire time he was playing. But, he's got a skill. Why not? Do your thing.
That's amazing, man.
But
it's gonna be a great game, dude.
I mean, you were talking about the playoff games and how tight they were, and they were just all incredible, like brawls, like clawing to try to get to the Super Bowl. But the Rams also had this beautiful moment. I want to go ahead and give them credit as well. So let's go ahead and play their championship ending again, taking it with big plays in the last seconds of the game.
Do that. Stafford deep downfield. He's got
That's a bomb.
again.
I mean,
Cooper Kupp, dude. That guy is good.
Stafford says, "Let's get down there. We got to."
and he knows right now. He knows exactly what's about to happen. Everything goes well. He's good to go.
Rams
All you got to do is just say, "Hey, kicker, do your thing."
Getting ready for Matt Gay to come in.
Unbelievable, man.
He spikes it there, and Matt
And
Gay
he knows.
will come in
He already
and
knew.
try
Like before they even got
to win
to
the
line,
game.
he knew
Matt
what
Gay
was about to
So
happen.
wild, man.
boots it through.
Yeah, money in the bank, dude.
I mean,
Money
just-
in the bank.
It's incredible how identical, like minus obviously the interception, but one, that first one with the Bengals, that big long pass that got intercepted, that could have easily happened here.
It was a deflection, and it like wound up in the guy's breadbasket. Like it went like right into his hands. He like just looked down and it was like the ball was there. Yeah.
At that point, you're just like, I'm going to the Super Bowl, and you're just running for your life, trying not to get murdered.
Yeah, it was crazy. But
who are your predictions here? So I think you said that you were going for the Rams, correct?
The Rams. I'm not putting money, but if I were to put money, I would bet on the Rams.
All right. I have to go with the Bengals.
Do you know what the money line is on the game? Do we know what the spread is?
It's tight. It's really tight. Like I want to think that it was only like maybe a 4-point difference.
3 or 4, yeah, probably.
Yeah, it was. Last time I checked, I think it was 4. But I mean, it's not like you're going to be winning a ton here, like if you did.
Yeah.
But if I had to put money on it, I would go with the underdogs, man. Like 1, I love a good underdog story. 2, I would say that it would be interesting to see what happens with Joe Burrow if he winds up winning a Super Bowl this early in his career in the NFL.
Yeah.
Could and because I mean, if it's just difficult not to root for guys who just haven't been there yet and then haven't done it ever. And so when I look at the Bengals and you think, man, they've never been to or they've never won a Super Bowl, but the last time they were there was 19.
Wasn't that like the last time 88? It was 1988. That was like Ickey Woods and like was that like Ricky Sanders was there?
Yeah.
He was like the receiver.
Ickey Shuffle. You know what I'm talking about? The Ickey Shuffle? Yeah.
Ickey Woods, yeah. Also, I think like a lot of people, like Stafford has proved his worth, even playing with a shitty team in the Lions over the last 13 seasons. He's proved that he's a great quarterback. He has an amazing arm. He's very intelligent. So to see him go to a brand new team and the first year he's there, take him to the Super Bowl, I kind of want the old guy to win it. Because it's like, how many more seasons does he have left,
I got
and,
you.
And I'm rooting for the veterans.
It would be great. And I would have the easiest decision ever if Stafford was on the Bengals, because then it would be the easiest to root for. You're like, this guy was on the shittiest team, and then all of a sudden he comes out, takes the Bengals to the Super Bowl, hadn't been since '88. He wins it for them, the first Super Bowl win ever for that team.
Yeah, man, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he's on the other guy's team. So, but I'm definitely still. I'm rooting for
Yeah,
the
and
franchise.
when it comes to stories, you have two great stories. It's the veteran who's never been to the Super Bowl, coming to a new team and taking him there his first year. Then you also have the new guy who's taking a team who's never won the Super Bowl. So it's almost like it's either going to be the veteran who like everybody wants to see win, or the new guy who everybody wants to see win. And it's kind of like the passing of the torch. Where, I mean, who was the last person that in their season 2 to take him to a Super Bowl? Was it Tom Brady, who took the Patriots to a Super Bowl? Either him or maybe Roethlisberger, something like that. Don't quote me on that. You know what? We'll look that shit up later.
I'm an MMA guy. I'm a fight guy. That's my stuff.
But it's like if he can do that with this team that's so young. I mean, Jamar Chase is a rookie. You know, if he can do this, if Burrow can do this with a young team, it's like who knows what the next few years hold for them.
Either way it goes down, it's going to be a brawl. Like I imagine it's going to be a brawl. Hopefully it is. Hopefully it's as good as the playoff games. It would suck if all the playoff games were this good and then all of a sudden got to the Super Bowl and it was a wash. You know, it's like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah. There have been some boring Super Bowl games, but I do not think this one's going to be a boring game. I think, like I said, I think it's going to be a total shootout.
I think both of them have something to prove too. It's definitely a quarterback's game. They both have something to prove. So, and then of course that means my favorite part of the game is that you get to see the defensive team just utterly wreck people in order to protect the quarterback or to hurt the quarterback. Like they're going to go so hard to try to take those guys out. It is going to be ridiculous. So
dude.
I imagine it's going to be a lot of concussions for a lot of people during the Super Bowl. Somebody's going to wake up the next morning and go, "Did we win?" Like, yes. Cool.
Where am I?
Well, let's go and go to the presser here. So right now, I think we both agree a Bengal Tiger would whoop a Ram. We think Stafford would be able to take Joe Burrow in a fight, and we're split on the decision on who's going to win the Super Bowl. I'm going for the Bengals because I would like to see the underdog team win. You're going for the Bengals because you want to see that guy get his spotlight, get his time. He earned it. So I get it. It's a tough one. I'm looking forward to seeing it, and hopefully everybody else will enjoy the game. Absolutely. This is the part I usually have a Marshall moment, but I just completely forgot to add it. But I want to open up the floor to you to let people know what you have coming up, how people can follow you, what's going on with you, all that stuff. The floor is yours, good sir.
Oh, thank you so much, man. First and foremost, thank you again, Rob, for having me on here. I've been a fan of McDojo Life for many, many years, and it's truly awesome to call you my friend, dude. So thank you for having me on. It means a lot to me. So again, you guys can follow me on Instagram. I'm at Jonathan Sadowski. It's my name. Also follow my MMA accounts, Top MMA Comment and Casual MMA Police. My partner, Rob Mifka, and I, we run it. We love doing it. We have a great community. Come check us out. And as far as what's up next for me, man, I am off to Toronto in a matter of days to shoot season 2 of Sex Life on Netflix. So I'm going to be up in the Great White North.
Yeah, man. Well, congratulations on all your success, dude. It's been pretty cool over the years to be able to get to know you, and I'm very fortunate to be able to have people like you I can call friends as well. So I want to say thank you for all the help that you've helped me out with, especially in the last couple months with our documentary and stuff. But I'm really looking forward to seeing your continued success. And also, underrated movie that people might not know you're in, The Goods. I love The Goods.
Good is hilarious. Adam McKay wrote it. Adam McKay wrote that movie. That's crazy. Yeah.
I love that one. But I appreciate you, brother. And then everybody, do me a favor, go over to Killcliff, go over to Brinks TV, support the people who support us, man. It's a great group of people. It's the best company I have literally worked with in my entire life. And I'm not just saying that. It's just the truth. Like I have like 3 other sponsors right now. I've worked with a lot of other companies over the years, and Killcliff asks almost nothing of me. They let me have free reign to do the things that I want to do, like this show, and allow me to be creative. So I just want to say I appreciate them for supporting me and allowing me to do the thing that I do. So go check them out. Go check out Killcliff, and go check out Jonathan Sadowski and the new season on Netflix. So see y'all later.
Thanks, guys.
The 2022 Big Game Weekend on Brinks.tv is brought to you by Brutus Bone Broth, made with love for dogs. Killcliff Clean Energy Drinks. Battle Bars, fuel your fight. and Punched Energy packs a punched.
Thank you for coming today. I have important announcement. Killcliff is world's first and best clean energy drink. It come to my attention some people claim they are first clean energy. Fake. I hate fake people. Exhibit A. Here I am in secret lab making Joe Rogan Flaming Joe. Best-selling clean energy drink in world. Exhibit B. Type world's first and best clean energy drink ever.com. It's Killcliff.
All right, people, listen up. Gotta share my latest discovery. 100% all natural caffeine gummies. Punched Energy is a new and fast way to power up. Now, these gummies are made with real fruit and are infused with green coffee bean caffeine. That means it's all natural. Plus, they come in perfect pocket-sized travel packs. Now, you'll never have to worry about spilling your coffee or having coffee breath ever again. Just grab a pack of gummies and get punched. Find out more at punchedenergy.com.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Brinks.tv is partnered with Brutus Bone Broth to create our own MVP. That's Most Valuable Pup. Use the hashtag 2022MVPup to post pictures of your game day ready pup. Now, it can also be your full-grown dog, but we had to pick a word, so we chose pup. We'll show the pics during the live broadcast and have our audience vote. Winners will receive great Brutus Broth products, and our voters have a chance to win the same great prizes live on the air. Not to mention, we're giving away over $10,000 cash. Go to Brinks.tv to participate and join us on Sunday starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right, Fred Robbins played in the Super Bowl with the New York Giants. It's great to see you, man.
Oh, great to see you, man. Thanks for having me on.
It is Super Bowl week, and when I think of Super Bowl week, I think of historically some of the greatest games, and anybody who follows NFL football has to go back to that 2007 Super Bowl where you and your New York Giants took down Goliath, took down the biggest monster of all, Bill Belichick, and his Patriots with Tom Brady at the helm. So let's do this. We're going to go backward in a second and talk about where you came from and out of Wake Forest and how you landed at the Giants after your stop in Minneapolis with the Vikings. But tell us what that experience was like. Take us through that month, that playoff month, and ultimately the Super Bowl week, and what that was like for you. It was your first time at the Super Bowl and your only time. So tell us about that.
Well, it was, we had towards the end of the season, man, we were kind of slacking a little bit, but then we picked it up in time for the playoffs. We had a last game of the season was versus the Patriots, and we played them tough, and then, for the playoff run, we all away games. We consider ourselves road warriors, man, against a great Tampa Bay team, a Dallas team, and a Green Bay team, man. And it's kind of surreal because early on in the season, Dallas and Green Bay had, put up about 40 points on us, both times we played them, and so play again in the playoff and had some great wins against those guys. And then went up to the Green Bay, won an NFC Championship game, and we had a rematch with, with Tom Brady versus the Patriots. But we were kind of confident because we played them tough, the last game of the season, man, and everything worked out in our favor.
You know, I remember that Green Bay game like it was yesterday. I was sitting in front of a fireplace watching that game, and I remember being cold watching the game because it was in Green Bay, it was snowing, you could see everybody's breath, and I just remember Brett Favre, it looked like he was going to do what he always does, lead the Packers, you know, from the jaws of defeat and lead them to the Super Bowl. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a turnover late in that game. There was an interception. Did Corey make the interception?
Yeah, Corey Webster. Yep.
Corey Webster, I literally can visualize it. Maybe number 23. You guys are wearing white. Corey Webster intercepts that pass. Was it in the fourth quarter or overtime?
It was overtime. Yeah.
So in overtime, and then Lawrence Tynes comes out and makes a really long field goal, I think around 50 yards in that weather and snow to send you guys to the Super Bowl. Tell us what the locker room was like in Green Bay after that win.
Oh, man, you know, we were so ready to get out of there, man. It was cold and freezing, you know. You know, but, you know, we played them tough, man. We went out there with fought hard. You know, Tynes, I think he had missed a field goal early on in that game. But we knew he got a chance to get it again. You know, he was going to nail it. But when Corey made the interception, man, our DBs played exceptionally well and made some big-time interceptions. Our W Quarters, he made quite a few big-time interceptions versus Tampa and even in Dallas the previous week. So our DBs came up very, very good for us, you know, in the playoffs. And when Webby made that pick, man, we knew it was our time to, you know, just, you know, seal the deal. You know, our offense, you know, overtime, and they stuck to the run, got it close enough to Tynes to kick the winning field goal for us.
Well, we all know, right, if you've been around football enough, you know how important the bigs up front are. And for defensive backs to have success, for Corey to have intercepted that pass, for Brett to have been uncomfortable, you guys had to get some pressure. So what was happening in the later part of that season? You said you struggled with some of those teams earlier. What happened late in that season where you and the other defensive front linemen were able to get pressure? Why were you guys able to come on late and get to the quarterback?
I think we got healthy. You know, early on the year, you know, quite a few guys, man, had some you know, bumps and bruises, man. We kind of nicked up. But towards the, you know, mid to the end of the year, you know, we had a good rotation going. We had guys playing different positions, and I think that's really our strength. Where, you know, we had a lot of guys who could get after the pass and pass rush, but we were able to line up in different spots across the defensive line and give offensive linemen, you know, different variety of looks. And typically, you know, that way we went against linemen that we typically wouldn't go against, and vice versa. They wouldn't, you know, typically go against some of our defensive linemen. I think that was a positive, you know, for us. And I think that was enabled us to really get a lot of pressure on the quarterback. We were healthy, and we were able to be more variety, give different looks, different fronts. Spags came out with the NASCAR package where we had the 4D ends, and, you know, those guys could pretty play along the defensive front. And, you know, me, Cofield, Jay Alford, you know, we were able to come in the middle and, you know, kind of switch up things too as well.
You talk about Spags, you mean Steve Spagnuolo, the longtime defensive coordinator, who now is on the sidelines as the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs. Exactly. Are you kind of surprised to still see Spags roaming the sideline, or would you think that that's normal 20 years later or whatever it is?
I mean, I think it's normal, man. I mean,
15 years later.
Yes, you know, Spags, he's a great guy, man. People love him. I truly do. He really helped my game and took my career to another level. You know, when I was in New York with those 2 years, and even my last few years in St. Louis, you know, and they had a great front, you know, in Kansas City with some good pass rushers. I don't think they probably had the depth that we had with the Giants, you know, but, you know, he definitely had, you know, some great talent there with him in Kansas City. But I'm not surprised to see him at all still coaching.
So, Fred, you guys leave New York, you go to Phoenix, you're going to play it in Glendale against that same Patriots team that you faced about a month before. You almost got those guys, but Randy Moss and Brady got the best of you guys in the end. What was different? What was your mindset like going into that game against an undefeated Patriots team that could have set history upside down because they would have replaced the Miami Dolphins as the only team in NFL history to be undefeated in a season? So what was that like going into the game? How were you going to get Brady uncomfortable?
Well, we knew we had to get them out of rhythm, had to get them out of sync. They had a pretty solid offensive line. He was pretty rhythmic quarterback, and we just had to get him off his game plan, off his rhythm, off his spot. And I think that was the main thing that kept us, had us with a great shot of getting the victory, getting them rattled. And we knew, like on the first series in the Super Bowl, that we saw the offensive lineman look kind of confused.
So you guys wanted to get Brady uncomfortable. From a mindset standpoint, of course, everybody tries to get Tom Brady uncomfortable. Most people can't. What did you see in Tom Brady? What was Tom Brady like at that point versus today, right? Today, everybody sees him as the GOAT. He won a bunch more Super Bowls. He's still playing in the league, actually just retired. What did you guys see Tom Brady as at that point of time?
He was definitely, a great quarterback. He was on time. He was rhythmic. He had a great weapons around him. And, it's all about time. He gets the ball out very fast, opposed to other quarterbacks. He's more of a rhythmic type of guy. Even back then, his play style really hasn't changed a lot, from now since back then. But one of the things, OC realized, like, hey, this is some of the things he's doing, some of his tendencies before the snap. And we just kind of studied that tape, man, the week of the Super Bowl. And we knew, like, look, hey, he gets the ball like quick. We might not get a lot of sacks on him, but as long as we're in his face, getting him rattled, moving around instead of just sitting back there picking us apart and just showing the offensive line different looks. We have guys playing all over the front. If you go back and watch the game, guys were moving all over, along the defensive line front to kind of give some of the offensive linemen different looks. I think that's really played a part into us, winning that game.
Well, it turns out it did play a part in you winning the game, and you leave Glendale with the championship trophy, and ultimately you get a Super Bowl ring, which very few human beings can say they own, a Super Bowl ring. So kind of wrapping up, two teams in this, one familiar, one unfamiliar. The Cincinnati Bengals haven't been in the Super Bowl since the 80s. The Rams just in the Super Bowl in 2018, a team that you played for years and years ago, very different team today. But what do you see happening on Sunday? What's your prediction?
I think the Rams are more well-balanced. I think they have a great offense, and their defense is solid. I think Cincinnati, they have an explosive offense. Once they get hot, they get hot. I like the Rams' defense a little bit better than Cincinnati's. But Cincinnati has proven, man, like this playoffs, it's been crazy this whole year. Some teams that came out kind of sluggish, and a lot of teams could have gave the game away at any point. You look at what Rams did versus Tampa Bay. I mean, Tampa Bay still had a chance to win that game, against the Rams. So, but I like the Rams this week, versus Cincinnati. But I think Cincinnati will keep it close, though. I mean, their offense, Joe Burrow, those receivers he has, and tight end, even a running back, I think they're going to come out and play hard, and they're going to keep it very competitive. It might be a high-scoring game, but if Joe Burrow can get the ball out quick versus that Rams front, I mean, it'll be a great game.
All right, there you have it. Former Viking, Giant, and Ram, Fred Robbins. He's going with the Rams. Tight game. Fred, thanks a ton for your time. Appreciate you bringing your family along in the car with us. We enjoyed you and your son back there, and we'll talk to you again soon, man.
All right, thank you, man. Thanks for having me.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Hey, everybody, we've got the one, the only Bart Millard. Bart, everybody knows you from Mercy Me. I know you as the guy who played the Ray Lewis Ray of Hope event because we got to meet down there. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, man, my pleasure. This was a nice surprise this week.
Yeah, I mean, God brings us surprises all the time.
Right.
All right, so listen, I want to talk about the Ray of Hope event that we actually had. So you performed at the charity event that Rob Vaca, myself, and Ray have called Ray of Hope. And first of all, you're very gracious with your time, talent, and treasure. What do you remember most about that night?
For me, I'm a sports freak. Football. Gosh, it was just everybody that was there. I got a little. I don't get starstruck a lot, but just the players that were there, a little freaked out by, and And just being around Ray Lewis too, man. Like I'd never met him, but I'm assuming he's the kind of guy that never meets a stranger, because I think he about cracked my ribs when he hugged me as if we'd known each other for like 20 years. But the whole event was amazing. Every once in a while you get an opportunity to be a part of something that you feel a little bit like a fish out of water. Like there's a lot of things I do regularly, but I don't get a lot of opportunities to mingle with those type of crowds. I know I've talked to Rob about it in the past, and it's, I swear, whenever Rob or whenever you guys call, it's like, I'm not sure what I'm getting into, but I say yes immediately, always.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, I tell you what, the world, I've learned that the world of positive people somehow orbits Rob Vaca. Like everybody knows Rob Vaca somehow, and he like pre-screens people. Like if he introduces you, you're like, oh, you're one of us. You're like a decent, good person. It's amazing.
Hey, no lie, I've become really good friends with Ben Roethlisberger, and I've been following his journey for this last year. So I went and stayed with him after one of the Ravens game, I think, and we're sitting there talking in his basement, and I was telling this Ray Lewis story or whatever, and I mentioned, no lie, I was like, yeah, this guy, Rob Vaca, and Ben goes, Rob Vaca, is he the getaway guy? You know, and I was like, everybody knows Rob Vaca.
Yeah. It's amazing. You want to know what? So Sports Science, that was on Fox Sports and ESPN forever, Ben Roethlisberger was on season 1 before he even knew what Sports Science was.
No way.
And it was amazing because we had Jerry Rice on, we had Chad Johnson, then we had on Ben Roethlisberger and Maurice Jones-Drew and all these guys who you're like, look at the litmus test on how decent of a person you are, how good are you. First of all, we never paid anybody. And if, Ben's like, yeah, man, this sounds awesome. And he shows up without an entourage, with nothing, and he had already won a Super Bowl. I'm like Sports Science pre-screened people because he show up with no money, not knowing, and they want to literally give their gifts back to the world of like, well, first of all, I'm curious, how good am I? Like, why? And second of all, I kind of want to let people take a peek, under the hood to see like, well, what makes me tick? He was unbelievable.
Well, I'm assuming it's the YouTube legacy or what? Because I was at the house. I told my kids, I have 5 kids, 3 boys, and I told them, hey, I've got to do a podcast. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, well, it's this guy from Sports Science. And my 18-year-old was like, oh, yeah, the guy that Jerry Rice can only run so fast and jump so high, and the odds of him catching the ball. And I was like, yeah, that's the guy.
Yeah.
So the legacy continues.
Yeah, it's so funny. Super fortunate. Sports Science, very fortunate, for everyone that it lasted as long as it did and still continues to this day. And I got to meet some incredible people, Ben Roethlisberger among them. Yeah. But also it affords me the opportunity to meet somebody like you. I mean, here you are making a massive difference in the world, not only through music, but just your own life story. And you have a movie made about your life. I want to know about the process of, what's that like if someone calls you up and you end up getting a movie made about you?
Yeah, it wasn't my idea. I would never think of that. It took about 8 years. I got approached by somebody that came through Nashville, and all I got was a call asking to go to breakfast. And this producer out of California said, I had this idea, and I've been asking around what's the most popular like faith-based song going, because I want to try to make a movie about it. And apparently it was this song called Shout to the Lord, and I guess I Can Only Imagine. So she hunted me down, and I kind of told her my story, and she was like, this is it. This is the movie. And I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds great. Good luck with that. Never thought it would happen, and just kind of went along my way. I think they do this thing where they buy your life rights, which is basically you don't allow anybody else to tell that story. Like if you had a book, which I didn't at the time, but that just means no one else can tell this part of your story. And they send you like $1,000 like a year. It's really not much. And so I'm thinking it's never going to get made. I'll take $1,000, sure. And so about every year, another $1,000 show up in the mail saying we're still trying. 8 years of this. Right. And I was like, yeah, this is great, man. And all of a sudden she was like, hey, the company's going under, but I sold the idea to someone else who ended up being the Irwin brothers. And then after 8 years, it it just kicked into high gear, and they're like, we're really going to make this. And I don't think I ever truly believed it until like they sent me an actual script. And honestly, like I got a little freaked out because, you know, I never thought it was real. So I never sat there and thought, well, what would it be like to have your life put on a screen? And I got super, super nervous. And but they were great with it, and it was a cool process. Yeah, but it was never my idea. I wouldn't have thought it was a movie by any means.
Well, that's, you know, it's amazing how music moves people. And I love to ask people what moves you, meaning what physically makes you move. And you have answers like fear, love, necessity, you know, safety, whatever. And I also say, don't forget music. Yeah. Music moves you. And it's kind of this divine mystery of why we as a species consider these sounds put into this order pleasant or emotional or something. And it's so divine. I feel like music is, you know, almost this universal manifestation of the divine mystery. I mean, how do you view music as somebody who's had an incredible career making people happy through your music?
Man, I think I heard like a cliche years ago, you know, how music's kind of a universal language. And there's a lot of truth to that. You know, we can go to the Dominican Republic and I can't speak the language, but I can sing I Can Only Imagine. All of a sudden they know exactly what's happening. And they'll know every word, but we, neither one of us speak. I can't speak Spanish. They can't speak English otherwise. And man, it's just, I think it just taps into your senses. I mean, the same way you could smell a cologne or perfume and it takes you somewhere, man. How many times do you hear a song and it immediately takes you back to your wedding day or whatever? And it's incredibly powerful. And for whatever reason, for me as a kid, man, I escaped in music. Like, I don't know why it, you know, connected with me the way that it did. And I just became obsessed with it. And I think the first time that I ever performed or wrote a song that wasn't just to entertain somebody, but actually to see someone with tears in their eyes or actually impact them on a different level, man, it's got to feel like a drug almost. Like it's intoxicating. And I knew this is what I wanted to do the rest of my life. I never knew I'd be able to pay my bills with it, but I knew I'd be doing it, whether it's at a karaoke bar or something. I just can't not do it. And it's so powerful to me. And I guess my instinct was like, man, if it's impacted me this way, then it's got to be that way for a lot of other people. And so far it has.
Oh, that's incredible, man. Now, going into this game on Super Bowl Sunday,
yeah,
I want to know from you, what do you see? What's your feeling on what's going to happen?
Well, it's pretty funny. I grew up in Dallas. I'm a Cowboys fan, so I don't want to talk about it. But
I hear you. I'm a Redskins fan. Wait a minute, a football team. Wait a minute, a Commanders fan. I don't know what I am. But I'm a Washington fan. So
I hear you. Yes. I'll watch the playoffs no matter what. And it was funny because I'm not lying. Every team I picked in the first 2 rounds lost, like 100%. And I was like,
you're a Cowboys fan.
Well, yeah. But I mean, I'm like, it was amazing. And I live in Nashville. It's just like, I thought I was cursed. And so I started putting on social media that I've gotten them all wrong and started doing these. I had a hashtag called Bart's Dumb Picks. And I would just randomly say, man, I'm not over the Dwight Clark catch, so I hope the Niners lose. I just started picking stuff. And so, and people got nervous. Well, all of a sudden my luck changed and I picked the Bengals and the Rams. And so my fans they're not sure which way to go with me, but I'm pulling for the Rams only because Matthew Stafford's a Dallas boy and he was in Detroit purgatory for so long. I would like to see him win it. I think it's actually when Chris Collinsworth on Monday Night Football or whatever, or Sunday Night Football said, man, I've never looked at Stafford. He's actually pretty good. And I was like, what? He's been around forever. And yeah, I felt bad for the guy. So I'm pulling for them, but the Bengals story's pretty great. You know, I can't say I don't like the Bengals. It's just they weren't really on my radar. And but it's a cool story. So I'm just hoping for not a blowout and great commercials, and I'll be happy for the night.
All right. Well, I think I want to hear what you have to say to this. All right. Who do you think wins a Super Bowl first? from this point forward?
Oh,
the
man.
Dallas Cowboys or the Washington, whatever they call themselves?
I would say the odds say that Dallas should, because they're in decent shape right now. But I've said that.
Dallas.
I've said that for about 20 years, and I know that Washington's had the same misery. I believe in Rivera more. I just think he's an awesome guy. I hope that translates to a great coach.
You would hope so, right? Now, like for those of for those youngsters out there who don't remember, the NFC East used to be unstoppable.
Oh, man.
You had the Cowboys dynasty. You had the Redskins dynasty.
Yep.
You had the Giants dynasty. You had the Eagles, and then
Eagles.
That's right. You had the Eagles, and they were always good. And then you had, if everybody remembers, the St. Louis Cardinals. They were in the NFC East, and they were always the laughing stock. They move over, right? And you're like, you used to have this block of unstoppable teams. Now you have the Cowboys and the whoever they are, and you're just like, what has happened? Like I swear, growing up, I was born in 71.
72.
Redskins. All right, the Redskins had 3 Super Bowls with 3 different quarterbacks, and I was convinced, and I mean this seriously, God favored the Redskins. That is documented fact. It's actually in the Bible, because I'm like, you could put anybody at quarterback and win. It was amazing. Turns out I was wrong. It's not documented fact anymore. God changed his mind.
I love that we're the same age, because you remember like the Cowboys and Indians commercials, and I just showed my kids the Joe Theismann injury, because I said this is going to make everything on you hurt, and it holds up. It's painful to watch.
It is. It's funny. I've gotten to know Joe a little bit, and that that injury. It's amazing how that guy has an unbelievable story.
Really?
And he's an amazing guy. But that injury, man, is the injury heard around the world forever. It never gets old. You're like, oh my God, that happened? Even like, and if you remember, Lawrence Taylor, who is the baddest man on the planet, he's like, he is as fierce as it comes, and his like, oh my God, was instant. It wasn't, it was like, oh my God, what happened? Unbelievable moment in sports.
Yeah, we were, my brother, like my dad, I was named after Bart Starr, and my dad played football with Don Meredith at SMU. He was a Don center until he got hurt and had to bail. And, but my brother and I were just talking about how you bring up the Cardinals. Like, I mean, we obviously, the same way you hate the Cowboys, we hated the Giants, the Eagles, the Redskins. Didn't really have much. We didn't care about the Cardinals, but we were just talking about how my brother ran into Jake Plummer not long ago, and I was like, he's the one guy that would beat us. Like, I hated that guy because they would be 0-5,000, but he would beat us.
They always had like literally that was the team. When people say don't look past anyone, they should have been the St. Louis don't look past anyone. That was the name of the team, because everyone looked past them. They would lose. Dallas would lay an egg or something. And you're like, how did that happen?
But really, how many years of either the Redskins or Cowboys having a chance and it getting ruined by the other team at the end of the season? Oh, man. I know for us, it's always the Redskins beating us at the end of the season.
I mean, dude, you talk about Dexter Manley against Danny White, and
he can punt too. He's very efficient.
Yes, exactly. Unbelievable. Dude, we could talk Redskins Cowboys.
It's awesome.
1980s forever. I know every play, every game. It was the best rivalry ever. And now nobody even thinks it's a rivalry.
Yeah, the bit in Dallas is like they'll have their sports radio will be like, next week Dallas is going to New York to play the Giants, and the next week it's Washington to play football team.
I love you know what's awesome is to think, okay, so football team won one of the rounds, and then Commanders won another round. What finished second both those times? I'm like, that was the winner?
Yeah. Did you have any preference? Did you have any thoughts on what you thought they should be called?
I mean, the Warriors was like right there, right? It was right there for the taking, and supposedly some guy bought Washington Warriors and wouldn't sell it. Like, ask for too much money, but that's the legend has it behind the scenes. I have no idea if that's true. Warriors was like right there, but I don't know.
Okay, so this is super random. This is God's honest truth.
Yep.
Like I, for whatever reason, I fell in love with the name the Red Tails after Tuskegee Airmen when that came up.
Sure. Yeah.
And so I literally grabbed the Washington Red Tails on Twitter, not to sell, but to make sure it was available, because one of my dearest friends is a Redskins fan, and I'm sorry, football team fan. And I was like, man, people rip these things off. I said, it's going to be Red Tails. And somehow I got it. It's all theirs when they want it. But I just thought the fighter plane on the helmet could have been cool.
I'll tell you what, I think they're the only, I think this is true. They are the only professional team to have 3 different names in 4 years. That's tough to do.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. Did you like Commanders at first, or do you like Commanders?
No, I think it sounds very no, I don't like it at all.
Did you do like me and sit there and say Washington Commanders, Washington Commanders? It's a mouthful. It's too much to say.
It's too much to say, and also commander, it doesn't. Commander of what?
Yeah.
Incompetent? What are you commanding? It doesn't. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like it.
Hopefully, winning fixes everything. You know, if they could have a good season, people will start liking Commanders. I didn't like Titans first.
I mean, it usually look. We used to call them the Skins, right? How about them boys? What do you say about Commanders? How do you shorten it? How about them?
The Manders.
Commands. No, how about them Durs?
The Durs.
The Durs.
You can't go commies. That doesn't work. I don't know which way you go.
You can't. I don't know how you abbreviate it. They picked the one word you can't abbreviate.
Yeah.
I don't know. So crazy, man. Well, listen, I cannot thank you enough for joining us and giving us your time. Thank you so much for making so many people happy. I mean, we have a shortage of that, and you have done that your entire career, and I can't thank you enough.
Well, man, I appreciate it, and thanks for creating stuff that my boys can watch anytime they want. So right back at you.
Awesome. All right, well, God bless.
All right, you too. Thanks.
All right, joining us now is Ben Garland. Ben, thanks so much for joining us. How are things going right now?
Good morning. Things are going good. I got my business Wingman 63 up and off the ground out here in California, training, getting ready for next season. So things are going well for me.
All right. So look, you're now with the 49ers. A lot of people think the Niners should be in the big game. What happened? You tell me what happened, because a lot of people are still scratching their heads.
I was a free agent this year with an injury, but I was following the 49ers the whole time. And I definitely thought they had a good opportunity to be in the game. And I really thought they were going to beat the Rams and be there this week.
And we don't have an explanation of what we think happened to the Niners?
See, that's a tough game. I mean, you're talking in the championships. I mean, they all come down to the wire, and you have that opportunity to play somebody. But I think they should have had them.
All right. Now, you've been in the Super Bowl. Not only have you been in the Super Bowl, you've been in the Super Bowl that everybody probably remembers the most. First of all, tell me what it's like to be in the Super Bowl. Is it as sort of nerve-wracking, exciting, exhilarating, all of those things at the same time, or is it another game because by that time you guys are, have incredibly strong mental fortitude?
There's a lot of aspects that play into it. I mean, even just the logistics. You're trying to figure out which friends and family you're going to take to the game. You're trying to find the logistics of getting everybody there and hotels and all the madness that goes around it. But on top of that, it's the biggest game in the world. And so you have to try to balance, just focus on there's a reason why you're there. Your team's one of the best in the world at the time. And you just need to focus on the job at hand. Otherwise, if you allow the big picture to get on top of you, a lot of times it's overwhelming for some guys. So it's just focusing on what you did. And there's a reason why you're there. And there's a reason why you should be able to win the game.
And you've been in the league now for 11 years, and you've been to 2 Super Bowls, right?
It's been 3. So I went with Denver, Atlanta, and the 49ers.
Good Lord. So let's talk about when you were with Atlanta. I have a theory, and I think it's true. I have tried to scientifically prove that momentum is real. And there is no scientific proof that momentum is real. However, there is Super Bowl 51. that definitely is maybe we just point to that. Talk to me about what it was like to be a part of one of the most memorable Super Bowls. I've spoken to Thomas, TD a lot about this, and it's almost like not sure how something like that could happen. But I want to see from your point of view, what do you remember the sort of good, bad, and ugly of it all?
It was tough, and it just seemed to be a snowball. And it was like one thing after another kind of accumulated. I mean, we were having injuries, and you have one thing, and then they kind of score, and they're coming back, and you keep fighting for it. But another guy gets hurt, then they get a wild catch that you didn't expect, like jumping between two defenders that they shouldn't have had, and they catch that one, and then just kind of one thing after another kind of snowballs for the perfect storm to beat us.
On that, but on that note, were guys on the sideline saying, "Oh boy, this is not good. Oh boy," or what was the sort of rhetoric on the sidelines while things were sort of unraveling?
Man, you definitely felt that energy towards the very, very end of the game whenever they had a chance of coming back. But I mean, everyone was just so focused on the game and doing their job and getting done. I mean, it's not like anybody thought we had the game sealed. It was just, we were fighting for our lives. They were a really good team, and they put together the perfect comeback. I mean, we had guys the whole time. I mean, it's constant in the game plan, constantly talking to coaches and redirecting and trying to, I mean, we could have beat them by 50. We would have. It's not one of those things where people let up. It was just literally the perfect storm.
Right. Interesting. All right. So going into this Super Bowl, I mean, we kind of have a tale of two very different teams. What is your take on who's going to win?
I am personally rooting for the Bengals to take it, but just because they're more the underdog. The Rams have an amazing team. I mean, you look at the pass rush alone, and then picking up Von Miller and having Aaron Donald. That's one of the best pass rushes in the league, just with those two alone. And the rest of their D-line are not slumps at all. They've got a lot of talent over there. But the entire Rams roster is incredible. And then you're looking at the young guys over in the Bengals with Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, and they've got an incredible team as well. I'm really played with Ricardo Allen in Atlanta, and I'm really hoping he takes home a Super Bowl win this year.
I actually went to the Titans-Bengals game, and I'll tell you, I was in Bud Dupree's suite watching the game, and oh my God, this is amazing. And what was unbelievable to me is that game was over, like capital O, except at the end of the game, it went the other way. What I see in this Bengals team is, and I'm not sure who is spearheading this. I'm not sure. I've never met Joe Burrow, but it just, for lack of a better description, they just don't seem to care what the score is or what happened the last play. They just keep coming on, and it's almost like this lack of whatever is serving them really well.
They seem to have that unscientific momentum that you're talking about, and it's continuing for them game after game. It's exciting to watch.
Yeah, I think it's incredible. So if there is one thing that you want us to look at the Super Bowl, what is the thing that you think a lot of people may not notice this, but this is like the key to the game?
Being extremely biased, I think it all happens at the line. You'll see who controls the line of scrimmage and who's able to run the ball. I think once they're able to run the ball, it really opens up a lot of different aspects of their offense, and it definitely changes what their defense has to do. And so whoever controls the line of scrimmage, both whether that's getting pressure as a defensive line or whether that's offensive line controlling the run game and protecting the quarterback, I think that'll be a huge difference.
Right. So talk to me about Wingman 63.
That's my company. It's a 360 content boutique. We're integrated. We do all forms of content in any and many forms. We're doing videos, books, movies, short form videos, organic stuff. What we're doing is we're creating a lot of content, and usually with a good cause, whether we're making donations to charities of the talent that we're working with, or whether in general, like we just finished the Cal Hope campaign, telling all Californians about the free mental health resources available to them.
That is incredibly noble. How does everybody find out? What's the best website to go to?
We got Instagram right now. We're working on putting up the website right now. Pretty fresh company, but I think we're already doing big things. We're working on a lot of stuff right now, and we're really excited to be a part of it.
All right, so you were a free agent this year due to injury. So how are you feeling?
Feeling good now. I'm ready to go and take on the next year and come back into the team and hopefully get my own run at the Super Bowl.
That's right. Before I let you go, I got two questions. One, what is your absolute best Super Bowl memory? What's I will never forget that moment.
Gosh, it's so tough when all three of them were just nightmares where we lost.
I know, but you got to have is it the national anthem, the halftime show, what was it?
There's a bunch of great moments. I think in the last Super Bowl, just being the starting center for the game and I took a moment right before kickoff and just kind of looked around, took a full enjoyed the moment, enjoyed where I was at, and then refocused, and it was time to play.
That's awesome. All right, last question. Score. What is it?
Oh, we're going with 24-21 Bengals.
Wow. What's the over/under today? Do you know? It's low.
I don't know. I think spread's 4.
Yeah, I think it's 4, which is a lot.
Yeah. But I got a home field advantage.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, listen, cannot thank you enough for joining us this morning, for getting out of bed and sharing your thoughts. God bless you. I know that you'll have an amazing recovery and return for this upcoming season. And, I think you and I are on the same side because I'm going to say, let's go Bengals.
Right. You have a great one. Thanks for having me.
Thanks.
Brinks TV. Winners, and more winners.
All right, joining us now is Andy Levitre. By the way, it sounds French. I feel like I figured it out very quickly. Andy, thank you so much for joining us, and how impressed are you that I could figure out your last name was French?
That was good. You could have been in a spelling bee and, been one of the people that figured out how to get the origins for words.
That's right. It's called etymology. That's the study of words, right? Is it etymology or entomology? I think it's etymology, right? Entomology is the study of bugs.
I'm not sure. I don't know either of those.
One of those. All right, so listen, back in the day, you get drafted 51st overall, right, in 2009, and you play in Super Bowl 51.
Yeah.
Huh?
I know. That's
a little weird.
Yeah.
So tell me about, everybody's going to want to know, listen, what was it like playing in the Super Bowl? What was it like playing in Super Bowl 51, which is one of the most memorable Super Bowls? Tell me about that experience.
It feels like a bad dream still to me. It just, it's hard to fathom what happened, and just the team that we had, to kind of see the way that it ended. It just doesn't seem real, and it doesn't seem like that happened. I don't know. It's, I was excited. That was one of the greatest groups of players I've ever been around. And we had just such a fun season together. It seemed like every time we touched the ball, we were celebrating in some fashion. So, it was just a tough way to cap the season off with the way that ended. But the season itself was very exciting.
Well, I want to say, here's what I want to say. Listen, anybody who makes it to the Super Bowl, first of all, that's incredible. Second of all, look, you were part of one of the most memorable games ever, albeit on the wrong side of it. However, that doesn't really matter because you guys made it to the game. Is what it is. At least it was Tom Brady and company, right? So it's not like you lost to some no name.
Right.
But I want to know from you, I believe that it is impossible to scientifically prove the law of momentum in the way that we're talking about momentum, but clearly Super Bowl 51 is the thing that you point to going, momentum is real. But I want to know from your point of view, at what point, at what play, at what moment were you like, uh-oh?
I don't know if there was a particular moment. I don't know. I'm a pretty level-headed person, so I don't let my emotions get too out of whack where I'm like doubting myself or our team. It just, for me, I just kind of stayed locked in and was just plugging away. And then, you know, what happened at the end with overtime, it was kind of out of my control. But
no, it would not. Hold on a second. You mean that it wasn't all in your control?
I mean, there's probably a couple things I wish I could take back, but you know.
That's right. Well, listen, first of all, how much do you weigh now? You look like you look ridiculously in shape in the best possible way. How much weight have you lost since leaving the league?
I was playing around 305 and now I'm about 260.
Wow.
Definitely not hitting the weight room as much as I used to. I'd say a little more running than I had. Well, not compared to football, but, you know, trying out the longer distance running. And, yeah, no, it's definitely, my body feels a little bit better when I wake up in the morning nowadays. So it's been a good transition.
That's incredible. All right, so going into this Super Bowl, we've got really the tale of two totally different teams. There are a lot of people who are all in on, you know, the all-star team of the Rams. And you got people going into the, you know, scrappy underdog Bengals. Where do you sit, especially having been there? How do you see this matchup playing out?
I see the Rams just putting on points and coming out fast. And then I see the Bengals maybe make a run late and make it a close game. But I think the Rams are going to edge them in this one.
And that's it. That's kind of like, dude, that's like what everybody is saying. Everyone's just saying, yeah. And when do Super Bowls turn out exactly the way that we think that they will? Almost never.
It's never. Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, just based on what I've seen, you know, from the season and kind of knowing the teams and how they've done this year, that would be my guess. I mean, I don't know. I hope I'm wrong. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I'm not pulling for any team in particularly.
What's interesting is I think that you have a team in the, you know, Bengals who, you know, really are not that stressed out about this game. They're just like, well, we're going to show up. We're going to, we're going to play our game and, you know, it's going to happen. The Rams, like everyone's all in on the Rams. I think Vegas has it at 4 or something.
Oh, really?
It's a lot for a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, they're at home too. I mean, they probably are feeling a lot more pressure than the Bengals. They're, you know, we come in.
So think about this. We never had a home Super Bowl in the history of the league, and now we have back-to-back home games. Like that's some crazy improbable stuff, which means something's up. I mean, yeah. God is like winking at us all going, and I'm not sure which way he's winking, but it's almost impossible to say, yep, that's the way. Those were the teams that were going to make it to the Super Bowl. And last year we had a home victor, but I don't know. You know, I don't know about this year.
Yeah, I have no idea, but I think you're right. I think somebody's trying to say that the Rams are supposed to win this year. So we'll see.
Maybe. So what's the one thing going into this game that you, having been there, done that, what's the one thing that we should be looking for that a lot of people may not realize? What's the matchup that's important? What's the, you know, surrounding environment? What's the thing that you know that others don't?
I don't know. I mean, for me, it was more of just coming into the game and treating it like, as much as you can, you know, treating it like another game during the season. And you know, some guys get overly pumped up or feel that pressure of being in a big game like the Super Bowl. But, you know, at the end of the day, you're still playing football. You still have to make plays, you know, and not losing sight of that. So I think it'll be interesting to see if anybody comes out kind of jittery and, you know, kind of loses focus in that regard. Because that could play a big role, you know, making some mistakes because you're not really focused on the task at hand. it could come back to bite somebody in the butt. So that would be what I'd be looking for early. I mean, there's a lot of talent on both teams, and so it's more just obviously the whole cliche of execution, in the ball game. So we'll kind of see how that goes. It's going to be hard to predict right now.
Now, when you're playing in a game where worldwide over 1 billion eyes are watching you, like, can you feel like every step I take, there are a lot of people around the world watching everything that I do? Or do you just block it out and you're like, well, it doesn't really matter. I don't feel it. Is it there, or are you able to block it out?
My recollection was, it kind of felt the same to me. My experience, it kind of felt the same as a normal week. The coaches tried to make it seem as normal. I mean, it's not normal. You travel somewhere a week early, you're practicing at another field, and you have some obligations, outside of practice that you don't normally have. So there are some things that kind of throw that off. But for the most part, going into the game, I didn't feel any added pressure or think about stuff like that. Those are probably things I thought about more after the fact, and like, wow, we just played in the Super Bowl, and being able to have made it as far as I did. Most players that play this game don't get even a sniff at making it to the Super Bowl, let alone the playoffs. And so, I was very grateful to make it even as far as I did. Leading up to that season, I had never even played in one playoff game before. So, and that was my 8th year. So I was excited to just even be in the playoffs, and then make it that far was amazing. I still wasn't satisfied with the outcome of that game, but I don't know. I was just thankful to make it to a Super Bowl. That was pretty cool.
All right. Before I let you go, I want you to give us a score. Lock it in. I know you don't feel like you've got like one team that you're terribly invested in, but you got to lock in the score and stick to it.
Okay. Let me think about this for a second. I got to add up some numbers. I'm a math guy.
Usually it's by 7s and 3s. You can also throw in 6s.
That's true.
2s every now and then.
Okay. So I got, let's see.
You could actually pick any number because you can get there.
Yeah, I got 31 for the Bengals. And
how many?
31.
31 Bengals.
And then Rams 33.
Ooh. Wow. 33-31 Rams.
Yeah. That's
good.
Did
that just come to you? Or you like, what were you doing?
I'm just kind of throwing some scoring scenarios out there to see how it would progress in the game.
I like it. I like it a lot. All right, you're locked in. We appreciate you. Andy, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm sure that we will be checking in very soon. So enjoy the game.
I will.
Sitting back and 33-31 Rams.
Awesome. Well, thanks for having me on, John. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
The 2022 Big Game Weekend on Brinks.tv is brought to you by Brutus Bone Broth, made with love for dogs. Kill Cliff Clean Energy Drinks. Battle Bars, fuel your fight. And Punched Energy, packs a punched.
Hey everyone, Castmaster here, overload of knowledge and part-time customer service rep for Kill Cliff. Wanted to announce my new Kill Cliff Octane CBD flavor, Killer Cliff Sick. Yeah, that's right. It's orange and vanilla yumminess. Woo! I know your drink hole is gonna be happy because I know everything. Just go to killcliff.com and get yours today.
All right, people, listen up. Got to share my latest discovery. 100% all natural caffeine gummies. Punched Energy is a new and fast way to power up. Now, these gummies are made with real fruit and are infused with green coffee bean caffeine. That means it's all natural. Plus, they come in perfect pocket-sized travel packs. Now you'll never have to worry about spilling your coffee or having coffee breath ever again. Just grab a pack of gummies and get punched. Find out more at punchedenergy.com.
Brinks TV, winners, winners, and more winners.
Hello everyone, I'm Alex, the CEO of Battle Bars. Today I brought my friend Matt in here to help us expand Battle Bars into the Northeast, as I've learned there's a language barrier in the Massachusetts market. Say hello, Matt.
What's up, guys?
I'm going to be going over some key phrases that Battle Bars uses in our marketing, and Matt's going to translate for all you in Massachusetts and surrounding areas.
I got you.
Battle Bars are delicious and nutritious.
These things are fucking sick. It's kind of like if you had a Fenway Frank and clam chowder and they had a baby and you ate that baby. It's getting weird and kind of gross, so bear with me here, but it's really good.
Battle Bars are veteran owned and operated.
Yo, fucking heroes make this shit. The guys who protect our freedoms go overseas. They saw like ISIS and Taliban. They were like, yeah, we hate freedoms. And they were like, what? See you later. Fuck you, America. What's up? True patriots. Unlike that fucking traitor Tom Brady.
Battle Bars are gluten-free, non-GMO, and never any artificial sweeteners. But most importantly, they're absolutely delicious.
Take it easy, Goodwill Hunting. I gotta get you a janitor's outfit and head over to Bunker Hill or MIT or whatever the fuck you came from. Anyways, these things are fucking good. You gotta try these. Sink your teeth into them. Trust me, they're fucking amazing.
Head to battlebars.com or your local 7-Eleven or gym or convenience store to grab yours today.
Hey, check out his website and go support them. They might have it at the local corner store or the Packy, but if they don't have it, tell him he's a fucking idiot. He gotta get these.
Battle Bars, fuel your fight.
Battle Bars, fuck them up, kid.
Battle Bars.
Battle Bars.
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 Why do you talk funny?
Brinks.tv is partnered with Brutus Bone Broth to create our own MVP. That's Most Valuable Pup. Use the hashtag 2022MVPup to post pictures of your game day ready pup. Now it can also be your full-grown dog, but we had to pick a word, so we chose pup. We'll show the pics during the live broadcast and have our audience vote. Winners will receive great Brutus Broth products, and our voters have a chance to win the same great prizes live on the air. Not to mention, we're giving away over $10,000 cash. Go to Brinks.tv to participate and join us on Sunday starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
Welcome to the number one baby Bengals podcast, Super Bowl edition in HD. Super Bowl edition number 2. This is our second Super Bowl preview. It's the second time we've ever previewed any game.
Can you imagine being a Bengals fan and having a Bengals podcast and having a Super Bowl edition? Can we just appreciate the moment, please?
We're doing it right now. I'm imagining it in real time.
Yeah, no reason to imagine. But
am I dreaming? I still feel like I'm dreaming.
Yes. Well, I don't know. I think everything is going according as planned. I thought this was all going to happen. I said it. And the Bengals are here and they're doing what they're supposed to do. And I think this is going to be the norm from here on out. So get used to it. But, a lot of people are like, hey, where do I watch the Super Bowl? I want to see, I want to get all the real-time stats. I want to interact with the players, right? I want, I want to a virtual reality experience for the Super Bowl. Well, you can do it on Brinks.tv. They have exclusive rights to the Super Bowl. You can watch on Brinks.tv.
That doesn't sound true. I would be very surprised. Now I'm a big fan of Brinks TV.
He's not saying anything. So
I like to watch their special programming and all of that. I am a fan, but I do not think they have rights to this major event.
Well, they have rights to this show. I mean, it can't be that many more people watching Super Bowl. But
this is the Super Bowl of sports podcasts, if that's what you mean.
Brinks.tv, if you watch there, they have so many amazing shows, Courtney. I mean, they're just looking at some of the ones that you told me about before we started. And there is one called, hold on. Baldwinning. It is hosted by Stephen Baldwin. It is about how to win at life while being a Baldwin.
No, he's not one at life. He is a Baldwin, but he's actually one of the most contemptible and disliked Baldwins.
I don't know about that.
And that's odd considering that
active. He's very active in the community. Has a lot of strong opinions. But look, guys, BengalsPicks.app.link/e/DHS. That is still going on. You can still win tickets to Bengals games. You can win signed merch. I'm not even kidding. You can win all sorts of amazing stuff.
And remember that if you don't use our link,
yes,
Russian spyware automatically comes on your computer. There is no other way to download this link and to access BengalsPicks.com than to use /DHS.
But look, you
DHS
just go there. I went there and I just, you guess how many receptions Tyler Boyd's going to get, how many yards Joe Burrow going to pass.
How many do you think he's going to get?
I said 6 to 8.
Okay, that sounds about
68?
Yes.
That's a lot.
6 to 8, yes. And look, guys, we've been doing this show for a while. Our favorite guest of all time.
Yeah.
Yes.
The most entertaining, liveliest, hardcore Bengals fan. He tells
SNL alum. Don't forget.
SNL alum.
Comedian, newly married.
That's right.
Good singer.
Absolutely. He has so many albums. I love his albums. And he is Luke the Machine Null. Welcome to the show, Luke.
Oh, yeah. I'm a machine. You're a machine. Everybody's a machine. Whoa, look at the bling.
Thank you, guys. I've been working on it. These are real. It's real tiger fur. These are made out of.
Well, I cannot support that, but
you shouldn't have said
I can't support that. But I do support your marriage.
No, they were babies. They were babies.
Well, that makes it worse.
Thank you guys so much. Guys, I got to say, nice level up with the intro and everything. I miss the good old days when you guys were still illustrations.
Right. We've really taken it up a notch. I mean, it takes a lot to be number one. Joe Burrow has taught us that lesson. You got to up your game.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are expectations. People, the team spent money. They bought those tigers, the fire-breathing tigers that, have intimidated so many opponents over the past few months. And we invested in our show, too.
We have, but it really does. I really want to be clear that this is the cheapest man alive. I was reading an article the other day about how someone was complaining that they force people to stand up in retail because when they sit down, the cashier would sit down. It looks like they're lazy. Yeah. And I thought of me and John and how we always have. Have you seen the intro? You saw the intro around the treadmills. That's because Daddy makes us be on a treadmill when we write, so we don't get lazy. This man is an uber capitalist.
I haven't felt my calves in 6 years.
Yeah.
It's for the best. It's, he's doing it to breed a culture of excellence. Yeah.
He's breeding something.
Yeah. He's breeding hatred.
Well, you will thank me later. It is. Yes. Yes. And I.
Are we losing Daddy? I feel like Daddy is glitching from.
I'm certainly losing him.
He probably didn't pay his internet bill.
Or you guys stopped running on the treadmill that powers it.
That's probably what happened. So, Luke, you're in LA.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
I am indeed.
what's the vibe in LA? We've seen the clips of Cincinnati and how crazy everybody's getting. We've seen the parades. Are LA people? I live in Malibu. I don't leave the house. I'm planning to go to the game, but I try not to leave the house because paparazzi and all that. So tell me, what's the vibe on the streets outside of my house?
I'll tell you what. So I've now lived here for 2 LA Super Bowls. I was here in 2018 when the Rams went, right? Last time. Yeah. And you would never know that they even had a football team, let alone that they were in the Super Bowl. Right. This year, I feel like there's a little bit more hype around it. I feel like the Rams have had a little bit more time to gestate in the city. Still, though, for the most part, they don't care. Right. They like if for some reason the Chargers ever make it, and like let's not wish that on anyone. The Chargers make it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, LA will just be hearing about that team for the first time. They'll be like, "Whoa, we have that." They do not care at all about the.
They
Chargers.
don't care. I mean, I know they love the Lakers out there, but I feel like it's not so much of a football city, which would indicate that the Bengals deserve to win, really.
Well, let us talk about. Yeah. Let us talk about our players. Yeah, let us talk about our players over there in Los Angeles. The B-boys, as they're calling them, they get around. They were all around UCLA. People were taking the pepperonis were taking pictures of them all over the place, and really,
who are the B-boys?
It's the Bengals. They wear the B.
We've watched them all year.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bengals. Okay.
Yes. That's them.
Oh, I got you.
And
I've never heard that term.
But here's a serious question for John.
This logo is better, right?
That logo has been it's blacklisted. It is not permissible.
Yeah.
Anymore. But John,
right?
I have a question for you, Mr. Sheeran. The Bengals they played some ugly games, down to the wire games, defensive battles. Not a lot of offensive fireworks. And all the games, correct me if I'm wrong, but in pretty, cold weather, wintry weather. And now they're in LA. And it's that sun and, and it's a different vibe.
Vitamin D.
All of that stuff. Do you think that environment, playing in a different environment now, not practicing, because there's a very strategic move to not have an indoor facility, so that the wintry conditions, so that they can taste the ice. Like I always ask John, I tell him to go research outside because it'll harden him up.
Well, you believe that in the winters that it should be cold, and in the summer that it should be hot because you don't like to pay.
But yeah, it's part of the prehistoric training regimen. Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So John, what do you think? Do you think playing in kind of the summery conditions now will affect their playoff kind of momentum?
Yes, I will say yes, because like you said, they played outdoors for 3 straight games. I don't know if it was that cold in Kansas City, but it's the middle of nowhere in Kansas in late January, so it's not exactly warm. They've spent the past couple days now getting acclimated to Los Angeles weather. I think it's like a heat advisory out there, which is crazy for being early February. It's going to be in a dome, though. It's a controlled environment. Joe Burrow has played 2 games in his career with the Bengals in a dome, against the Colts in 2020 and against the Lions in this past season. He's done well both times. Like, maybe that is what is the missing piece. If we're still waiting for offensive explosion, fireworks on offense, maybe playing in better conditions, get some more controlled atmosphere, and just more consistency and stability. But what's important now is that they're practicing in that type of weather. They practiced indoors in Cincinnati when there was an ice storm happening, so they've had no incursions, no delays, nothing that was stopping them from getting the work they need to get in. And that's the most important thing. They're getting in work now. They're getting acclimated to the time change and everything. That's a disadvantage because the Rams are practicing in their own facility. They don't have to travel anywhere. So the Bengals are just catching up, and I think they'll be fine.
Well, and let me add, as a QB coach, that usually the challenge for a QB is actually cold weather with the hands getting cold. It's linemen who tend to be a little heavier who have a hard time with hot weather because they're wearing all the pads. So when it gets hot, but it's a controlled environment, as John says. So I think it's sort of a non-factor. I think we're going to see
I love the control environment. If I may, interject.
That's
here.
not what they mean.
I like the fact that you can't just say anything. You can't just play any way you like.
No,
I knew where you were going with
Publish any books that you like because it's a controlled environment.
They're not talking. They don't
the actual climate, not the societal climate.
They can control the climate now. That is amazing. See, in the old days, you couldn't do that. So that is advanced controlled environment.
I knew you were going there, and it is
love it, John.
That way.
They can control the weather.
Wow.
They can't. The climate, it's more of a longer period of time. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. I love it, John. But no, what you're telling me, I was thinking the opposite direction. I was thinking, look, their offense is not taking off in the playoffs because of that offensive line and the nature of postseason games. And without that offense, they've been winning with kind of grit and, with defensive games. I was thinking it might work to their disadvantage. You're telling me that, no, this could be the game that the offense goes off in the postseason, which I love that. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I feel like you kind of set me up there, so I'll keep that in my notes.
Okay. John, let's talk about we talked about Aaron Donald versus our offensive line last week. Let's talk about another premier matchup, Ramsey versus Jamar Chase. There's been a lot of people talking about it. They're probably going to isolate Ramsey on Chase, at least some part of the game, right? And Jamar Chase, very physical receiver. Ramsey welcomes that kind of physicality. He likes that. I think he could have played safety. He played safety a little bit, right, in college. So Jamar Chase, I don't know, what is his biggest game this postseason? I don't think he's had a 100-yard game. He's had some big catches. Yeah.
No, he crossed 100 against the Raiders in the wild card round.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And that was the only time that he had any downfield production. He had a couple of receptions down the sideline, but a lot of it has been after the catch, and that's just defenses just adjusting to what Chase is good at. And this is the playoffs, right? You need to do everything in your power in preparation to handle what the other team does best. And what the Bengals did best in the regular season was throw bombs to Jamar Chase. The thing about the Rams is that despite having Jalen Ramsey, who is arguably the best cornerback in the game, their safety play is not phenomenal. They play a lot of single high coverages, and sometimes Ramsey gets exposed on some of those deep routes. I don't know if it's tremendously wise for the Rams to just have Ramsey follow Ramsey. I don't know if it's wise to have him follow Chase around the entire field, because if there's one thing that Joe Burrow's good at, he's good at diagnosing what defense is just trying to do in the pre-snap phase and adjust his decisions going forward when the ball is snapped. So if he knows that Ramsey is currently always occupying Jamar Chase, I think he's going to look at other matchups with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd, who, in my opinion, are just completely overmatching the Rams' other cornerbacks aside from Ramsey. So if it's just Jamar Chase going back and forth with Ramsey and having a so-so day, that won't stop the Bengals offense from being productive so long as Burrow is kept clean.
Yeah, I love it. And
Luke,
I just want to ask John real quick. Yeah, I want to ask something, John, real quick. How did he get the nickname Ramsey? Is it did he start as the mascot and then he moved up to cornerback, or?
No,
you don't know. Okay,
his name.
Yeah, Ramsey. Yeah, I love it.
You think that's his nickname? It's just a coincidence.
That's actually his name.
I see.
He happens to play for the Rams.
I see. Luke, please.
Yeah. If a guy with the name Brown played with the Browns, it doesn't mean he was named after the Browns. Luke, I saw you shaking your head. Yes, that's what John was saying. What do you think? What are your thoughts on Jamar Chase?
He, like he was saying, I've seen that they've given up a lot of deep balls, but they've also, I think I read somewhere that they gave up the 4th most yards after catch as a secondary too. So I'm thinking, even if we're feeding Jamar like we have been the previous 2 games, which is just 1 yard down the field and seeing if he can make anything happen, this secondary, that you can have some success doing that too. So, and I don't think they make it sound like Ramsey's not going to follow Jamar around the field, but no matter where Jamar is going to be, he's going to have probably a safety cloud on his side. So, but if we know anything about Jamar, it's that he's not just a deep threat. He can, washing machine you around at the line of scrimmage and make something happen. So, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen.
It is the intangibles. It is the intangibles with Jamar Chase that you have to be careful about, because he's much more than just a guy you throw deep to. He's a guy you can throw short to. He's a guy who takes pressure off of our other excellent receivers. That's why I'm so excited about this offense, is because there's just so many options.
Yeah, but I mean, look, you know,
Did you
we
guys
faced
see that? Are we going to talk about Mixon? Did you guys see that insulting tweet about Mixon? What the heck was that about?
Now,
What was the guy's name?
Please remind us. What did he say?
All right, I can't remember the guy's name, but his football commentator dude on Twitter was saying that Joe Mixon's success is overblown and that you could put Perrin in and the team would be equally as good. And I was like, what games have you been watching? Mixon has been one of the keys to our success, and Mixon is going to show that guy up. Anybody, can we find out who that guy was so we can name him now, shame him after the game? I'm going to look at it.
John is on it, yes.
John's on it.
I thought you were talking about the tweet about how when the Benjis win, that Mixon will be the highest paid running back to have ever won a Super Bowl, which I'm like, that's kind of wild.
But it's well deserved.
That is crazy.
I mean, if anybody proved that he deserved every penny, it was Joe Mixon. I mean, he had a lovely year. He did an excellent job.
Yeah.
I don't know what else
I mean,
you want
we have
from the
like
man.
60
number 3 in the league, right? Isn't he number 3 in the entire NFL? I mean, what do you want?
It's very
You
good.
want from the guy?
Very good. But John, let us move to along the lines, and maybe we can talk about the O-line, D-line matchup. So you talked about if they can keep Joe Burrow clean. Now, it's not. Let's just emphasize, it's not just about, you know, the sacks and the hits. It's also about the plays that aren't sacks and hits. You know, if sometimes you get into these ruts where you even when you're not getting hit, you're not getting sacked, you're playing a different type of offense. You're not looking down the field because the opportunity is not there. And you have to switch to kind of, you know, the quick outs or whatever it is. And so they might, you know, the pressure might be such. What I'm saying is he might, you know, not be kept clean, but he also might not have any opportunities to go downfield. So how do you see that playing out? Is he going to, because, you know, against Tennessee, he got sacked 9 times, but he has still made some big plays downfield, you know?
Yeah, and he somehow managed 350 yards in that game, which is nothing short of remarkable considering what happened. The Rams, unfortunately, also utilize a lot of twists and stunts like the Titans do, and the Rams don't really blitz that much because they don't have to. They have 3 pass rushers with at least 10 sacks on the season. Von Miller looks like the old Von Miller that he was with the Denver Broncos. Leonard Floyd is no scrub coming off the other side. It's just that you know that they're going to put attention to Aaron Donald, and they're going to slide protect towards Aaron Donald to make sure that he doesn't have a one-on-one opportunity. And naturally, that means putting more attention to the side where Von Miller is, because Von Miller typically goes next to Aaron Donald. In this situation, though, like the Bengals love to go out of empty. They love to have 5 receiving options for Burrow to have, because they know that Burrow can make those decisions pretty quickly after the snap to get the ball out, because you need that to happen when you only have 5 blockers and empty protection. I don't know how many times they can do that in this game, because even on some of those plays that you were mentioning where the ball's designed to get out quickly against certain coverages, the Rams can still get home quicker than the average pass rush. And I know that the Bengals have played a lot of great pass rushing units this season, and they've managed to overcome it, but this is la creme. This is the best of the best, and this is the ultimate test for Burrow to negate a dominant pass rush. So I don't know how many times they can go in empty. I think they're going to have to utilize a lot of chip blocks from Uzama before he reaches out or goes out to run his route, and obviously Mixon's going to be involved in that as well. It's going to have to be a mix and bounce, and they're going to have to be really careful about when to take their shots down the field, because it has to come in situations where you know that the Rams aren't just going to pin their ears back and rush those lanes.
Now, Daddy, let me just real quickly hop in here and say that I read here what I was talking about earlier. So this is from Michael Salfino, who is he's from 538 Tops, the athletic editor of Bet Prep. And Michael Salfino has said, we have to accept Mixon is not a good running back. Journeyman Perrin has been just as good, if not slightly better.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens when you mix politics with the sports. You should stick to 538, whatever they do there, whatever they are, whatever.
This is what happens when you don't watch Bengals games. Yeah. This is what happens when you just read a bunch of stats and somehow try to make sense of it.
But Luke watches Bengals games, and he knows that Joe Mixon is very talented and whatnot. And I think that's an interesting topic with this game, Luke, because we've talked about how is Joe Burrow and the offensive line going to manage that pass rush, but is it completely out of the realm of possibility that they utilize Mixon on some of these early downs to just keep that defensive line on their heels? Because the Rams, for as good of a defense they are, they're not exactly dominant against the run.
I mean, you look at last game, they ran on first down, like an insane amount. Like, I forget.
Almost every time. Almost every time.
Yeah, like almost every first down. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm watching this game. Like, how many times is Zach Taylor going to call a pitch play in the red zone for -2 yards? Where I'm like, when was the last time one of those pitch plays works? It feels like it never works. Where I'm like, I understand we're not trying to run directly at Aaron Donald too. Like, I get that as well. But I mean, I think it is going to be like, can Mixon at least make them hesitate for a millisecond and think maybe they're going to run? You know what I mean? Like, you can't count Joe out. Like, I'm talking to Mixon, but I mean, I get whatever guy, like P. Ryan has had some nice splash plays. He got us back in the game in the AFC Championship game, and I'll give him love for that forever. But he also was responsible for Joe's lone interception in that Tennessee game too. I mean, he doinked right off his hands and gifted an INT to them and put them back in the game. So it's like, I don't know. You can't go in there saying like, oh, P. Ryan he's just as good. But it's like, I also think P. Ryan does get not enough love, but at the same time, yeah, you got to give Mixon some love. He's gonna make them at least hesitate, and he's a threat, and he's better than anyone the Rams have. I'm sorry, he just is.
Well, I mean, let's be honest, John. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe the running game could be a big factor here, but I mean, the Bengals, the way the running game works. And when they're effective running, it's usually the passing game that sets it up. It's later in the game. Like we saw Mixon finishing out against the Chiefs. He finished up, he kind of came in at the end and he helped us, get better field position.
He put the game away.
Away. And, early on, again, and I keep talking about the pass rush, John, you were talking about Aaron Donald, going to have another man. I saw a stat that even when he's double teamed, Aaron Donald wins 25% of the time, I think, right?
Sure, but you're not going to just have him with one guy and lose as well. You need to do everything in your power to to limit those odds.
Away.
Exactly.
Yeah. John, what about? Yeah, I mean, are there any sort of? I don't know. I mean, yeah. Well, we've talked enough about that. Let us move to the other side. So Andrew Whitworth, obviously, he's coming off an injury. Is he 100%? I don't know.
He practiced full today, so I think he's going to be okay.
80% of Andrew Whitworth is still one of the greatest in the league.
That's like 6'4", 300 pounds instead of his full size. Yeah.
I mean, the man is amazing. Let's be honest. Andrew Whitworth is an amazing guard.
And he's going tackle. And he's going up against Trey Hendrickson, our best pass rusher. We're not going to move Trey around to avoid Whitworth or anything.
I doubt that.
No.
Yeah. So
Trey's going to get his. Trey's going to get his. Like as good as Whitworth is. And I'm not saying that Trey is like Aaron Donald level, but Trey's pretty relentless. Like he'll get one.
Yeah. And Bengals have speed and maneuverability, and we can't forget that when it comes on the defensive side of the line.
BJ Hill has been a playmaker the whole season and in the postseason. I wouldn't be surprised if BJ Hill gets a sack, And really, I am hoping we just have one big defensive play early. And we rattle Matt Stafford, that will change the entire dynamic of the game.
He's not that easily rattled, that you.
He makes it up.
Even if he gets sacked.
He is. Yes, he is.
He's led the league. He's led the league in pick sixes 2 years in a row. By the way, that's 7 pick sixes over the last 2 years.
But I think this goes both ways though, because Sean McVay, who's now Matthew Stafford's play caller, he does a great job of designing opening game scripts to make sure that Stafford is not really putting the ball in harm's way. If those mistakes are going to come, I think they're going to come later in the game when it goes off script, right? And then Lou Anarumo has time to make adjustments based off what McVay's doing. You got to understand, like the Rams' offensive line, it's solid, but a lot of it is propped up by the fact that they design their play action passing game so well. They disguise some of their play action passes with the same concepts that they run out of, and it just nullifies the pass rush really, really well. So Hendrickson, when he has those true pass rushing opportunities where it's just a drop back situation, that's when he needs to get to Whitworth, because they're going to play action to slow down the Bengals front four, and that's allows Stafford to make some of those easy decisions early in the game. If there's going to be turnover worthy throws, I think it's going to happen later in the game.
Man, I think it all comes down to whether we can shut down the run like we did in Tennessee early on, because Kansas City was gashing the Bengals defense in the first half. They were busting us for like six yards a carry. It felt like every time they ran. So it was like it's hard to ever think that you're going to be able to put any pressure on a guy when it's
isn't it crazy
third
though,
and
that
two.
Isn't it crazy that Derrick Henry is like the most inept running back against the Bengals this postseason?
I mean, he was clearly not 100%, but I'm with you. Like that.
But John, I mean but they were force feeding him, John. I mean, that was like they gave him 20, and it was like we don't want to expose Tannehill. And then people are like, wait a second, Tannehill, come on, he got them. He won a couple of playoff games a couple of years ago. Just throw the ball, and he throws the ball, interception. Throw the ball, interception. So it's like really when it's so clear that the quarterback is so limited, the running game. I mean, it was destined to fail. Now this game, you're right, John. Normally, I would say Matt Stafford. He's not going to go off a script. He's not going to have those breakdowns until later in the game. Let's say it's a shootout, or let's say they're behind, and he tries to be a hero because he's got that big arm. He's got that Texan gun slinger mentality, all that. But
he's a big boy.
I would say this, John. The Super Bowl is different. The Super Bowl we used to have. I mean, recently we've had a lot of close games. We used to have a lot of blowouts. We used to have a lot of games where quarterbacks who had MVP-like seasons looked terrible in the Super Bowl. It's a different game. The nerves are different. One little mistake here, one little mistake there, and it can all unravel.
I mean, we saw that before. We saw that before in 19.
Couple stops.
Yeah, go ahead, Luke.
I was gonna say, I mean, it's easy to, like you said, McVay's he's gonna have a good script to come out of the gate. This is the Super Bowl. If we have a big monster DJ Reader game like we saw in Tennessee, just early on, we put him in a couple third and longs. Matt Stafford loves to throw interceptions. It's like his favorite thing to do. He's gonna give the Bengals one. And I get what you're saying once they're off script, but you put him in third and long. I mean, you let our guys tee off. No one's giving our D-line any love at all.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, look, a tipped
and our
pass.
secondary's hot. They're hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one tipped pass, one a screen where he's a little bit too antsy, something like that. We get something early. We get the interception early. I think, the game's going to work in our favor. But really, if we want to,
the other thing, the other thing that I think that's kind of funny is like I think a lot of the storyline that this is a Rams home game is a bit overblown.
A bit.
I mean, I know. I mean, it's like, first of all, to me, I felt like the Bengals had way less of a shot of winning in Arrowhead against Kansas City. I really was like, I hope we win, but I'm not. Like everyone's saying, like, oh, this is another home game with the Rams. I'm like, have you looked at they barely had a home game against the 49ers. It was like 50% 49er fans. In the Super Bowl, it's not even for fans. Like I'm trying, it costs an arm and a leg. It's going to be a bunch of corporate people who aren't really rooting for either side. That's all it is. It's the Super Bowl, as far as who's attending, is not for the fans. It's just not like you can't make that argument anymore. It's just a lot of corporates, tickets in deals and stuff that are given away, which is why I'm like, that gives the Bengals a little bit more of an edge. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm not going to say that it's going to be mostly Bengal fans. It's not going to be mostly anybody's fans. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Super Bowl fans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, a lot of people are going to be forced to watch at home, and some people in other countries might be watching. And really, when you want to watch anything online, why not use NordVPN? Because NordVPN, as you know, it is the fastest VPN, and it gives you security, gives you safety, and you can access all sorts of information from other people's computers all over the world. You can watch all sorts of programs.
That's illegal.
And if you go to NordVPN, you will get a lot of money off. I don't have the numbers in front of me. I think it's like 70% off and a one month free when you use the promo code BELIEVE, BLEAV. So why not just watch it through that? Why would you go to the game? You can buy like, I don't know, 5,000 years of NordVPN subscriptions for the price of a Super Bowl ticket. So there's that.
Do they put DH Sports anywhere or something? Isn't this a promotion?
It's BELIEVE, BLEAV. I don't know if we get any money. Yeah, we have to say it. Otherwise,
All
Courtney will just end the show immediately.
Okay,
but
cut off your mic at least, which could be a good thing.
Look, we've been talking about what might happen, what might not happen, but there is somebody on the show who actually uses black magic and other sorcery to tell us what will happen in the future. And I'm talking about Dr. Hoji Dr. Kesmoji.
That's right.
And he's here with his hojoscope.
With my hojoscope. And, you know, I like to use astrology, runes. I've used all these things, but every time I tried to think about this Super Bowl, I came up against like a black hole. I couldn't figure out what's going to happen. And then I realized what was missing, which is, when was the last time the Bengals were in the Super Bowl? It was the 80s. It was the late 80s, but it was the 80s, 89. So what is the greatest cultural artifact of the 80s? Do you know, Luke?
Rubik's Cube would be my guess.
And I tried that and it didn't work. But the next greatest is the 80s movies. So I went through my catalog and I started to watch which 80s movies would tell me something about what might happen in this game. And when it came to the Bengals, no movie summarized what I think will happen more than The Best of Times, starring Robin Williams and Kurt Russell. Kurt Russell playing a high school sweetheart quarterback who throws almost the game-winning throw, but then gets his knee injured and is out for a while until after high school, Robin Williams convinces him to replay the game, and guess what? They win. Well, who else has hurt his knee? Who else is coming back to win? Joe Burrow. Now, what about Stafford? What's his movie? Well, I went through the catalog more, and there's a movie that was from 1986. From 1984, before that, there was a movie called Beverly Hills Cop, starring Eddie Murphy. It was supposed to be starring Sylvester Stallone, but actually Eddie Murphy ended up getting the role, and thank goodness he did, because it's a great film. What's the story? A man goes from Detroit to LA, just like Matthew Stafford has. And the movie was nominated for Best Screenplay at the Oscars. It was nominated for Best Score, Best Picture at the Golden Globe. It won none of those awards, meaning Matthew Stafford will win no Lombardi Trophy in this game. Put it all together, what do you get? My prediction
let's just get your prediction, please.
Yeah, let's go to predictions.
It was a long walk, but it was worth it.
It was worth it because I take you with me. You see, I take you with me through the signs that I'm reading here. And putting all of this together, my prediction is that this is not going to be a close game. The Bengals are going to wallop the Rams. I know that sounds odd, but I believe it. I believe this offense is going to come out kicking and screaming and punching and fighting. And Joe Burrow, this man could play on Mars, and he would not be at all affected by his surrounding. This man really is, like that shirt says, he's the David Bowie. He is the wild card of the NFL. And so I think it's going to be amazing. I think you're going to see amazing offense. I think that Stafford is a great quarterback, but I don't think he can rise to the occasion.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Luke, the truth, null. What is your prediction?
I'm honestly
by the way, Hoji, sorry.
too
What
far.
is your Super Bowl MVP? Sorry, we didn't get his MVP. Yeah.
You know,
Hoji. Yeah.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase. Okay. Sorry, Luke, please.
I'm not too far off what Hoji's going for. I think I'm taking the Benjis. I'm taking Joe Burrow, and we're gonna win at least by 7. I'm putting that into the ether right now. That's my prediction.
Okay.
Love it.
Okay.
Love it or leave it.
Yeah. Mr. John Sheeran. Let me just say something. John seems a little more tense than usual.
Why do you say that?
Tell. I sense it, John. I can sense it. And it is the magnitude of this game and how important it is.
Do you sense what I'm about to say in terms of predictions too?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Yeah?
Go ahead, say it, and I'll tell you if it was what I was thinking.
Okay. Time and time again, Joe Burrow has led teams in must-win situations to victories, whether it be ugly, unpleasant, or straight domination. We've seen this now for 3 years, going back to LSU. It has been the clashing philosophy between what the Bengals normally do and what Joe Burrow is now accustomed to doing. And so far, thus far. It's been the Joe Burrow side dominating the perceptions and the narratives of the Bengals, and that has ultimately kind of overpowered me in terms of predicting what they do in these situations. Now, in this playoff run, I thought that they were going to beat the Raiders. I didn't predict them to beat the Raiders, though. I thought that they had a good chance against the Titans. I didn't predict them to beat the Titans. I didn't think that they were going to beat the Chiefs. And they beat the Chiefs in the very similar way that they beat the Chiefs back in Week 17. I'm done doubting Joe Burrow and the Bengals in these types of situations. I know it's the Super Bowl. I know it's the most talented defensive line in the NFL right now. And I know this is it can't get any bigger than this. And everything is culminating and building towards just the whole story and the legend of Joe Burrow. And maybe it will be too big. Maybe this is the one time that he falters and the Bengals don't get it done. I'm not going to pick against them in the Super Bowl. I didn't come on here to say that the Rams are going to win. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I think it's going to be kind of low scoring, actually. I don't think the over is going to hit. But I'm done predicting against Joe Burrow and the Bengals. I'm going to say the Bengals win 20-17.
Wow, John.
No more concern about the jinx then.
What jinx?
That John always.
Do you think Joe Burrow and everything that he is and everything that he does, and just the team in general, the way that they're composed mentally and just their aura, do you think that jinxes have any power over them at all? Because I'm done believing that.
Yeah. Well, Hoji does, and he has some very strange kind of
rituals,
webs and different. Yeah,
I'll take care of it. Don't worry, John. I'll take care of it. I'll break the jinx.
Joe is too magic. Joe is too magic. You're right. You can't bet against him. You can't bet against him right now. He's too hot.
Yeah.
Destiny Quest.
Now I'm kind of ashamed to give my prediction.
Oh no!
Because I have picked the Bengals for how many weeks in a row, guys? I think like 6 or 8 weeks, and I've only been wrong like once or twice.
Yeah.
And once, I think it was only wrong once, and I picked them many, many times because they've been winning a lot. But you look at this game.
Already, how dare you? Already, how dare you?
Well, no, I mean, you look at this game, okay, and you look at, we've been struggling with offense the whole postseason. And now, I just think about it. I think about Aaron Donald and Von Miller, like John said, next to him. Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP Von Miller, made some of the biggest plays in that. He wasn't just Super Bowl MVP, he was postseason MVP, right? He had, 2-3 sacks of Tom Brady, interception. I mean, he was incredible.
That was Cam Newton.
No, the AFC Championship game.
Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. And then in the Super Bowl too. But I'm saying it was the whole postseason. And he's heating up again.
Oh, no.
I think Vaughn might have sacked Daddio again.
Always been one of the top players in my mind.
Daddy, you're going to have to repeat that. You said Von Miller has.
What's going on.
Yeah, go ahead. Von Miller has.
Okay.
Yeah, we're with you.
Well, he's always been one of the top defensive players in my mind. I mean, I know he's had a kind of a low point, but I don't think he was motivated. He had some injuries and then lack of motivation. And then the other guys that we mentioned.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, the other guys, the Leonard Floyd, and there's one more guy that had like almost double-digit sacks. It's a lot, And, you look at that, and you look at the way our offensive line's been performing. Let me mention, by the way, Frank Pollock was very confident. They asked him about this matchup, and he's like, I'm sick of this matchup. I don't like this narrative. Fake news. He basically said fake news. I don't know if you use that word.
You're the only one who says that.
No, but John, you saw that, right? You saw what he said, Frank Pollock. He's like, I don't want to hear about this anymore. They say one thing, I say something else, right? So I like his confidence, but it is a bad matchup for a team that is heating up. They turned on, they really turned it up against the 49ers late in the game. They're like, hey, we got to win this game. And the defense just took over. And
I think
on the other side of the ball,
Sorry, I was going to say, I think like the amount of sacks we've seen that Joe can overcome an insane amount of sacks. I agree. You're probably going to need more than 19 points to beat this Rams team, I bet, which is what we won with against the Titans. But I think the big thing is if we can just hold on to the ball, Joe, as long as we're not giving up strip sacks, that's what loses you the game. You know what I mean? Like Joe's gonna get sacked a little bit. Can he hold on to the ball?
I'm wondering if the offense can take off. That's my thing. Can the offense get going? Because look, the play calling against the Chiefs, let's be honest, we were very fortunate to win that game. Like you said, it was 60-70% runs, and they were not effective runs early on. And Joe just kept finding a way to pick up 3rd and long. And that doesn't happen normally. That was a very strange game. I think that was almost as strange as the Titans win in the way that we won. So that's the thing, is the offense doesn't pick up. We have a few 3-and-outs early on, right? Cooper Kupp maybe gets a big reception. They get, field goal range, touchdown range. We get behind, then what? Then all of a sudden that defense is going to, they're going to get more aggressive. So, you look at that. On the other side, look, you have, like John said, you have Joe Burrow. And he gets it done. He's been getting it done. He gets his team pumped up. But you put those, two different kind of approaches. You look at them side by side, and ultimately, I have to say, I think that Los Angeles will be the winner. That is my prediction. And the final score would be 31-20 Bengals. That's my prediction.
Now, how does that make Los Angeles the winner?
Bengals.
Oh, because Los Angeles will be witnesses to Joe Burrow's first Super Bowl, and it is going to be a great thing for the city and the people of Los Angeles. They're going to have something to really take pride in. It's going to be a very joyous occasion, one of the biggest events in Los Angeles history.
You basically just said Luke's going to be the winner then.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I mean the first half, I'm not going to lie. Yeah.
So Los Angeles, the city, wins because they're hosting the Super Bowl in which Los Angeles, the team, loses, but Joe Burrow wins.
I thought that was obvious. Yes, exactly. So, look, let's be honest. You have rubbed elbows with a lot of millionaires and billionaires over the years in your entertainment career. Me. Yes.
Mostly Hoji, yeah.
And so we're hoping to rub some of that on us. And we have a lot of promotions to talk about here, Luke. I don't know if we can even get through all of them. First of all, if you're looking to buy a Super Bowl ticket, you go to ticketiq.com, use the promo code DHSports, and no fees. You will pay no fees, and you'll get $150 off. If I'm not mistaken, you pay no fees, $150 off. That means they give you $150 to go to the Super Bowl, and that is amazing. So you get the best deals on the internet at Ticket IQ. Look at this. Look at the Super Bowl, the tickets. They're going down fast, 15%. How many more years before they're affordable, John? If they go down 15% a day. That is crazy.
Still messed up.
Yeah. Courtney, can we get the next slide? Now, you look at the trend here. Wow, that is incredible. I don't understand. There's so many numbers. But I can see that it's getting cheaper. And
famously, the best time to buy Super Bowl tickets is 3 days before the game. That's when they're at their lowest. Yeah.
Yes. And the last slide, if you will, Courtney. Yeah, and they have a finance plan. So if you want to go to the Super Bowl for 12 months, it's only $830 a month. That is nothing. It's basically free. $830 a month. You can for 1 year. That is the price of like a coffee, as they say. And in Los Angeles.
What kind of coffee would that be?
Yeah.
I mean,
and you buy now, you pay later on Ticket IQ, and use the promo code DHSports. Okay, John, we also have the Patreon. You can go become a patron. We have a new patron, and yes, we have a new patron in the $1 tier, and you can also join on Google. These are all the different things you can do, Luke, to support the show, Number One Bengals podcast, that is going to be pretty soon the show about the number one team in the entire NFL.
But we're ending on kind of a sad note here. Sad music. You're talking about the fact that most people cannot afford to go to the Super Bowl. Don't forget, let's be honest, the best seat in the house is in front of your TV. I mean, you're going to watch it. You can scream without being judged when Joe Burrow scores on your HD LED screen. Enjoy this game, Bengals fans. You have earned it.
And when
you
you
have
log
waited.
into your TV,
You have waited, Bengals fans. You have waited for 30 plus years. Your day has come. You've earned this. No team, no other team in the NFL, no other fan in the NFL has waited as long as you have. Enjoy this moment of yours. Really. Walk around with a smile and the Bengals cap and tilt your cap a little bit. Because you can be proud that we made it this far and that we have a real shot.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And if you use your TV, don't forget the promo code DH Sports.
Oh my gosh, you
And
turn everything
still
into
get $10. If that's what
Oh my Lord.
But
Everything, money,
look,
money.
okay, so that is all we have for Luke, Noel, and Dr. Smoji, and John Smokey Robinson. Sheeran.
Oh yeah.
I'm Daddy McDuke. We will see you after the Bengals are Super Bowl champions of the world. So long, sweetie. Bye.
Ever since I've been doing these commercials for Killcliff, my Tinder account has been blowing up, dog. Ooh, who's this horny young fella sliding into Brandy's DMs? Mr. Castlemaster. How about that? Killcliff Octane CBD. The Killer Cliffsicle. All the benefits of caffeine smooth over with CBD. Own it.
All right, people, listen up. Got to share my latest discovery. 100% all natural caffeine gummies. Punched Energy is a new and fast way to power up. Now, these gummies are made with real fruit and are infused with green coffee bean caffeine. That means it's all natural. Plus, they come in perfect pocket-sized travel packs. Now, you'll never have to worry about spilling your coffee or having coffee breath ever again. Just grab a pack of gummies and get punched. Find out more at punchedenergy.com.
Brinks TV, loving on you with lots of cash and prizes.
Hi, I'm Alex Witt, the CEO of Battle Bars, and I'm here to present to you the 5 protein bar eaters you'll see in the gym. The Crumbler! Sure, this bar is supposed to have 30 grams of protein, but she left 20 on her shirt and 8 on her face. The Stretch Armstrong! No matter how much you try to tear a piece off, it won't give up. And even when it's finally eaten, you can't wash the stickiness off your fingers. The Melter! It's 68 degrees in this gym, and this bad boy's still pudding. Sure, it'll get the job done, if you're willing to give up your pride. The Brick! This thing might as well be made of Damascus steel or adamantium, because no matter how hard you try, your teeth ain't getting through it. The Bird! It's drier than an English granddad's sense of humor, and it's covered in nuts. You aren't getting this thing down your gullet without a gallon of water and a gizzard. But it doesn't have to be that way. Introducing Battle Bars. All natural ingredients, optimal protein levels, only 250 calories. But most importantly, absolutely delicious. Battle Bars. Save the battles for your life, not your protein bar.
Brinks.tv is partnered with Brutus Bone Broth to create our own MVP. That's Most Valuable Pup. Use the hashtag 2022MVPup to post pictures of your game day ready pup. Now, it can also be your full-grown dog, but we had to pick a word, so we chose pup. We'll show the pics during the live broadcast and have our audience vote. Winners will receive great Brutus Broth products, and our voters have a chance to win the same great prizes live on the air. Not to mention, we're giving away over $10,000 cash. Go to Brinks.tv to participate and join us on Sunday starting at 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another exciting episode of Inside the Shield with Pro Football Moms. I'm your host, Elisha Jarrett. I'm here with my co-host, Rob Vaca.
What a great episode we have today. I feel like this is a Clemson reunion. I got my Clemson shorts on. We got two Clemson moms. We got a new Clemson dad. Wow, what an amazing guest in Felicia Reeder. Tell us about Felicia, because you and Felicia go way back.
Felicia and I go way back. Her son is DJ Reeder of now the Cincinnati Bengals. He was with Houston since he came out of out of college. And Felicia and I have always, we're more than friends. We are almost soulmates. I mean, we talk every day. She sends me my scriptures every day. I mean, just an amazing, amazing woman. You know, in her own right, she's a professional and has her own life and the things that she's doing. But in regards to being an NFL mom, I mean, they just don't get any better. She's amazing.
Well, welcome to the show, Felicia.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It is such an honor.
Hey, sissy.
Hey.
You look awesome. Love the 98. I got a 97. We got a 98. I love it.
So listen, I know a lot of DJ's story, but there's a lot of people that wants to know about DJ Reeder and his story, his journey, how he became the person that he is. And of course, you know me, I said, well, you need to know Mama Reeder first, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tell us, Felicia, at what point in DJ's life did you feel that he had the potential to probably play in, you know, at a higher level in the league?
Well, so actually, I knew at the age of 2 because my father, he was in the National Negro League, and he was playing baseball with DJ one day, and he was supposed to be using this little softball, but he actually threw a hard baseball at DJ, and he caught the baseball immediately. And my dad was like, he has great hand and eye coordination. So we thought that he was going to be a baseball player until he started to grow. And then football was written all over him. It was just like, that is the perfect match for DJ. So I knew that that would be the outlet for him. I knew that he had the possibility to go as far as he desired. And that's how it started at the age of 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's unbelievable. I have an 18-year-old daughter. I love her. She's so super smart. I have no idea what she's going to end up being. At 2, you knew what your kid was going to be. What a blessing. You may take the grand prize. We just talked to a mom recently who at age 7, her son said he was going to be an NFL player. 2 is like, we're going to need you to start predicting the future of events, of what's happening. So tell us, what's it like now that your son has established himself? He's not a rookie, he's not a second-year guy, he's not a third-year guy, he's established himself. What is life like for you and your family as an NFL family?
Well, as an NFL family, of course, you're honored that your kid can actually grow into the dreams that they desire from the beginning. It just lets us know that it takes a village to raise a kid. And we have a great support system. DJ has always been involved in everything from the time that he was, like I said, 2 at church. We got him in events. And so for us, it's just special because we have always told him that there are things out that you can have. There are things that you can have. You just have to put in the work for it. You know, make sure that you focus on being your person because you are the brand that everyone will see. So taking on the Reeder last name, you're carrying that. You're the brand. People look at you. I mean, yes, you're number 98. Yes, you play for the Bengals. But at the end of the day, you are David Vernon Reeder Jr., AKA DJ. So for our family, when we look at him, we see all the golden nuggets that we deposit into him. And now he's actually able to go in and cash in on them.
That's absolutely amazing. And I'll tell you, just to watch him up close and impersonal is priceless. I mean, just a great, great person. I remember his early days at Clemson when he first got to Clemson, just how he would, watch and take on and want to be in and just inside and out, just a great, great person. So for Grady, and you know this, there's sometime he called and there's that favorite food that he wants mama to cook. And see, I get to know that you are a fantastic cook. So when DJ calls you and say, mama, I want XYZ, what is that special meal for him?
That special meal, well, first, his favorite food is macaroni and cheese. But that special meal, because it's 6 layers of cheese and a special ingredient that I never share with anyone.
I was going to say, I don't think I know that one.
So that makes a difference. But yes, he definitely want to start off with macaroni and cheese, and then he want fried pork chop. And you had the honor of experiencing the fried pork chop.
And they are delicious. They are delicious, Rob.
So wait. First of all, if you didn't hear that, that was my stomach gurgling. Because now I'm famished. So you put bourbon in the macaroni and cheese, or am I just dreaming?
Absolutely not, Rob. That's not it.
So do we do the pork chops? Are they thin chops or are they thick chops?
Well, because we were on a family trip, it was kind of medium. But normally he likes thick pork chops. And we marinated them overnight, and then we throw all kinds of spices in it and pop it in the grease, and it does its thing.
Yeah, this just threw my, you talked about focus earlier. This just threw my focus completely off. I'm going to be off script. I'm not sure what I'm going to talk about because now I'm just dreaming. I see 6 cheeses in the macaroni. I got fried pork chops. And now I'm really, really hungry. So I'm going to hold you to it, Felicia. I'm going to come to Greensboro.
We can make that happen.
I'm going to come to Greensboro and get some of those pork chops because I got family in Greensboro. So now I'm dreaming.
Okay.
So tell us, DJ has made a bit of a triangle. He was in the Carolinas. He started his NFL career in Texas, in Houston. And now he's made his way up to Ohio. What's it been like for him making the transition to Cincinnati, and what's going to be different this year maybe than in the past?
Well, of course, the transition was different because you're going from hot to cold and you're going away from the family you have established for the first 4 years of your career. You get drafted, you're all excited, you learn all these new people, and then you formulate this bond, this bond that you never want to break. But it's just like anything, that eventually it could, because it's a business. So sometimes you have done all you possibly can do at an organization, and it's time for you to move on. Either you make a personal choice or they make a personal choice. So he transitioned to the Bengals, knowing that he had so much to give them. I told him, you are the plug in the middle. Yes, Gino was there at the time, which he's no longer there, but you can help Gino take the young people and bring them up because they needed a veteran. They needed a person who has a great football IQ. DJ is a nose tackle, but he's a lot like Grady. They know all the positions. He know where everybody's supposed to be. What you need to do if you're off, where you're supposed to go. They give you that little eye contact. So he's there teaching people, showing them, talking about flashcards. If you don't know this, this is what we can do. Let's get together. He brought in some of the leadership things that he learned from people such as Vince Wilfork, who took him under the wings. So now he gets together on Wednesday or Thursday night with the guys, and they just talk about anything, life or whatever they want to talk about, just to cool down and have a meal together so they can prepare for either practice or prepare for the game. So I think that he brought leadership. I think he showed them that we were just inches away from winning. And if we make these few adjustments, that we can make it happen. And everything was falling into place until, of course, he had a season ending injury when he tore his quad. And that was kind of very emotional for him, which is understandable because nobody wants to get hurt, because he had such high expectations of coming in and helping support the Bengals turn their seasons around.
Well, he will definitely have an opportunity to do that this season. We are all excited to watch him do that, and I know for a fact that he will. I've watched him work very hard, last year and through this, summer and everything. He's excited, and I know that they're excited that he's going to be in full effect. So that's amazing. So DJ is handling stuff on the field, and Mama is handling things off the field. For some of our listeners, why don't you tell us, Felicia, how did you tell us a little bit about the journey. How did you decide on the team that was going to be around DJ and yourself? Like, what was that process? How did that process evolve?
Well, that's a very good question. So the process evolved around the fact that, you had special people in his life from the beginning. I always talk about the village. So when you look at the village, you look around and see, this person has this skill, this person has that skill that can support you in reference to where you're going to go, and how you can make everything stronger. We always pray. Faith is the most important thing in our life. We never make any decisions without prayer. We put it in God's hand, and then we settle it. We wait. Even in our journey when we went to Clemson, we had the same thing. So I looked at his circle of friends and ones that he called brothers, because, biologically, DJ is my only kid. And I saw strengths in them, and I said, okay, so this is what we're going to do. You can do this piece. So, we have like Wes Lewis, who is the person that his brother that helps him with the management piece. And we have Christopher Harrison, who helps him with setting up appointments, setting up Zoom, making sure that he is where he need to be, checking on his flights and stuff. And then the rest of the family comes with, my nieces and nephews and my sister, Tony, who's very instrumental in his relationship and his growth, based on what he needs to do and how he needs to do those things. We are all about, making sure that no child is left behind, because his father was an educator before we lost him in 2014. And so therefore, with those particular pieces, we make sure that everyone in his circle is a part of and want to be and desire to dream his dream, also have your dreaming in connection with his dream.
Yes, for sure.
What I heard you say there, Felicia, I heard three things. Obviously, we're talking about football, so we don't need to utter the word football a bunch of times, but you said faith. You said faith a few times. You said family a bunch of times. And, those three F's are so powerful. Faith, family, and in our case is football, right? So as you think about the legacy in the future that DJ is going to leave after he's done playing the game, what do you see him doing next? What's he passionate about off the field?
DJ is passionate about off the field is educating. I see him as being maybe an AD, potentially maybe a high school coach, but personally, I think he could be a GM. But he likes to start on a smaller level in reference to it because of the fact that he wants to get them when they don't know a whole lot and teach them the right way. Education is very important for us. DJ has his foundation, A Son Never Forgets, because he honored his father, who we lost to kidney failure. And, we team up with the National Kidney Foundation to do a gala every year and raise money to help support those pieces. But the foundation of that is to make sure that people understand that before you can do anything, play anything, it doesn't matter if you can jump like Superman, if you don't have it in your head or take the time to read a book or balance the education and the athletics, then you can't get on the field. So DJ wants the kids or young adults to understand how important it is to invest in yourself. So that's what we do. We focus on investing in the individual, making sure that they are balanced in the decision of what they want to do and how they want to do that. And just like you said, Rob, when you talk about football, faith, and family, all three of those collectively go together. You know, you can't have one without the other. So it's super important for the Reader family.
Yeah. Felicia, if DJ got the question without you being in the room, you know, give us one sentence about your mother. What do you think he'd say?
DJ would say that my mom always looked at the glass half full. There is nothing you cannot do. She's always telling me I can win.
That's for sure. That is definitely the truth.
Where'd you get that, Felicia? Where's that come from? Where did you develop that mindset?
From my parents. They never told us that it wasn't nothing that we couldn't do. You know, whatever you decide that you want to do, you just put in the work. If you put in the work, it's gonna balance. You know, it may not balance the way you want it to be. It may not be exactly how you painted that picture, but don't look at a failure as not gonna happen. Just look at it as, oh, that's a pause, or that's a obstacle in the way, or that's a detour. Maybe you're not ready to achieve that right now, but keep trying and you will achieve or soar even higher.
That's a great observation, because one of my pet peeves is the saying, failure's not an option, right? We hear that so often, failure's not an option, failure's not an option. The reality is success doesn't really occur at any scale without a lot of small failures along the way. And I'm not talking about catastrophic failure where like you fall off a bridge, but failure is the mother of learning and growth, right? So that's what you're talking about. DJ growing up, just as you did and Alicia did and I did, we failed lots and lots of times, but you gotta learn from failure, you gotta tweak, you gotta get back on the horse, you gotta put in the work, right? So really that's DJ's story, right? From Greensboro, North Carolina to Clemson to Houston, now to Cincinnati. Isn't that kind of his story?
That's the story. I mean, and I tell him about anything, because even when if I go back and I talked about his quad and how he got hurt, and I said, DJ, you know, think about it. He said, well, Mom, you know, I'm letting him down. I'm like, DJ, you didn't go out there and actually hurt your quad on purpose. You wasn't doing anything outside the rule. You were doing what you prepared yourself to do. And I said, so there is no failure. You cannot stop the process. You got to keep going. And I always, you know, I kind of guilted him a little bit, Rob and Lisa, because my senior year in high school, I had a double compound fracture. My orthopedic doctor, after surgery in a cast for 3.5 months, all the way up to my waist, didn't get to go to the prom my senior year, so I didn't get to have that dance with my high school sweetheart. But anyway, my doctor told me I would never be able to wear high heel shoes. I would never be able to play softball anymore. And I said, Dr. Carter, I hear you, but 3 days before graduation, I need for you to take this cast off and take the screws out. And I got these cute high heel shoes I bought last summer. I'm gonna walk across the stage in those. He said, Felicia, that's not gonna happen. I said, do your thing, let me do mine. So long story short, I put them on. I was the cutest senior in the class of 81. Walked across that stage, got my diploma. I had lost my scholarship with East Carolina because that's where I was supposed to go. But I signed up for this softball tournament 2 weeks after graduation, won MVP, earned a scholarship to North Carolina A&T State. The rest is history.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Overcoming
Not an option,
adversity.
Rob. Remember,
That's right.
It is not an option. You might get a delay, but it's never a denial.
There you go. There you go. And that saying right there, do you know that I got that saying from you and I continue to use that saying today? A delay does not equal denial. I love that.
Right.
I love that. So Felicia, you know that Grady and I have a game day ritual where every game, regardless of what stadium we're in, we do the fist bump. And I give him one word to kind of carry him, through the game. Do you and DJ have a Pacific ritual, game day ritual? If so, what is it?
Okay, so our game day ritual, because I may not make it to all of his games, is I send out him a special daily word specifically to him. He gets it at the same time every game. He opens it up, he reads it, then he responds back to me, and then he calls me. We have a prayer, and I tell him, go out and be the best person that you can be. And let me tell you something, leave everything on the field, because I'm going to be hitting that person along with you.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Look, that right there motivates me. And there ain't a whole bunch that motivates. That right there makes me want to go out on the field too.
First, I got a visual, Felicia. You saying how cute you looked at when you were in the prom or getting ready. You were cute after your surgery, and now I'm picturing you hitting quarterbacks. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot going on. I went from pork chops to you hitting quarterbacks.
But that's what moms do. That's what we do, Rob.
I know.
That's what we do, right, sister? That's what we do.
That's so true. I mean, just so Rob, I'm not the mom like Lisa. I mean, I know the booths are perfect and I get it, but I got to be near you. I need to for you to know. I need DJ to know that when he look in the crowd, if it's not going his way, that he can look back and I'd be like, get it. Let that look like shake that off. Turn the page. We'll talk about that after the game.
Right.
Get to it. Turn the page. We don't have time for that. Because you got to get it out of your head as quick as possible, because your career is dangerous. Mm-hmm. You can't have a whole lot of nothing running around or I coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of stuff. You got to turn the page. You can do that later when you're looking in your tablet, but not during the game.
That's right. That's right. That's right. And I know DJ definitely knows that look. Listen, so DJ will certainly be, in the league for many years, God willing, and he's going to continue to break records and do marvelous, marvelous things while he's in the league. But after the league, what legacy do you think that he wants to leave?
I think DJ wants to leave the legacy of, I am a good man. I did great things for people. I took people up under my wings and I showed them. I shared all the knowledge that was shared with me, that, you can take a little and make a lot out of it. So, like I said, never give up. Mm-hmm. Be the best person that you can be, because God made us all unique.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
What I love about that, Felicia, is that, I think fans or the general population watches an NFL game on a Sunday or watches the NFL Network, or they watch highlights, or they go to a game and they see your sons as gladiators. Right. They see them as competitors, as prize fighters, as brawlers, right? And the reality is most of these guys are just really good, sometimes really quiet, reserved, caring, kind, overly loving, big teddy bears that just happen to be good at what they do, but their mindset off the field is not to be a bruiser, a brawler, a gladiator, this big guy that's like pushing people around. It's really great insight that you give people listening, because your sons put their pants on the same way everybody else does. They have feelings just the same way everybody else does. They care about others. They want to make an impact. They want to do good. And to your point, he wants to leave a legacy that he's a good man, cares about people, wants to do good, wants to help kids, wants to teach people, wants to learn, wants to be a dad. And on that note, as we kind of wrap up, you're not only an NFL mom, you're an NFL grandma, right? So tell us about the little one came about a year and a half ago, right? Tell us what that's like, and wrap up there.
Okay, so Rocky is amazing.
Rocky.
You know, you really know how much you love your children when you see the grandchild.
I'm telling you.
Because it's like, he can do no wrong even when he right. You know, he just cannot do any wrong. And DJ is, but I do correct him, although DJ may not think I correct him enough, but he's only 2. But Rocky was just a breath of fresh air for us. And just seeing him and DJ interact is amazing, because I see all the things that DJ did with his dad. You know, they have the exact personality. He just, I can't even put words when you have a grandchild. It's just like, whew, thank you, Lord.
There's the saying that says, if I knew having grandkids was this much fun, I would have had them first.
Absolutely.
And then, you know, I have another one with Harmony, another saying that says, grandchildren welcome anytime, parents by appointment only.
Absolutely.
Amen to that.
I love that, Lisa. I'm gonna have to adopt that.
Yes, for sure, for sure. Listen, before we really let you go, you know, we've had an opportunity to be on this journey, and I think it's important for us to share, you know, some information or some tips. What type of, you know, advice would you give to other parents or people that's listening into this particular episode? You know, what type of advice would you give parents that's getting ready to go through a journey like this or similar?
What I would tell them, first of all, is to be true to yourself. You know your kid, you watch your child grow up all this time. So you know their strengths, you know their weakness, you watch the circle that they're in, and make sure that the circle that they're in is really tight. You know, if you got more than really 3 close friends, you probably have too many. Only share your dreams with people who really believe in you. And make sure that you get out of this journey what you want out of it. Because football is what you do for your career. It's not who you are. So make sure you have education nailed down solid. You know, make sure that you have God always and foremost. Keep him first is what I tell DJ. Keep God first, and don't worry about second and third, because that's going to fall in place because he's going to work it out for you. So I would tell them to breathe through this process. Don't get all tied up in a knot, especially come draft day, because things are going to happen. It's not like college that you can pick where you want to go. Someone's going to pick you. So just make sure you understand that when they pick you, that they get the best of you.
For sure. That is absolutely amazing advice. And parents will certainly appreciate that. Not only for the football aspect of things, but just in life in general. That's if you're going to play soccer, if you're going to work at AT&T, whatever it is you're doing, that's amazing advice. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you, my dear sister, DJ Reader's mother, Miss Felicia
Love
Reeder,
you.
thank you so very much. We appreciate you, darling.
You're welcome.
You were
It
great.
was an
Thanks,
honor.
Felicia. God bless.
Thank you, Rob. Y'all have a blessed day.
Thank you so much.
The 2022 Big Game Weekend on Brinks.tv is brought to you by Brutus Bone Broth, made with love for dogs. Killcliff Clean Energy Drinks. Battle Bars, fuel your fight. And Punched Energy, packs a punched.